Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look.
Welcome back, you sassy sausages. Did you miss us? Well, we missed you, and welcome back because tonight we're going back to NA. It's Call of Duty Mobile. It's the Snapdragon Pro Series, and it starts right now.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back in. It's your host, Chris Puckett, for the final day of NA, at least for me. Glitter's coming back, but before she does, I get to have a little bit more fun with the best teams from North America. To do it, though, I'm not alone. I've got my friends with me once again. Fresh off a train, we got I Hold Shift, Beef Mommy, and Mr. Bobby Plays, who's been holding it down here in Poland. Bobby, let's start with you, my friend. It's been 4 whole days since we've seen Call of Duty Mobile. How you been?
I don't know how I've survived this long. Well, it's been 4 days for you. I've been watching it the entire time. But I'm glad to have you guys back because I know all of Call of Duty Mobile miss you. And Call of Duty Mobile is going to miss you when you go back to North America.
I know, it's going to be a bummer, but I'm hoping to stay involved. I'll be watching as well with you guys in the chat. And tonight, I'm hoping we have some fresh faces in the chat. So be kind, let them know how it gets done. For anyone who is showing up to Call of Duty Mobile for the first time, you caught some of the excitement on social media. The game is pretty familiar, but we've got some stark differences. Alan, break it down for me. How do the rules work in this?
Yeah, so, I mean, at this point in time, I think everyone's pretty familiar. 5v5 instead of the 4v4. We have specialists back in the mix for those that may be joining from the CDL side of things, not necessarily having seen mobile before. And all the legacy maps that everyone, I think, really just truly wants to see on a daily basis. Yeah, it's going to be a good one. And I think the thing about today, Chris, it's kind of like last chance day for a lot of our squads that find themselves in the bottom side of the bracket, or the group stage, rather.
Right.
So it's kind of do or die, put up or shut up, however you want to say it's got to happen today.
NA's got a lot of important battles. We'll be talking about it throughout the day with Beef Mommy. Let's start, though, with our socials. If you're just joining us, ESL Mobile is the place to be. Discord has been popping off as well. If you guys aren't in the conversation, step in. Get involved right now on Discord. Beef Mommy, what do you think is going to be the toughest topic to tackle? Is it the best team in NA?
No.
Luminosity, Tribe, or what do you think of people are talking about?
I'm pretty sure Tribe has already made the statement in the last 2 days that we've seen here in NA. It's just a matter of, will Luminosity finally find their match? Because so far, they haven't had a difficult time here. The most important question is, who's going to be that top 4 spot, because today is going to mark that day.
That's right. EU is kind of already figured out. NA, still a lot of shakeup could happen. But let's catch you up with what you may have missed in our last broadcast. A lot of exciting games, some 3-1s, a few 3-0s as we are highlighting some of the stars, though, Bobby plays. Who shined from North America in our last broad?
I mean, no question, Roballo has been one of those players that has stepped up big time, and it is definitely a reason that Tribe has looked as strong as they have. I think a lot of people felt unsure coming into this, but he has absolutely proven himself, so no question he's going to be one of the players to watch. But I think looking at that Six Kings roster, that's kind of on the edge of things as well. You got to look at Mago.
Yes.
Not only his performances, but a great story. Playing stage 4 out of McDonald's, and this dude is still cooking people.
Six Kings very much still in the hunt, but they need success not once, but twice today. They play Tribe and then Devious at the end of the night. Beef Mommy, any other squads that you got your eyes on? I see a lot of people in the chat saying the word dice today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this team, I think, could definitely put a mark on the otherwise clean record of LG. They have been shaky, and so I think if they really just polish up those hard points, they could definitely make this team shake. But what we've already seen with LG so far, that Devious game that we saw earlier, that should not have been that close. So now a lot of questions starting into this broadcast where I'm really excited for day number 3.
It's going to be so fun, and I hope we see snipes like that. Blur with the highlight triple. The man went on, what, a 9 streak with the sniper from there? I hope we get to see more raid again tonight.
Literally had like a 45-second straight just Reddit clip with the sniper rifle on raid control of all things. Soul defending the bottom side pool zone. Pretty nuts. But the leaderboard really kind of shakes into a position to where all eyes are on 3 through 6. It's really anyone's game to make it into the top 4 like Beef Mommy were saying. Technically speaking, ARP are not, I don't think, fully out of it, but they're not looking all that good right now, and they would have to go 4-3 overall, so they'd have to win out the rest of their group and also hope for a little bit of luck from the teams that find themselves currently just above them on the leaderboard. But for me, I really think that Dice, Six Kings, and Devious, today is a massive day for them as they all have some pretty difficult schedules.
And Simplicity is going to have to take on Luminosity as well. Let's talk about our top squads. So we got Tribe Gaming and Luminosity currently perfect. The two teams without a blemish on their record. I want to start here with some highlights from these squads. And what is the strength of these teams right now? Bobby plays. Let's start here with LG. What have they shown you up to this point?
I mean, they've shown consistency across the board with their only map loss being in a control. It was up against a Devious squad that has looked hot recently. Yeah. So I think that's a team that a lot of people could be sleeping on. I think there's a lot of people saying Dice is already locked in the number 4 spot, but with the way Devious has been performing, I think there's absolutely a chance they could sneak in that number 4. Obviously, most people assuming the top 3 are a bit of a lock right now, but Simplicity still some proving to do as well.
And then, of course, on the other side, we're going to have Tribe, one of the fan favorites on stage once again. Beef Mommy, what do the people need to know about this team right now?
And Tribe looks super solid, where in the beginning of this broadcast, we were kind of figuring out this new roster, if they could actually perform as well as they did last year, but they really proved it in the last 3 games, no, 4 games rather, that they actually played. But the only kind of blemish that they had was, again, we're going to be seeing Dice up in here, similar to what Bobby said with Devious, taking a map off of Tribe before in 7 in Meltdown. So again, it's just really the battle for that 3rd and 4th spot that I'm super excited to see today.
And I think what the craziest part is, if you have been watching since the very first NA broadcast, Luminosity is 9-1 in map count. Tribe is 12-1 in map count. 21-2 as a combined total here. These teams have been dominating North America.
The thing about it is, though, for Tribe, the bar was not high. We did not have expectations sky high like we did for them going into stage 5 last year, and they've really surpassed what our expectations were going to be. On the other side, LG have, I would say, even though they're still clean, not been particularly as polished as we'd expect. And a lot of the reason I think behind that are certain individuals on Tribe have really stolen the show. Roballo in particular, my goodness, how clean has he looked, especially in Respawn throughout the first couple of games. He's been by far one of the top players in North America, and that's why Tribe only have that 1 blemish so far.
9 kills on average
per
in
search.
Search and Destroy. They're perfect in that game mode. Raballo has had a heck of a group stage. Can he keep it up, though, coming to the end of the groups? And, of course, as we get to the playoff bracket here in coming weeks, that is the big question. That's the showdown we're going to be looking forward to a little bit later in our groups. Tonight, though, they're playing different opponents, and we got to talk about the schedule and what we're going to see tonight. Because, once again, Beef Mommy, we've got 4 matches, but of these 4, which one has the potential to go to a game 5? Do we have multiple that could go the distance?
Most definitely. I'm looking at several different ones. The first one could be a game number 5, just in case that DICE is going to be in their A game and LG might be shaky, kind of like in day number 3. But I think everyone is also looking at that LG versus Simplicity match because, like we mentioned already, that LG is shaky and they haven't played a really strong opponent, and I feel like Simplicity might be that.
Simplicity currently number 3 in our standings, Tribe at number 1, LG number 2, and that's just because they haven't played their 4th match. But tonight, they get DICE and Simplicity on a roster, a tough night of action for one of our unbeaten teams. I want to start here with Luminosity as they are going to be facing off against DICE in our first match. Bobby and Beef, you guys will be casting this one. So, Shift, I want to start with you here, my friend. How close have these two teams been up to this point, or does LG have a huge advantage entering?
LG has an advantage, but it's not a huge one. Based on the fact that I think LG have made a couple of very critical mistakes up against what we consider to be middle-of-the-road North American opponents based on the power rankings. DICE, on the other hand, have actually, I think, played extremely clean, and it was really showcased in their match versus Tribe. They played a really nice takeoff hardpoint. They won an overtime meltdown. Not a quite overtime meltdown. It was 7-4, and they played a really tight control. So, yeah, you're looking at 3-0 versus 2-1, and the map mode combinations are still relatively even, but look at the averages at which they're playing those maps. DICE are still, more often than not, carrying a solid overall 0.4 versus point against average, which means that these guys are pretty darn good.
Looking at the stats, it's a pretty even fight outside of hardpoint, and you got to remember, Search is that game 5. Both teams are perfect in that game mode, averaging the same round win percentage. But Bob, let's start here with the players on Luminosity. LG is coming in with a perfect record, and a lot of people were saying this may be the best team in the world, if not just NA. Who on this screen shines? We mentioned Tectonic on the last broadcast. He might be the GOAT of COD M, but who else is alongside him as a top 2 player, maybe top 5 in the game?
I mean, right now, every single person on that screen has won Stage 5 at one point or another, and Band has arguably been the best SMG in the world for 2 straight years at this point. So the fact that you have 2 players that are arguably number 1 AR and SMG side by side is not something that many people expected to see. You got Vague, who's a phenomenal flex. You got Envy in that AR role as well. And then you got Washi, who is just a disgusting sniper. All that thrown together. Obviously, they have a ton of talent. The big question, can they maintain expectations? And I think one thing that we've seen based off what we saw, even in LATAM, Galores is a team that finished top 5 in the world last year. And a lot of people were saying, well, they don't look as good. They've played some of the lower middle end of the road teams a little bit closer than they should have. Are they really a number 1 seed? And then they went and pretty much wiped the table with the top 2 seeds that were below them. So I have a feeling we're going to start to see Luminosity kick it up a gear in that same vein.
They're going to get some heat right away, though, Beef Mommy. Let's highlight this squad on the other side of the playing field, because DICE is coming in with a 2-1 record. It's pretty strong performance overall in the groups. If you beat Luminosity here, you're setting yourself up for a playoff.
I mean, the fact that they actually went up against Tribe their first game really means a lot. And also the fact that they put a mark on this otherwise clean record for Tribe. And so I'm looking at hacks here for the player that could actually change the tide and could be the difference in those respawns. We saw him perform so well in their last game in Control. And even though he didn't have the most kills, he was in really good positions to get those high impact kills. So, I mean, you also have Slothy to give you a little bit of experience in that team as well.
Okay, as we take a look at their path to victory, if you're going to take it down the Juggernauts, how do you get it done?
The problem for DICE is that LG's map pool is very, very wide. So DICE has has to be able to get their particular strengths into the map pool. Would love to see them find a way to get to Hacienda and take off. LG are no strangers to it, but DICE have looked really, really clean. And I think Respawn's going to be the key towards DICE being able to beat this LG squad, who at times have made a lot of mistakes in Respawn. So if that happens again, DICE need to be able to capitalize. Otherwise, LG may find their way on top of another W.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind, LG has let their opponent lead early parts of hard points before stealing it back around once they solidify their setups. Let's take a look, though, at the maps and modes that will be played in this best of 5. Does Hacienda get through? No luck, Chuck. Let's take a look. We're going to see Summit, though, for a map number 4 in Hardpoint. The big question is, what searches are we playing? And more importantly, what control is coming to the table? When we look at our searches, Tunisia is there. Standoff is there. Good news if you're a DICE fan, Bobby, or terrible news?
Tunisia is definitely not good news. That is a map that Luminosity feel very, very comfortable on, so I think that's not something they're going to be super excited about. Obviously, Standoff has been in the competitive map pool for the last 3 years for Search and Destroy, and that's one that every single player on that Luminosity roster is also going to feel very comfortable on. So overall, I don't love the map pool outside of Raid making it into Control right there. That might be the chance for them.
Yeah, that's where we saw some weakness from Luminosity. If you win your searches, you win Control. DICE has a chance to take this series. More importantly, though, you had a few days off. Take advantage of that fact that Luminosity is coming in cold. Meet them with intensity in that game, number 1, and set the tone for your team if you're the underdogs. That's the old man wisdom I got. That's all I got, though, and I know our players are almost ready to go. Are you guys ready to cast some video games?
Oh, yeah.
I love video games.
All right, we're going to let Beef Mommy and Bobby head on over to the caster desk. And the first caster challenge of the day, Bobby plays. What was the best meal you ate while I was on a train?
Ooh, that is a difficult question. I had some really good sushi the other day, and I was basically at the end of the entire thing, and I was wishing I had twice as much as I actually had. So I'm going to go with sushi.
You sure you're not the fish that you got a while ago?
No, that
What
was,
fish was that again?
It was trout.
It's a trout, yeah.
It had head on it.
I mean, I'm Asian, so we like eating the whole
Is that
fish.
the way? Do you eat the head?
Yes, we do. We eat the eyes and all of that. So yeah, we don't like
You
waste.
eat the eyes?
We eat the eyes and the tail. Everything. Don't like.
I should have brought leftovers for you. That's my fault.
You know
I
what?
didn't
You would have given me like a really good time with that. Anyway, so I feel like this is a really spicy map because we already kind of preempted it over there in the pre-show that the respawns are going to be more towards the favor of LG. But looking at the map selection, both teams are pretty good when it comes to Tunisia, just in case it does end to a game number 5. But both of these teams haven't played Standoff yet here in Search, so it's going to look really spicy. And also, it's going to be a confident thing. I think DICE may have a really good shot when it comes to that raid control later on.
All right, well, DICE are going to be starting on the strong side to get things started here on Apocalypse. For LG, likely meaning they were the ones to pick the map, so we'll see how confident they're looking here heading into the start. But obviously, Ban, one of the players to watch. Flashes galore. He gets shut down. Topside position paying off early, but a big flood in from the left side. And these are crucial kills for Luminosity if they can convert, but Teabag is there to shut down the push. And it looks like for right now, Luminosity probably going to have to scrap it and see what they can find here on P1.
So far, DICE still having the more favorable spawn. That's going to be by Temple's side, but they do have to worry about play number 1. That's going to be Banned. Trying to get as much kills as he can, and he did get those high impact kills. So even though the DICE does have a more favorable spawn, Luminosity is just winning a lot of their gunfights going inside the point.
Vague taking shots through the wall from Hex. He's going to drop there, but Luminosity doing a good job of, even though they don't have that topside control, capitalizing where they can. And DICE giving away a lot of time here on P1 with basically no attempt at a contest. They're just so focused on maintaining that topside position. They have now given up 45 points, which is a really risky move because were LG to find a breakthrough to take those spawns early, could be a devastating start to the game. Very, very slow approach from the Luminosity boys. Shut down on the top side. Hex is there. Washi doing his best, but he's taken out as well, and a solid defense here for Dice off the start of P2.
Calculated move coming in from Luminosity, not to charge in too fast, and they only had to worry about that one player into Temple. And so far, when the last time we actually saw the minimap, Dice had a player spawn off into the left side of the map, and even though that they went in there for the early rotate, Luminosity still able to get a little bit of control here. And for Dice, you need to soak up every single point, because the fact that they set up so early, not even trying to go in the contest for B1, they need to get every single point here.
Beautiful hold by Aerith just to make sure nobody can find their way through. But honestly, Luminosity have done a phenomenal job of making sure no full 60 is there to be found for Dice. And Tectonic's just going to continue to be pesky in that window side. Finally taking down Luminosity, seeing if they can find any amount of scrap time. And Vague slides on through. So once again, even if you're not locking in the hard point time, any deny that you can find here with Dice having those top side spawns is going to be crucial. Big kill for Envy on the top side of P3 as well. Right now, Sai's in position to make a move, but Washi should be able to sniff him out right here. Big kill, and that should clear out the hard point for Luminosity.
Aerith brings out the Preddy. Doesn't really quite get any kill, but it will give out the information where everyone else from LG is going to be. Hax brings out the Purifier, takes out one, takes out two. That's going to be really big kills for him to finally have a little bit of control here in P3. But Envy goes in there from the back and able to get rid of that player. So even though they brought out the Purifier, Dice still not able to just heavily sustain the points here in P3.
Luminosity in position, but Teabag on a nice flank, shut down by the War Machine. Tectonic still has it in hand, finds another, and that's a full 5 in the feed for Luminosity. And Envy's trying to push through to see if he can flip spawns. We'll see if Hax makes the read right here, but LK out. Should have a heady to work with, and not really a great spot for Hax to be. He's shut down, and that should be a spawn flip for Luminosity. Band already set up on rotation, and right now one player in position to make the play. The kill goes through for the Pred, and it's all on to Teabag to win these opening gunfights.
Envy is doing a phenomenal job at being their anchor, and possibly the sole reason why they even got P3 in the first place, to deny that Purifier, and also going in there for that flip. The favorable spawn now on their side. Now for Dice, they need to find a way to funnel in through. They do not have any kind of map control whatsoever, and you'd want to have that left side of the map as much as possible. But player number one, that's going to be Hax, trying to get those kills down, but unfortunately goes away from the Preddy.
Tectonic knows there's people pushing on through. Flashbang hits, not going to be able to connect. Band doing his best to get things cleared off. Aerith is there with the Sparrow, but not going to be able to get a whole lot of value out of it. And Luminosity, once again, doing a phenomenal job of, even when they're not getting hardpoint time themselves, denying that to Dice. And right now, Hack's the last man to be cleared out. Tectonic, he is beaming everybody in sight right now as Luminosity continue to build on this lead. And right now, just fundamentally sound at every single turn. Vague looking to lock in that early positioning toward Temple as well. And it looks like this time around, Luminosity should have the strong side to get things started.
And this is where, with Dice, they should have just contested that first set of rotations, and now they're just lagging behind by so much. If they contested, the points would have been so much closer. And now Dice, still having a lot more points here. Luminosity, on the other hand, still wanting to have that right side of the map as Vague tries to bring out the Hunter-Killer drone. No information, no kill whatsoever on his end, as they're trying to go in there for that top control instead. That's Washi, trying to go in there for the bottom, trying to go in for any kind of information, as he is going to be that sole player from Luminosity on the point.
And he's the guy in the hard point doing the dirty work, just picking up any amount of scrap time that he can. Tectonic stays up top, continues to beam, but it looks like Dice gonna go for that same strategy that we saw at Luminosity the first time around. If you know you're not gonna be able to lock in that top side control, at least see how much time you can get here on P1. Looks like Luminosity is going to break back in to get a nice little chunk of scrap right here, but a big push coming through Temple's side, and right now they're going to look to group up and see if they can break through the front.
Here's the thing about Luminosity is Dice should have done the same thing that they're doing. They're sending 3 players on the right side to keep track of spawn, and also send enough players to do a little bit of damage, try to contest that P1 and not give free points to Dice. And now we do get to see that Luminosity has the more favorable spawn, and Dice trying to go and get any kind of control in the map, but so far they're just not having it, especially with the Hunter Killers and the score streaks coming out now from Luminosity. It's going to be even harder to go and contest this point.
Tectonic is not leaving that top Temple side anytime soon. They're going to try to force Dice to break in through the front. And Washi's going to be waiting on the opposite side there to shut down one, plays his life so well, and his teammate pick up the rest of the kills as Luminosity continue to build on this lead. And with the way this hard point's looking, they may very well be able to find a 100-point lead heading over to P3. Envy's going to opt to pop the Sparrow as well. And it looks like it's going to be free hard point time the rest of the way out. And if you can find any kills right here, it's going to be Dice spawning across the map as well.
Envy leads the way to try to get the power position here in top P3. Unfortunately for him, Aerith able to get rid of the Sparrow. So that's going to be really big kills for her. As on the other side of things, Luminosity kind of struggling to get that kind of information and to also get that flank down. But you do get to see that player number 3. That's Envy. Even though he went down, everyone else from his team is actually spawning off into the left side, and Dice just didn't see it coming.
He's able to take down the War Machine, and just like that, LG back in position to try to break on through. He sees Awaken, but doesn't want to shell, and they're just going to push back and see if they can reinforce this hard point and set up to get close to that 250-point mark. Vague clears things out, hacks on the top side, able to find one for himself as well. This is much more of the Luminosity team that we were expecting to see here in Stage 4 at every single turn. So clinical on the plays. Their holds have been impeccable. In one final push for Dice to try to break on through, but it's Vague there with a Purifier, takes down Aerith as well, and that should be enough to get them to around that 220-point mark.
Scrap points into the favor of Luminosity, and also the positioning is just so good when it comes to the next point. They have spawn control, they also have objective control, and so far the patience that we've seen from Luminosity and the fact that they're communicating just so well, it's just proving a little bit overwhelming for Dice at the moment. 222 and 93 is going to be your score line, where everyone else from Dice trying to go in for catch-up. They're finally winning a lot of the gunfights. This is the break that they needed. Not just that, the favorable spawn on their end.
Interesting. I think this is either a very risky decision for Luminosity or maybe a slight misplay as they do give up those close side spawns. Right now, they're just trying to see if they can win it on this hard point, but reinforcements are going to be there quickly for Dice. Envy on the backside is going to be able to clear off one. Still looking to build streaks. Deagle shots can't connect. That opens an opportunity as Awaken finds a triple for Dice to finally break that 100-point mark. And I would definitely say maybe a lapse in communication or maybe just a misplay out of Luminosity, giving those spawns away for free.
Here we go. Scrap points into favor of Dice. And the rotation's not going to come through on their end into New. And you're already going to be greeted by 2 players on a cross for Luminosity Gaming. That will be a really good defensive setup right now for them. Not just that, setup for next is going to be in their favor as well. And now Dice needs to go in through a 3-man push in through P1, winning majority of the gunfights. And in the previous round, in round number 2, it was actually Dice that got majority of points here in P1. But Luminosity just gave them a little bit of a hard time, sending 2 players at a time to try and contest.
Tectonic spots out the Purifier, gives away the information, but I don't think they've been able to take it down. And once again, Dice finding a way to stay in this. That spawn flip given away on P4 definitely looking like it backfired in a big way as LG just trying to break in to find those final 15 seconds, and they can't seem to find it. They've been sitting at the 15 to 20 points needed mark for so long. They finally find a way back on in, and they can win it here, but they need a solid hold. With Aerith in that power position, they're not going to be able to find it as Dice once again find a way to stay in this one. And if they can flip spawns out, it might get a little bit spicy. Awaken breaks into the hard point early. LG still have spawns, but they've got to clear him out. Big gunfight on the top side, but Awaken's not able to win it.
Aerith's been solo holding this spot and already possibly on a 6 spree. She has not gone down yet. Speaking of, only goes down to the Annihilator of Washi. And that is the reason why the Dice is just holding on. She was trying so hard, but they needed to have some kind of protection from his team. 248, and that's just going to be about doing it with Aerith trying to save the day. But unfortunately, Luminosity just a little bit too strong. And even though that hero play was there, it was just too late.
Definitely an unusual misplay out of Luminosity with how clinically they had played that entire map. I didn't feel like there was a single major mistake that they made up until that point, and it really needlessly extended the entire stretch of the game by like an additional 2 minutes when they absolutely could have closed it out there on P4. I think they did absolutely show that they are at least in contention to be a #1 team with the way that they played that one. And like we said, Tectonic and Band, no surprise, those are the guys showing out in a big way. We talked about them being debatably #1 AR SMG duo in the world right now. Both players popping off, and just across the board, incredible consistency from Luminosity.
I just kept my eyes on Envy the entire time. His flanks have been so good at flipping the spawns and also just controlling the hard point where Dice was looking one way. He was just right there for the back end push and just to eliminate players and also having really high impact kills on his end. So yeah, I mean, with Dice, I feel like them not stepping on that hard point in that first set of rotations was probably one of the biggest things that we've seen. Like, we get the idea, you want to have that power position on the right side of the map, but you need to find a way to even contest the point with so much seconds left on the hard point. But here we go. The people that we talked about in the beginning of the broadcast, Band being that #1 slayer for his team, and on the other side of things, Hack's also trying to get a good job, but everyone else is just struggling so far.
And Tectonic not necessarily picking up the most kills, but nearly a 2 KD in an anchor AR position. That is not an easy thing to do, and he was really the one setting them up for success to make sure those spawns were in place, that they could continue to reinforce the hard point. But once again, across the board, great objective play out of everybody on that Luminosity squad. And right now, a big task for Dice to try to take a search and destroy, and that being a mode that Luminosity has not lost out on yet. You don't have Meltdown in the map pool, and they've got to make something crazy happen here.
Well, for both of these teams, they are looking pretty good here so far. But like what you mentioned, Meltdown's not going to be part of the pool where you do get to see that Dice is a little bit good at. And later on, they will have Tunisia, but they need to find a way to extend it, win S&D, win control, because it's looking like these hard points, they're just a little bit too overwhelmed. The LG looks super great when it comes to these hard points. So this is the do or die situation. But I guess the good thing is both of these teams haven't played Search and Destroy here in stand up, so I'm gonna be surprised with what's gonna happen here.
Eyes definitely on Aerith as one of the primary snipers for Dice, and it looks like we may have a reset coming through real quick, so we'll give the players a second to fix everything up there. But like I said, a lot of eyes on Aerith, the recent addition to this Dice roster, phenomenal sniper, and has definitely been a solid pickup. We talked last week about the fact that she was really just recently introduced into that main AR role for the squad, so that likely impacting some of the struggles that we saw there on map 1, especially if you're going to be in a main AR role going up against Tectonic, who's arguably the greatest Call of Duty mobile player of all time. That's not going to be an easy battle, and I think he did a phenomenal job of playing that to perfection, which makes life that much more difficult for her. But I think this S&D is absolutely a place where she can really step up.
And the fact that with the addition of her teammates, they could do really well here. I'm looking at Aerith, you've already mentioned it, she will be that sniper, but I'm also looking at Saze that will be the #1 person that will try to do that entry first, having 10 kills already to his name. And the first bloods will matter, because whoever gets that first blood will try to get that information down, and will definitely have an advantage when it comes to this S&D. And now, when it comes to this game mode and in this map, who do you think has an advantage? Because you already know that Tech's going to be on the other side of the team. Here, though, there's really not much information here so far.
Yeah, I think overall we still give the edge to Luminosity. You look at Washi, who's arguably the best sniper in North America right now, so you have that to kind of counteract the talent that you have for Aerith. But we do also have some very, very sneaky young players on this Dice squad that could make some noise. I think Teabag is one player that hasn't really gotten talked about a whole lot, but he's been a player that has been incredibly solid for the last couple of years in North America, and this is his first opportunity to play Stage 4. So he's a player that might not get the most attention, but I think is going to need to step up for them. And I think Awaken, who's a player that has seen some of the big stages in past years, but hasn't played at the level that he would like to. He's definitely another player to keep an eye on.
Here we go. We're finally starting things through here in Search and Destroy. And one thing that Dice needs to do is to stop Washi to get that pick, because that guy is just so good when it comes to first bloods. 8 to his name so far. And now we do get to see a 3-2 split where Luminosity already sending that one player that's banned deep into gas station, which will be very tricky for Dice once he doesn't rotate. But it looks like Tectonic gets that first pick off of Aerith.
Bomb does go down. Teabag lurking over in courtyard right there. Ban gets caught off guard, and that's a big feed through for Dice. Now all down to Washi. They were not expecting the plant over on A to be that fast, and now he's in a spot where he's got to make a 1v4 happen. Absolutely capable, but not if you don't hit the first shot. Hex takes him down right there, and definitely in need of a change. Honestly, I was so busy watching the wrap back that I didn't see how everybody else died. But Dice do a phenomenal job of dictating the pace early in this one.
And now let's see how will Luminosity just respond to that aggression. They're going to be staying passive. They're going to realize that, okay, there's no need to be aggressive as Dice is going to be slowing things down again. And now Awaken is just going to be waiting here into gas station. And as they're trying to get that information from their snipers, there's just no movement whatsoever from both of these teams. Looking like they're just going to be winding down the clock and also trying to see, I was going to say, if Aerith's going to go and have that pick and Washi's going to go down.
Tectonic recently taking up the sniping role for Luminosity as well. Get some information off the flash right there. Sai's going to be able to stay alive. And you got your bomb carrier way separated from the rest of the squad. That's going to be Awake and trying to sniff out some information in that back alley position. Sais has gotten pushed up with the R9 in hand as well. So right now it's going to be Luminosity forced back and waiting on Dice to make the play, but it seems like they've got the read right here as at least one player watching this back alley position.
And now we're going to be even things out. Player number 4, that's going to be Sais. Try to get that information, he does, and that is the entry that they needed to go into that B site. And now we do have that player number 4 going down. Tectonic is able to do it, but they're wrapping around into Alpha where they didn't know that there's going to be that one player from Dice that could go in there for a 1v3. He gets one. Possibility to get that second one. Yes, there you go. And Dice is so good at that round. The patience that they were able to pull through, waiting for that one pick, and everything was just momentum on their end.
And phenomenal patience out of Awaken to let that play develop and get in position to find the flank, especially with the way that Sais was able to get pushed up, find that early pick, and even though he gets traded out, crucial plays. Tectonic opens things up with a first blood, but there's Vague looking to counter with the R9 of his own. Tectonic not going to be able to find Teabag, but 2 players already down for Dice. That's another, and now they drop like flies as Hax is going to be the last man standing. Washi looking for the information right here, and he doesn't want anything else to do with it. Takes him down as Luminosity fire back.
That was a good response coming in from LG. Just be aggressive. Just play your shotguns into your favor. And now Vague doing a really good job with 3 to his name. Envy still having 0 and Band as well. So for now, they're just going to be staying put. Again, they're just getting as much space as they can. And so far, a better defensive setup coming in from Luminosity, having 2 players here in through Alpha and just trying to have their sight lines here in through Grannies. So right now, Dice needs to find a way for Sais to get the pick off.
Hoping that the flashbang connects. May very well have the angle onto Vague, but it seems like waiting for some type of cue from his teammate. He's just going to full send this right here. Once again, shotgun in hand. He feels confident enough, but his teammates do the damage. 2 players drop early for Luminosity with him in a cheeky spot right here. Should be able to ward off any remaining Luminosity players. Teabag, I think, gets some audio cues on the players outside Deli as well. And with the bomb down early, they're in prime position to take another round right here. Washi playing this very slowly on the back alley side. Ban going to be able to get away as Teabag gives away that information, and would have liked to see him play that a little bit more passive. Could have potentially done some big damage. Washi in the top side is going to be able to spot him out. Just like that into a 3v3 as Tectonic finds another, and Dice throw away every advantage as now it's all down to Aerith. They're going to hop the bomb. I don't know if she's in position to take him down, and the smokes are there to protect. Well played by Luminosity as the slow retake somehow ends up paying off.
I mean, it was just the overextension of Teabag trying to go in there for the hunt. I mean, he did spot Band. Yes, that's the info that you need, but instead went way off. You already had that one player in the back end. That was Aerith to try to protect you from the flank, but now let's see. It's going to be the same approach coming in from Dice. Putting player number 4, that stays right into that statue, and Teabag gets that kill off of Vague.
Huge opener right there. 2 players in Grandma's right now, awake and looking for the information. He doesn't want to challenge. Band says, yeah, you probably shouldn't. He's going to be able to make his way out of courtyard 2 players down early for Luminosity once again, but it hasn't really hindered them from capitalizing. But another player's going to drop that size with the shotgun kill. Ban gets caught out of position, and Teabag ends up hunting him down. Now down to Tectonic. 6 kills on the board, but the flash gives away the information. That should be all that DICE needs. As the bomb goes down, they know exactly what direction to look. He's going to look for the 1v4 right here, but with nobody spotted across mid. DICE not giving him any type of opportunity. They're all going to pack into that cubby side and force him to make the push.
This is so good coming in from DICE. I mean, the fact that they also saved up their util to get that post-plant information where Tectonic was going to be, and he's been in the same spot for a while. Tectonic gets 1, has to worry about 3 more, but 15 seconds left on the clock, and they're just not going to be moving. Teabag going to be in a really good heady to try and get rid of Tectonic playing that time, and he does so. Aerith takes the final nail to the coffin, and now 3-2 is going to be your scoreline, and both of these teams are playing so good here in S&D.
Envy is struggling right now. He's sitting on a goose egg. They need him to step up. It looks like maybe making a switch on over to the FFAR. A little bit more of an aggressive assault rifle, but he actually swaps back to the LK, and once again, gonna play his position. Not really an assault rifle-oriented map, so we'll see if we see any type of change come through, but there he is, finding the first blood. Ban gets spotted out. Teabag, no opportunity to pick up the kill right there. He's forced back, and Size gets spotted out as well. So prime positioning right now for Luminosity. They have all the information in the world and a solid setup on the defensive side. Really pressure onto Aerith to try to find a pick to open things up.
But Luminosity is just not going to give anything to them. You'll also have 2 players trying to go in there for that mid presence, but Size might be in a really bad spot if the timing's not going to be on his side. Aerith, though, able to try and trade just in case, but going to reposition instead. And so far, still a stalemate here. And just like that, 58 seconds left on the clock, and Luminosity is still having such a good defensive setup.
Well, Aerith hears the shots from Tectonic over on the H side. Once again, playing the waiting game, but Band gets pushed up right there. Teabag wasn't ready for it, and now Size just trying to catch somebody off guard. There haven't been a lot of players that have watched that mid-street area, so he's had the push wherever he wants it. Shotgun comes out. 1 player drops already. Trades her through, though. All down to Aerith as she looks for the 1v3, but Envy is there, and he bounces back off that goose egg with a 3-kill round.
And he stepped it up. I feel like he's watching the broadcast right now, even though there is a delay. I mean, he's watching here on top. He's putting mics on us. But there you go, Luminosity. That is a really good way to kind of start off. They're doing an amazing job when it comes to that defense. But now we're going to be switching things up. LG will play off that information from Band. But also, they need to find a way for Washi to also pick up the points as well.
Hax has been able to get pushed up all the way into courtyard, and nobody saw him cross into the corner right there. Teabag sniffing out some information on the back alley side as well, and it's really going to be on to Tectonic to try to catch anybody on the flank right here. They're actually going to send Vague through the backside, and that's going to be Banned there to open things up. Drop Size, shotgun in hand, not going to be able to save him, but 2 kills come through instantaneously for DICE. And right now, it's just a lot of prone play that's not working out. Vague slides through, shots from the R9 connect once again. And just like that, the life lead back in the hands of Luminosity.
Man, Hax could have just had that 1 kill and everything would have been to the favor of DICE. He was able to follow up with that kill from Teabag, and now space is going to be wide open for Luminosity to try and go for that Bravo flank. And Aerith's going to be able to pick that 1 player off. Envy goes down, but there's going to be another player there. That's going to be Vague. A 2v2, and Awaken is going to be able to get that 1 player. That's Tectonic.
Ooh, well read. Now all down to Aerith once again. 1v3 this time around. Tectonic wraps all the way back toward Factory. He's going to actually look to set up on this cross angle. Vague, shotgun in hand. Doesn't really have any need to leave the A-bomb side, and now Aerith forced into a tough spot. 1 player drops, the other should have the necessary information, and she's got to make a god tier read right here. Not quite able to connect onto Vague, and now knows Tectonic's behind. No opportunity for her right there, and beautifully played by Luminosity to secure that round and retake the lead.
Good effort from Aerith, though, to try and clutch this up and try to go in there for those power positions that you'd usually see them. But Luminosity just played their angle so well, not being readable at all. And as we do get to see LG trying to chuck all of their util into that ace side, trying to get that information that allows them to go and flush into that really fast plan. But one player could actually try and change the play, and Hack's just doing a lot of noise here in mid.
Well, 3 players already pushed on into A, but one's going to get taken down right there. Is Aerith there with the sniper once again. The bomb goes down, but she continues to make him pay. And the bomb actually never went down in the first place. Nades connect right there, so even more information for DICE. And Hax is still pushed up into courtyard right now as he could continue to move forward. It's Tectonic on flank watch once again, but not really an ideal position right now as DICE feel more than comfortable to let the bomb go down and play for the 5v3 retake. One player watching back alley, that's going to be Teabag. And if he decides to make a push right here, could be tough for Tectonic to sniff him out, especially with him not having an angle on the gas station exit.
Luminosity is just waiting for the time just go down, but we do get to see that LG found one person from DICE on the other side of the map, just trying to take those shots down. But they do have to worry about that one player. That's Tectonic on the backside as DICE brings those 2 players on the flank. And even though that LG's down on the numbers, they very may well just take this to their advantage. If Tectonic is able to get that one player off, spots that one, there you go, open things up. And now the 3 players from DICE can try to go up against this 1v3 there, but they also have to worry about Washi.
Aerith takes down one, but Tectonic's there for another. One right next to him, but he doesn't see him. Good, and the bomb gets defused. Size was able to sneak up. It looked like there was somebody right there for Luminosity.
You didn't hear it.
Didn't hear the audio cue. Oh my gosh, what a round to steal for DICE. It looks like Tech was going to be able to pick him apart. But you got to give huge credit to Aerith as well. So many of those opening kills.
I mean, 11 already to her name, and Tectonic also having 11. And there you go. Fast push all the way into Alpha. Hax on the other end doesn't push in through walls now, doesn't push through Broken. But you know that Luminosity is already positioning that one person that's banned, just in case there was going to be a push-off. And now, the retake coming in from DICE, 37 seconds left on the clock, and they're just waiting for Aerith.
Envy's just trying not to get sniped right now. Saw Aerith peek over top. There's so much utility coming his way. All he can do is hope to relay something and maybe find a pick, but he's shut down. Vague's there, R9 in hand, but traded out. And it's chaos on the inside of A. Tectonic trying to get in position. Nobody's hopped the bomb quite yet. Shots around the corner is Hax. Aerith pick up a couple, all down to Ban. Hax is 1 HP, not a whole lot of time to work with, and Ban plays it to perfection as Luminosity retake the lead once again.
Their post-plant setup is so good. I mean, Tectonic is just so good when it comes to playing that angle, and yes, he doesn't have that kill in that round, but just relays enough information for his team. And even though that Envy went down, everything was just chaotic at that point. And now, same case coming in from LG, bringing those 2 players in for that info, but the bomb carrier going to be a little bit quiet here. Hax gets a kill, but gets traded out by Vague.
First time we've seen him really commit to that mid push. Is Teabag going to be able to take down Envy? And once again, DICE find the man advantage. Size waiting for the push on through. Vague not looking to peek that one again. He's able to slide back. Awaken's there to reinforce, and a little bit of an awkward angle for 2 players with shotguns in hand. Vague's actually been able to pick up a Fennec. He's going to be able to wrap back toward bomb since nobody on DICE has an angle to work with right here. And Size head spotted over top of the bomb, but once again, he can play that bomb heading to perfection, and Awaken peeks the corner. Another big pick, and looking like DICE planning to fire back to tie things up once again.
This is just so good from DICE. They're playing their numbers here in A, knowing very well that the bomb is going to be down. And now Awaken, again, in a really good spot, but bomb carrier Washi is just going to try to recuperate and try to play the time. 50 seconds is a lot of time for them to play with, but a 2v4, we've seen it already before that they can play the numbers disadvantage for them. And now for DICE, like what I mentioned already, is like Tectonic is just so good at spotting out all these players.
Washi just looking a little bit uncertain in this one. Only 3 kills on the board, which is very uncharacteristic for him, the search and destroy. Teabag right behind this hop-up wall, and he should get an audio cue right there. Peeks on up over the top, and Washi baits him out to perfection. Now Aerith looking to spot him out. Might be able to get the bomb down, but it's a risky spot. He's taken down right there, and the bomb's going to drop. So now all down to Tectonic once again. Spots out Awaken right there, and he doesn't miss those. A 1v1 between him and Size. Not a ton of time to work with, and Size plays that so well, knowing the position that they're in, and Dice take yet another round.
Dice is just so good. I mean, both of these teams are really good. I mean, they're head-to-head right now, 5-5, and we're super-duper close to a possible OT. And Dice always playing their numbers, making sure that there's always going to be a trade. We saw that in Awaken. And now we're going to be seeing Aerith push into a little bit aggressively, but backs off. And now for Luminosity, they're just going to be doing a lot more checking before they do commit to a site.
Definitely a different look right here. I was curious if we were going to see any type of pressure over toward the B side because it hadn't really happened yet. But Tank through the tree branches, spots out Aerith, and once again, he's the player opening things up for Luminosity. Definitely not looking uncomfortable at all in the sniper role. And just like that, they sit up a man, one player looking to check back alley, and if T-Bag gets timing to go his way right here, might be able to drop one, but Band is there to take him down, and now 5v3, they gotta be feeling a lot more comfortable for the push here.
And now, Saze and Awaken again are going to be an alpha, and you already know that this duo is so good here in A, and Tectonic just gives that information to his team that, okay, maybe we need to regroup. They go into Granny's, Hax gets a pick, but then Hax does get spotted. Tectonic's try to keep those shots down, and it's still going to be a 2v4 situation.
All down to Size and Awaken. Awaken spotted on the cross. Tech relays the information, and just like that, it's down to Size. He's in a cheeky spot, though. R9 in hand. Might be able to make some noise, but well played by the LG players. High ground, low ground split, and no opportunity for him to pick up those last couple as Luminosity now have an opportunity to close this one out, but it has been ridiculously back and forth between these two as it's basically been tied every other round.
3-2 split from Dice. And now for Luminosity, they're going to be heavily stacking here and through mid, through Grannies, but they will be greeted by that one player, and that's Hax. He's always been here in that mid position. Washi gets a pick. Aerith goes down again, and we've already seen it time and time again. Once Aerith goes down, it's just looking so bad for Dice right now in this round, and Vague still gets that kill.
Couple body shots to go through. Former teammate from a few years ago, back before they were both champs age, but Vague gets the better of him. T-Bag fires back. That's a nice double kill right there. And Band in a cheeky spot, nearly gets taken down, but T-Bag can't get the better of him. Awaken finds one, but as the bomb goes down right here, all the pressure's onto him. 1v2 opportunity. And right now he's gonna have to slow play this one, but with Band lurking out, a lot of chance things could go wrong. Vague's going to continue to play the inside at Delhi, and at some point Awaken going to be forced to challenge this. He's going to make the play, and well played by LG.
And now Luminosity Gaming takes this S&D, takes the better of it, even though it was a back and forth situation from both these teams. It just looks like Dice just struggled when it comes to that defense, and Tectonic just fired it up. And every single time that Aerith went down, that's when Dice kind of had a difficult time adjusting into that mid game.
Yeah, she was so impactful for Dice, but especially once Luminosity kind of figured out the angles that she was playing, stopped giving her the opportunity to find the picks, and really put the pressure on the rest of the team. They struggled to make those adjustments, and once again, Tectonic his game IQ is on a different level, no question, and he's always in the position to be able to find those picks. Definitely playing a big role. Even when Washi was struggling a little bit, he started to get going toward the end of that one. And once he did, Dice did not have an answer.
And I honestly think that it would have been a wider scoreline with LG because they were doing so good kills even though they were down at the numbers. Tectonic just hitting those really crispy shots. And just that one, I feel like Aerith went down. I mean, she loves that spot, right? So Tectonic was like, you know what, let me just look here in this edge, and she's probably going to be in top blue, and she was. There you go. The snipers just leading the way for their team. 15 to Tech and 12 for Aerith. And for me, honestly, it was Size and Awaken in that ace side that was so pesky for LG. And that change of play for them to go into Bravo instead, not wanting to deal with any of that, is probably one of the biggest adjustments we've seen for LG.
you got to give Vague a lot of credit for, with that shotgun in hand, countering Size in so many of those situations. Obviously, Size was pesky, but usually Vague was the player that ended up clearing him out and just getting the better of the shotgun battle, and I think that's something we're going to see a lot whenever it comes to the standoff search and destroy, as long as it's in the rotation. Who can win those opening gunfights, and a lot of times it is going to be a shotgun in hand, as you're not really going to be an insta-kill in most of those situations. So that was definitely well played by LG as they step up, now taking the 2-0 lead and looking to close this one out in 3.
And this is what we mentioned already, is that DICE needed to win this S&D, but they still have a chance here in the control, where it's looking pretty good. I think this control, they can definitely go and perform, and we already know that Luminosity did drop this in a particularly convincing way up against Devious. Devious did an amazing job, so I'm hoping that DICE just studied that game and applied it this time around. But knowing LG, they know how to adjust their game super quickly.
Yeah, no question about it. I'm assuming they probably studied that film for hours on end and have likely made adjustments to see what they can do here up against DICE. But I would say DICE did a good job on both maps of playing things semi-close. I think the hard point obviously could have been a lot better, but hopefully they find opportunity to exploit some of those weaknesses for LG in the control and see if they can find a way to take a map. I will say this has been much more like what we expected to see out of Luminosity in the games that we've seen today, and they've got an opportunity to continue to cement themselves as a #1 seed.
Definitely. And when it comes to control, I feel like for DICE, they have a pretty good shot when it comes to winning this raid, not just because that Luminosity lost it, but because they took it very close up against Tribe Gaming. And now we're going to be starting things off with LG on the defensive side and DICE on the offense. And now it's that mid-map control that we need to see from both of these teams.
Ban gets pushed up really aggressive right there. Maybe a little bit more patience needed on that one as DICE open things up with 3 kills right here. Envy takes down 1 before getting traded out. Vague trying to lurk through mid. He's shut down as well, and every attempted push so far has gone the way of DICE, as only 2 kills coming through for Luminosity off the start. Looks like it should be a completely free B flag, and Envy can't even win that one pre-ADS right there, as nothing seemed to go right for Luminosity off the start.
I'm loving the comms right now of DICE, and they had that one player in mid, and once that player got a pick and got traded out, everyone else from DICE started looking towards mid. Now, speaking of, so much presence and defense from DICE. So far, so good. 26 and 19 is going to be your life count. And now B getting taken. All they need to do is just win this gunfight all the way into spawn, and now Vague knows very well it's going to be a spawn trap.
He's just trying to give Ban some assistance right here, but DICE being so good, staying on the backside, working the headies. Vague pushes through, shooting bodies mid-round right here. Aerith looking to capitalize and takes him down. But DICE still have to find a way to work through this top laundry side if they're going to be able to get pushed on the objective. 1 player on already, and that's going to be Envy. And once again, Tectonic in that anchor AR position. Ban traded out, and Luminosity cannot afford to play the trade game right now, sitting down 7 lives.
This is so good from DICE. They're just having so much mid-map control, kitchen control, and Luminosity is just having a difficult time with Aerith still alive with 5 to her name. No, make that 6. They're just not able to shut her down. And now the spawn trap is going to ensue as the Hunter-Killer drone getting that vital information. Doesn't quite get anyone, though, but she is still very much alive, already having that Predator missile.
Sitting on a 7 spree and has been untouchable on this head glitch. Washi's going to throw down a trophy, and he's just having an absolute nightmare of a time trying to escape. Finally gets a smoke from his teammate to try to be able to exit right here, but if they don't pick up the kills at some point, then they're not going to have any type of real chance right here. And I think just trying to mitigate the damage that DICE have been able to do with this big of a life lead. Another player taken down. No respawns remain right here. And this has been a convincing round 1 for DICE as 1 player remains.
That was clean for DICE. I mean, it was just all out their round. Luminosity just took too long to try and rotate into mid. They had 2 players, 1 in bedroom, and Tectonic was going to be right in that corner. They didn't try to get kitchen, and that's where DICE predominantly just had a pretty much easy time entering spawn, and Aerith just did not go down. Did she have like an 8 spree? Did she not die in that round?
She may not have. I know she was sitting on 7, and I believe she was able to get them all the way down to 0 respawns remaining. So very well may still be on that streak. Awaken's going to pop an early operator. And one of the nice upsides of playing that dominantly in round number 1 is the gap you allow yourself to form and hopefully capitalize on. Unfortunately for them, they do not find a way to have the early life lead in this one as Luminosity get pushed up onto B. And this time there's no response from DICE.
And now they're trying to go in for that kitchen control, but no one's going to be right there. They're giving away that Bravo flag for free. How's that one player, though? That's Hax going in there for that top laundry control just in case there's going to be a push out, and he will be met by Washi. And now, so far, I'm liking the defense right now of DICE, just not allowing Luminosity to have any kind of mid-map presence.
Looks like Luminosity is going to wrap back toward A and just try to full flood through the front. Only one player really here to defend, and it's Size on the inside of Cabana. So by the time players get pushed up, maybe a little too late. The War Machine goes through, but not able to connect onto Size, and he once again is able to relay the information to his team. Sparrow comes out for Envy, but he doesn't see Size. Still finds a way to get the kill, and if he can find one player cleared out on the inside of Money Room right there, they might be able to get full flooded onto A and get this capture immediately. Still players in position as T-Bag finds 2 kills right there. Envy on the outer side. Aerith takes him down, and now all down to one player who gets shut down. That's Tectonic. Just like that, a full reset for Luminosity.
I mean, with Luminosity, they brought out the Sparrow, but they weren't able to get as much kills as they wanted. And now they're going to be pushed up on the top side of the map where DICE already has players right there for the defense as they're trying to go in there for the spawn trap as well. Awaken, on the other hand, is very much aware of what's happening, but with how many players, he's just not sure that there's 4 players right there for that spawn trap as play number 1, Ban, does get an essential kill, gets that kitchen control.
Oh, and now the spawn trap is set up. Tectonic's going to be able to get pushed forward into Money Room as well. Ban does some damage to open things up. Tech's there to clean it up. Right now, DICE have got to find a way to escape this. Smokes are going out, but Ban still sniffs out yet another. Finally taken down by Awaken right there. That's allowed Tectonic to get through to Money Room. And if he can clear out these final few players in mid-map, they might be able to get on the objective, but Size sneaks on through and once again shuts down the push as T-Bag finds yet another kill.
Aerith doing a good job at trying to stop the push from poolside, and whatever Luminosity Gaming did with that spawn trap just did not give them a lot of points. I mean, a lot of lives rather, as they're going to be down with the points. Not just that, they still need to do 2 ticks of progress with just 23 seconds left on the clock. Awaken gets pushed down here through stairs, and so far, Luminosity looking like they're backed up in the corner.
Yeah, they've got to be very careful with these lives, and they don't have a lot of time to work with. Hax up in the top side, going to be able to punch out one, and that should be enough for yet another round for DICE. It would take a miracle to get players on the objective in time, and they're just going to sit back, not give any lives over to DICE, who are now set up in prime position with 3 operators ready to go to potentially find a 3-0 here in control.
This is convincing for DICE. They're doing an amazing job at playing their lives. And even though Luminosity Gaming just brought out 4 players to go in for the spawn trap, DICE are able to manage it and always handling that kitchen area where I feel like Luminosity probably should have had their sights on. And now DICE goes in there for a fast push, going in through a single fake that will try to go in there for a defense.
Oh, and they sniff him out immediately. That's full stacked onto A. And right now, Envy is the only player who can contest. Hax should be able to sniff out Tectonic right here. And now he has a chance to set up a spawn trap. 1 player up in the top side, that's Envy. He's going to get spotted out. Vague there for the kill, but the burn damage still takes down Envy as the early life lead goes the way of DICE as well. Aerith picks up yet another, and Tectonic looking to defend, but the SMGs are there to counter immediately.
The util of DICE is so good at using the smoke, using those nades down, just to clear out those sight lines as they get that first tick of progress, second one on the way, and now Envy trying to be that defensive setup here for that B push, but it's so smart for DICE to try and split their team out for getting those 2 flags.
Well, right now, they get on that B objective, players stacked here. Not really any type of real defense out of the 1 player top laundry, and that's going to be Envy picking up a kill, but allowing the B capture to go through. So once again, Luminosity forced to retreat back toward their spawn. And main objective right here is avoid a spawn trap. T-Bag's going to get pushed up aggressively. Washi does get one kill before getting traded out, but Aerith pushed up in mid-map. Ban goes huge with the claw in hand. 3 straight kills right there. And able to push back this DICE squad a little bit, but Aerith prone, able to stay alive right there, and she will continue to be pesky before getting sniffed out by Ban.
13 and 14 is going to be your life count, and for DICE, they still have a lot of time as T-Bag goes in big with the 3K, clears out majority of the people here from Luminosity Gaming in mid. And now this is where they've been playing so well in that kitchen area, but Luminosity Gaming finally goes in there, brings those 2 players, but Aerith brings out the Sparrow, only gets 1 though, aiming to find another, and provide that defense that Luminosity Gaming will back off of this kitchen area.
Well, if you're DICE, you got to be careful of the one player pushed way up for Luminosity. That's going to be Envy. And Vague's going to be able to find another one over here toward Driveway as well. They're trying to get him cleared out, looking to escape the spawn trap. But with Luminosity getting pushed up the way that they have, now it's going to be really difficult for DICE to break on through. Aerith waiting for somebody to peek into the crosshairs of her Deagle. They've got 2 operators to work with, but so do LG, and it would be a risky investment with the current pace of this one. Ban's going to continue to wait in that window. Players cross right there, and nobody's going to peek the angle. Not able to get the kill right there, but Hax is there to pick it up. Unfortunately for them, Vague is there to fire back, and they're looking to set up a spawn trap, but there's no respawns remaining. They've got to deal with the players that are already in, and Awaken does not get the information. Now down to him and Aerith. She picks up 1 with a sniper in hand, but can't get to the objective in time, and Luminosity find a way to stay alive in this one.
They just stayed there. You know what? You go to us instead. We're not going to go for the HUD, and that's the best thing that Luminosity did. And also the fact that Vague just brought out that Hunter-Killer drone and just gave away where everyone else from DICE was going to be. Honestly, didn't get a kill, but Tectonic just was able to just defend from that information from the Hunter-Killer. They were also fighting so hard here in through kitchen, and now looking like Luminosity for the adaption. Awaken gets that kill. Now it's going to be denied from that A push.
Whoa, and T-Bag goes big with the Annihilator off the initial push. 0 kills for Luminosity so far. Tectonic's actually going to get spotted out by the Annihilator. No connection right there. Washi finally able to find that first kill. Tectonic in top modern, able to find another. And the H side's going to be cleared out for the time being. He's getting pushed up right here. Size spotted out. So another kill for him as he makes his way toward mid steps. Aerith, the sole player there to defend on for B, and he's just looking to keep things cleared out in mid. Vague finds one with the Purifier in hand, but not really a great spot. Fortunately for him, Washi's going to be there to pick up another, and Hack's the last one left to defend. Now B is going to be wide open as Luminosity have even the lives and should be able to get that extra minute on the clock.
Envy did a phenomenal job of just defending from that gallery side, just beaming from across the map. DICE also just does a good job with defending A as well, as that one player from LG was there trying to go in there for a sneaky push into poolside. But now T-Bag also goes away. He will be greeted by that one player. And now, even on the lives, 1 minute, 36 seconds left on the clock, anything could happen at this point.
Got Tectonic top modern, Awaken inside kitchen, War Machine in hand, but nobody for LG is looking to push here. Ban gets shut down, but Tectonic is there once again to pick up another, and right now the top side flank could be crucial for Luminosity. Awaken takes down Washi, and now Envy's left all alone, kind of stranded on an island. Awaken somehow gets shut down by Ban, and that could open up the A side push for Luminosity. One player on the bottom side looking to contest its size right there, but Tectonic watching the cross, the smokes come out, but Vague, Ban find a couple of big kills. The operators fully pop for Luminosity, and they might be able to find one here on the offensive side as well. Claw shot's gonna go across, size up top, but doesn't have an angle, but Tectonic shut down, and now it's all on to Ben. Finds one, can't make it a second.
And now Luminosity just down when it comes to that live, just a little bit a while ago. And now it's just a 9 and 10. Everything's gonna be evened out with the second tick of progress from Alpha slowly being erased right now by DICE. And now they are in a really good setup. And even though Ban came big with the claw, just did not sustain, did not know that there was hacks right there in top modern. And now everything is just looking so bleak right now for the side of Luminosity.
Hunter-Killers going out all over the place. Ban gets a little bit overzealous right there. Shut down, and the push through kitchen just does not succeed. It looked like Luminosity might have the information they need to find the round, but with all this utility dropping, it's not looking great, and only 20 seconds to get on the objective. Tectonic's just not finding enough kills with that War Machine in hand. Teabag still yet to be dealt with on the inside of Kitchen. They've got to throw everything they can at it right now. Just no type of map control. 2 players up against 7. Era spots out 1 more, and Ban shut down. DICE find a way to take the control and keep the match alive.
Oh, they're so good at control. I mean, there's a reason why they kept it so close up against Tribe. Granted, they lost that map, but it was a 3-2. And now we're just seeing it again here where Raid is going to be the same case for Luminosity. They're just not good when it comes to this map choice. And now we've seen it already. Aerith has been so good in those early 2 rounds, and probably one of the reasons why they had such a good lead. Her positioning and how she played that life. And also for the rest of the team that just wanted to get that mid-map control was the biggest reason why that they had a convincing win.
Honestly, kind of giving me Kings vibes from Europe right now, with constantly putting Raid into the control map pool and losing it back-to-back times in a way that we didn't really expect to see. So I don't know if this is a map that Luminosity feel comfortable on and maybe just had a couple bad games, or maybe they need to make adjustments to their strategy, but there were so many good middle-of-the-game plays that we saw DICE make, and turn after turn, they were just in the right place at the right time. Teabag, 32-18. Definitely was one of the players to keep an eye on. Obviously, Aerith, not quite as many kills, but a 2 KD in this one. She stepped up big as well.
She was so impressive. But, I mean, on the other side of things, Ban did a really good job of playing his operators. And he tried to clear out Alpha all on his own in that last round, but it was just too late. Hax was in a really good spot to take him out, and that was the last push that LG could have had, but they shouldn't have brought it there in the first place into the very last round to get that.
Yep, definitely a slow start that came back to bite them, and it did feel like there were a lot of situations where they got a little bit flustered and gave away more lives than they needed to try to get out of sticky situations, and I think ultimately that's what resulted in a snowball. Obviously, you got to give credit. There were some really high-value operators, and I feel like we didn't see as much value out of the operators for Luminosity. Maybe something else they could capitalize on, but across the board, DICE looking really solid.
I mean, we're now headed into a summit map where you already know that DICE is not looking super good when it comes to the hard points, and now I'm looking at any kind of summit play, and so far, Luminosity looking pretty solid when it comes to this map. It did look a little bit shaky against ARP, where, like what we saw here in Control, it took a while for them to kind of heat up. And so DICE took advantage of that in the first few rounds. But here in Hardpoint, let's see if Luminosity will heat up early on.
Yeah, that was, I mean, looking back, that result is that much more surprising. The ARP was the team that Luminosity struggled with on this map, especially given the fact that they have yet to win a match here in Stage 4 of North America. So we'll see if they've made those changes. It did seem like Apocalypse was probably the map pick for Luminosity, which would likely mean that DICE picked Summit here, so they've got to be feeling confident. Obviously, you got to keep an eye on the shotgun battle. That'll likely be Size versus Vague with those R9s in hand. So we'll see if Vague can come out to a hotter start. I feel like he had a pretty hot start last time around, but maybe some struggles for the rest of the squad is that there were a couple points where they were making crucial mistakes.
I'm interested to see who's going to go up against Tectonic when it comes to anchoring those spots. And what we saw a while ago into that hard point, we actually saw one more player. That's Envy trying to go in there for the back end push as well. And so coming in for DICE, we don't know what kind of strategy they'll do, who's going to be sent into that back area, especially that rotation from P2 to P3. We have already seen it, we've already mentioned it so many times that rotation is the most key in this game because you can get a lot of points in P2, but at the same time set up for P3. But here we go, we're going to be starting things off. DICE, Luminosity, we're at game number 4, and DICE looking like they want to do a reverse sweep here.
See what they can do. They're going to be on the side that should give them initial entry right here. Vague slides on down, and Washi gets in position as well. Envy, double kill with the nade off the start right here, but immediately DICE fire back. Teabag in the bottom side, not going to be able to get the better of Band, and that's Luminosity in position to pick up the early hardpoint time. They gonna get spotted out by Size though. Instant trades as Luminosity with a much more convincing start here.
Luminosity starting off on the right side of the map, which is more favorable. You will have a little bit more of an easier time rotating into top L. And so far, they're just getting majority of the points. Dice tries to go in there for the contest, but with just one player there, it's just so difficult. Awaken gets one, but Ban going in there with a Hunter-Killer drone eliminates him, and the possibility for that contest for Dice is just not going to happen here.
Aerith off to a solid start, but it has not converted into anything for Dice. Envy still with the FFAR in hand, and once again, a very solid close-range assault rifle that, especially on a map like Summit, and with him being more of an objective player, could pay dividends for Luminosity. He's forced back. Tectonic still locking down top control. It looks like Dice might have their first opportunity to pick up some hardpoint time right here. Players drop on down, and Hack's in position to find the early hardpoint time.
Dice having the more favorable spawn on the left side of the map. They also have just one player there. That's Size. Try to go in there for the kill. He gets two. That's going to be good for them. And now he's waiting for the rest of his teammates to go in there for the help, and they do rotate as well. And so they can get majority of the points here in P2, but pesky little Vague just gonna get those kills as well.
And he's going to be able to sneak through mid right here. T-Bag trying to sniff him out, but Luminosity have gotten that hardpoint control regardless. Hack's on the top side, able to find one, and Tectonic getting hopped up here should be able to clear him out, but can't quite find shots. 1 HP, he's forced back and able to hop down toward mid, and once again, Luminosity are picking up that hardpoint time. Does manage to pick up the kill, and Envy's there to clear out the hardpoint once again. So even without Luminosity having this early control toward P3 spawns, they've set themselves up really well, getting Washi pushed through and already having an 80-point lead.
Four-man push towards Silo, but they do have to worry about Hacks, and that just pushes them back a little bit. Able to get rid of that flank. T-Bag goes down, and it's still going to be blue into the kill feed. So far, though, the push going in from Silo not really going to give them a little bit of benefit, but they just have that one player. Ban goes big, and that is going to be a power move that gets them this spawn possibly. If Saya's able to get that kill, able to shut down that possible spawn flip.
Oh, but somebody sneaks through right there. Washi able to get to back Silo, and it looks like he's got an Annihilator in hand. Finds one, finds two. That might be enough to flip the spawns. Finds a third as well, but there's still one player left to be dealt with. Awakens back. Nobody can spawn for either team. Can't quite connect, but the final kill is there. Luminosity find the break, but to be honest, for Dice, not the worst thing in the world. You give up 20 seconds in exchange for 40. And right now, they're set up really well as they now leave Luminosity players spawning all the way across the map.
I mean, we saw them set up so nicely on that P3, and now they're set up here for P4, but they're just not going in there for the contest. They're not even able to get the majority of the points there in P3, just 27 to their name right now, as they do have that objective and spawn control. Luminosity also has a shot to try and bring out their operators to try and flush through, and Vague, speaking of Purifier in hand, flushes out that player, but Sai's able to connect with his shots.
And just like that, Luminosity find a way to break spawns, and this team just so clinical at every turn. The little group up to find the break on through right there. Envy on the back side, finds shots on the sides as well. Hex breaks through, operator in hand, but they have yet to find any significant portion, even with strong side spawns on both of the last two hard points. And Luminosity just getting the better of the gunfights once again. Vague looking to push on through, and it's Luminosity back in the hard point once again.
It's also the timing of Luminosity when it comes to their operators is the reason why that they're doing so well at just attacking this hill. And the previous one as well. And now for Dice, trying to go in for the early rotation again, trying to go in for that setup, that top L control, and so far Luminosity just kind of outgunning a lot of the players from DICE. But if you're looking at it, Tectonic's actually having just that 9 kills.
I mean, Washi's been on absolute demon time. 22 for him so far. Ban's gonna be able to clear out one left to be dealt with. That's Awaken. Can't get the better of the gunfight. No bullets left. Tectonic breaks on through, but Not really the best spot for him to be. Still going to be able to take down one, but looking to get pushed up toward this head glitch. He finds yet another onto Teabag and keeps his life, as well as Luminosity continue to move upward. And looking like they have figured out whatever the issue was the first time around against ARP. Envy does big damage there as well. Size there, I think a 3-piece for him to at least keep the hard point contested, but Luminosity once again get the better of the gunfights, and now they sit up 100 points.
Luminosity just overwhelms every single time. Washi leading the way, 25 to his name. Tech is always just going to be there on the far end, just trying to create so much space for his team. 15 kills already to his name. Rotation, on the other hand, so far, DICE are still trying to get there, as they are going to be setting up that one player that's Aerith for that spawn control, but little does she know that Tectonic is going to be right there for that early control.
Vague has just been so pesky at every turn, not making any of these hardpoint holds easy for the opposition. Ban with the claw in hand, going to be able to spot out Teabag in the hop side. That's an easy kill if I've ever seen one. And now hopping on into the objective is going to be able to clear out 2 from the bottom side of control as well. Time and time again, Luminosity making the right decisions and coming off a control that did not look strong at all. They have absolutely made the necessary changes and are dominating here in the hard point.
Signs of life from DICE though, 19 seconds left on the clock. Tectonic also brings out that War Machine, and so he stops the push, and so far the usage of Luminosity is just amazing. Poor man, poor Hacks, man. And also the fact that Luminosity, their presence of mind is just insane. Once Tectonic won that gunfight on the left side, they knew that everyone else from DICE is just going to be spawning on the right side, and that's when we saw Bad take out the claw, and now they're looking super solid with this early control into next.
And when DICE were able to get early side control here over on P3, big value for them, no question, but Luminosity have definitely hopped in the driver's seat of this one. With that being said, we've seen a lot of operators go to waste in the last couple of seconds, and DICE are going to be able to force their way through the front right here. Tectonic trying to sniff out one behind the pillar, but he's been able to hop down, makes the read again, and every single time he is there.
His timing is just so good, man. Like, every time he turns, they're just like, there's a body right there. I mean, look at that guy. I mean, that was a sneaky push coming in from Hacks, trying to go in from Cable Car instead, but just so happens that Tectonic was looking in that direction. And even though they pushed in very convincingly into the front side, had no spawn control whatsoever, and now 10 seconds of scrap going to the side of Luminosity, where DICE needs to play perfect hard point at this point.
And once again, there's just so few mistakes to be found, I think, especially when it comes to hard point. No question, Luminosity's got some work to do with their control. But just every single play, the pushes, the breaks, they secure spawns with what looks to be such ease that just makes life miserable for the opposition at every turn. Envy's going to be able to push all the way through, take spawns, and once again, Luminosity in position to win this game, trying to put DICE into the 100-point club right here. They break through, one final chance to make it into triple digits. And there's Washi once again making the play. 100 points have been found, but that's probably all it's going to be for DICE, as Envy is there and they take the win, 250 to 100.
When you said that Luminosity needed to polish up their raid control, same could be said for DICE when it comes to their hardpoints, man. I mean, it's just so convincing every single time that they've played it today. But there you go. Luminosity, very comfortable here in through Summit. And honestly, for me, it's just their operator usage was just amazing. The timing was good. And no score streak, no operators were wasted in this game.
I mean, they just know their role so well. You'll never see one of those players in a position that they shouldn't be. Tectonic is always anchoring. Washi always on the objective. Envy's always there for support. Vague lurking and being pesky. And Ban doing the same. I mean, just time and time again.
At this point.
Yeah, it's just doing whatever he wants to. And we saw so many of those raises. Even talked about, like, Tectonic was the last player to make it into double digits. And he just absolutely cooked to the point where he still finished at 26 and 16.
Well, it just makes sense because he's trying to anchor down those spots and trying to get rid of Aerith a lot of the time for those power positions for the next set of rotations. And now, speaking of band, 32 to his name, 1 minute and 55. We hyped him up, Puckett. This is just insane numbers for this dude.
And not only did he drop those bombs, he got streaks in the first 40 seconds of that hardpoint game. The man with the SMG was taking over. So congratulations, Luminosity. You are one of the scariest teams I have seen play hardpoint in Call of Duty Mobile. And shout out to DICE. You played really well in your search. You played really well in your control. The hardpoints need some work, though, Bobby. What was the difference, though, when you compared these two rosters? Because I was looking across the numbers. It was a pretty fair fight most of the way.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just the lack of chemistry and lack of experience for this DICE team. Definitely not as many players that have been in the positions that Luminosity have, and you can definitely see the repetitions that Luminosity have put in with the way they group up specifically on those breaks. Anytime that they went for a break on those spawns, I would say probably 90% of the time they found it, and on the couple of times where DICE found a way to counter, even then Luminosity were doing a great job of throwing bodies at the front of spawn, mitigating any time that they could get there, and just at every turn they were making the right plays.
All right, great plays were being made, and we got a guy with a very special segment coming your way right now. Professor Shift is back at the chalkboard. What do you got for us this time around?
Yeah, Puckett, you hit it right on the head, I think, when it comes to both of these two teams being pretty evenly matched across both the Map 2 and the Map 3. In particular, you know me, I love myself a good little variety and spice when it comes to defensive aggression, which DICE really established early on. So I want to kind of break down the pattern and trend that they started with. This was a very normal break-off for them, in which, if you look down towards the minimap, keep your eye on number 1 in yellow. Hacks very regularly got himself up to the front side of B. The thing is, there's a lot of different things that he could do from this position. The first and the most successful that we saw he would come around the side, put pressure on towards A, and then the defenders that were still kind of pinned and waiting for contact from the backside of the site would then pinch with him after the first contact is made. That works out absolutely beautifully in this first round, where Luminosity does actually get successfully onto A, but this is all just a bait. Here comes Hacks. Keep your eye on him. He's already on his play up through mid. And as he gets around the corner, he does get seen, but it just does not matter in time. And then as soon as the contact is made, again, look at the beautiful timing to come out of the defense playing on the backside of A. Everyone's looking for the side of the offense towards the middle of the map, expecting more to happen, but that's not the case at all. The full pinch comes through. The A site is reclaimed. But here's the beauty about LG. They read this and say, we don't want to deal with that potential play anymore. So if you're going to try to play this player up in towards mid, we're not going to give you the chance to get us through this middle pinch anymore. Instead, we're going to put Vague with a shotgun up through mid. Tech is going to watch a more passive angle over the middle of the map from the backside of that back building. And eventually, what you'll see is an opening snipe that gets hit. Vague is in a good position to make sure that the play coming through the middle of the map never ends up finding any success, and the bait and switch works out perfectly. First blood will be done by Washi here up from top window. That's enough right there to sit there and say, I can make the play forward, but unfortunately, Vegas here with the R9 this time, and he absolutely pummels him, and then he lets him know about it afterwards. So great adjustments overall from both teams, but overall, it's one of those things that LG just looking really clean, making those adjustments.
Vague, you could have put about 4 more bullets into the ground right there. There were still some in the magazine. Let's talk, though, with the member of our winning team joining us live to discuss the dominance. We've got a member of Luminosity once again. How we feeling after another W? This is now officially a 4-0 start to groups.
We're feeling pretty good. Obviously, at the end of the day, our main goal is to get that #1 seeding spot, especially since when it comes to the Seattle LAN, placement and bracket, I guess, placement, whatever, matters a lot. And one faces the 4th ranked team, and if we face the 4th ranked team, we have an easy chance of qualifying for that stage 5 spot.
Vague, you guys looked very tight in your search and destroy and your control game as well. What was going difficult for you guys? What was DICE causing problems in your setups? Because it looks like you had to make a few adjustments before coming out with the dub.
I'm not gonna lie, I would say the one main problem we have with our team is the fact that all of us have very good gun skill, and individually, we're really great players. But there are some cons to that. Because of that, we kind of seem to develop an ego challenge everything by ourselves. And we kind of have that pacing problem where we don't slow down. But after we played that game, we realized we made that mistake. Hardpoint Summit, we decided to coop up, especially on those P2 or P3 and P4 breaks when we went through the railing side and we went through the green side to break both hills right there.
Yeah, Vague, I think the comparison from the first 2 weeks until today, it was a lot of slow starting things. Maybe getting a little bit too cute around the opening hard points, feeling like you had to play for time. That didn't really seem like the case here today. Is that kind of just, again, going to that composure mentality of let's just play the map right and not necessarily go out and just try to kill everything all the time always?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, especially since we have a team consisted of a lot of Slayers. For example, Ben is known to be one of the best SMG players in the world. And then you have Washi, who just recently switched to that. And then myself as an SMG player as well. And the one annoying part of that is you always have Ben or Tech and MB always yelling at us to like trust them and let them overlook us. But we just kind of ignore it and like, do our own thing. But we definitely need to work on that. Last game definitely showed what we can and what we're made of. So hopefully we can bring that onto our next series against Simplicity.
All right, obviously a lot of eyes on that matchup up against Simplicity, but I think even more eyes coming into next week where you guys are going to be facing off against Tribe, the only remaining undefeated team, and obviously your former team as well. What type of things do you guys feel like you need to improve on to have the best possible chance of taking them down, especially with the way that your control has looked so shaky?
Well, like I mentioned earlier, definitely sticking together and doing team pushes is one thing, because we've been looking at Tribe's gameplay and a lot of them are very patient when it comes down to like getting those trades, playing together, not ego challenge. They're very, patient with all those things. So that's one of the problems, like I mentioned, we do need to work on. And on top of that, like you mentioned, two of the players that we do have from the roster are Jez and Bolu. Both of them are very great players. Bolu being the IGL who can take lead and tell them what to do, and then Jez being that OBJ/flex role. So going up against those players are definitely going to be a good thing to, I guess, work on in a way in time.
All right.
Okay. Hi, Vague. How you doing, bud?
Always good, Molly.
Okay.
I'm chilling. How about you?
This is a more personal take because everyone was shocked when you kind of said in the internet earlier this year that you went retirement, right? And then out of nowhere, you're just like, you know what? I'm coming back. What made you want to go back into the scene that was just so confident for you?
Well, behind the scenes, there are obviously like a bunch of stuff. First things first, there were a few roster things happening, and most of them, or some of them, relied on me coming back or me not coming back. And another thing was me wanting to play with Tech again. At some point, we were going to get a re-sign with Tribe, and that was actually going to go through. It was like a whole roster planned out. We were going to join back with Jez and whatnot. But then out of nowhere, like last second, we decided to call the LG guys, and we had a long talk. We decided to merge with one another, and I guess we felt it and liked it a lot better, especially with the stuff that was happening behind the scenes. And I'd say we definitely do think the move was the best move, especially for me, since I wanted to play in a new environment and I played with the Tribe guys for such a long time. And I kind of wanted to see what I can do with a new roster rather than, having other players out there to boost me up to that spot that we're currently in a way.
Well, you're at the top right now. Vague, final question for you. Who is the best player in Call of Duty Mobile right now?
Are we talking about globally? NA? Oh, wow. I'm just going to give it a Tech. I just got to give it a Tech. He's my own player. He's my own team. I'll just give it a Tech. It's between him or Lucas season. Both of them are great players. But with me playing with Tech for like the longest time and me knowing how he is in and out of the game, his personality, his leadership, his overall gunny, and all sorts of maps, besides Summit, of course, I think that's like his first map. Like, will not do anything in that map. That's like the one map he does bad in, but everything else, I think he's a great player all around for sure.
Man, I love that gas, and I love your gameplay. Please never stop shooting bodies. Congratulations on another dub tonight.
For sure. I appreciate it, Bucket. Thank you.
That is Vague, and it's Luminosity getting your first win of the evening. They're going to be back in action, though, in match number 3. But coming up next, Tribe is going to be on the main stage. They'll be taking on our friends from Six Kings. Can Mago and McDonald's get it done again? Stay tuned to find out.
Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Chris Puckett coming at you from Poland. We're here in the ESL studios for another epic day of NA Call of Duty. This time, Call of Duty Mobile's finest are taking the stage with a perfect record featuring Tribe Gaming. But their opponent, well, they're doing work already. 2-2 are the Six Kings, and they're coming in looking to take down one of the top squads from the region. Mago, he had the McDonald's buff, and I want to talk about that first here as we take a look at the numbers here. I say throw those numbers away. This is a fresh series, Bobby. Tell me how the Kings get it done. Is it all on the shoulders of Mago?
I don't think it can entirely be on his shoulders because this is a really good Tribe team, but there's no question that they're likely going to be riding that momentum of obviously that story picking up a lot of traction and them getting a lot of attention. I'm hoping they're really focused in. Hoping that he's not playing in McDonald's once again, but there's a very good possibility that he might be. So it seemed like it worked out for them last week, got that revenge up against ARP, and we'll see if they can continue to use that momentum to their favor.
We're excited to see the Six Kings. If you don't know who they are, let's take a look at this six-player roster. And of course, I want to know, Beef Mommy, who are the stars to look out for? Because I'm always on a 50-bomb watch when it comes to Hardpoint. We've got an opportunity in this series.
I mean, you already mentioned him. It's Mago, because he's really good when it comes to those respawns, always getting those kills down, having a 37 kills per game. So that's his average when it comes to that. But also when it comes to those S&Ds as well, he's pretty solid. So overall, a really good player. And not just that, I feel like he could be the glue to this team.
We're going to need to see him in respawns. Currently just 2-7 in those hardpoint and control, despite going pretty positive in the search and destroys, 3-2 across their 5 games. Take the Hacienda, though, Shift. You think that's the map we're going to see in this?
I would have to assume that it'll make it through, just based on what we've seen as far as hard vetoes in the past from teams like Tribe. They like to play it. They looked really good on it, so I would not be surprised if they let it go through. If that's the case, I would have to hope that Six Kings get it in the pool. And if so, they've played the map really, really well in the past. So if it gets in, they have to win it. Obviously, it starts with, does it get in the first place, though?
And if you watch Six Kings' last matchup, I need them to play smarter with the operators. Use them at the right times today, because you know Tribe is going to be doing that on the other side of this matchup. Let's talk about the team that is currently sporting a 12-1 map record, dominant so far throughout these groups. We showed you Rabalo's numbers, but he's not alone. Solo has been popping off. We saw Jez doing work. Forsaken was putting up numbers. Is Bolu coming to play, though? I heard a rumor that we may see the two-time world champ back in the building here, Bob.
I honestly have no idea, and it would definitely be interesting, especially with the record that Tribe have had off the start. I do think if you want to throw him into the mix, Six Kings is a good starting point, because even though they do have a 2-2 record, those 2 wins are against the bottom 2 teams that haven't won a single match for either of those squads. So if you want to try him, throwing him into the mix, I think now is the time. I think a big question is the roles that these players are going to play, because obviously you got Space as your main AR, but most of these teams typically have 2 ARs.
Right. And
Bolu's an SMG, who I believe yesterday subbed in for Forsaken, who is an AR. So that kind of leaves you in a difficult position where you've got to figure out how the pieces are going to fit. And right now, that doesn't seem like maybe the best piece to switch out if that's the move you're going to make.
There's not a lot of pressure on this squad. You're basically already locked in for playoffs. The question is, are you coming in with the number 1 or the number 2 seed? They have the best map count in the entire game here for NA. Do they go perfect 3-0, Beef Mommy? You and I are hanging out on the analyst couch while these two are casting.
I honestly think so. It's a very possible thing to have a 3-0. Obviously, I want to have a little bit more drama, having that game a while ago from Luminosity where they kind of struggled in the control. And like what Shift and Bobby already mentioned, they struggle when it comes to that S&D. And once that map actually pulls up, we'll see if they're going to bring out that meltdown later on. But yeah, I feel like it is an easy 3-0. But with Bolu in the mix, there's a lot of question marks here with how their team chemistry is going to be.
Shift, we do see that Hacienda. That's good news for our friends over at Six Kings. When it comes to the search, you nailed it. Meltdown will be map number 2. If we go to game 5, Tunisia will be the map. But Raid comes in as the control game 3. Can Six Kings take that from Tribe?
I think they may be able to. Tribe haven't played it yet, so there's not a lot of results going back to it. Whereas Six Kings have played it 3 times. They've gotten either beaten up on it or they've done the beating up on it. So it's really kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another when you're dealing with a team who has not played the map yet. But I think this really comes down to the simple fact that you come out, you win map 1, maybe there's a chance to pull map 3. I don't like Six Kings odds playing Meltdown against this Tribe team, but we'll see how it all fares, because this is a good opening map, and this series may just be determined a 3-0 or not based on what Six Kings skewed right off the rip.
If you're looking purely on the seeds, it could be quick. We'll see who can take this one as we get things started on Hacienda. We'll let you two head on over to the caster desk, and their caster challenge here is Shift. Out of the 10 players in this lobby, who do you think's the most underrated?
Ooh. I don't think this is a hot take, but I'm going to go Vibin. I think he's been real solid with the scope for the Six Kings team, which is why they, I think, have surprised. I mean, initially, when we had heard the number, rather, that it was a 3-2 map win or series win over ARP, we're like, wait, what? How did that happen? And when we looked through the scoreboards, Vibin was near the top of the scoreboard almost every single time. So I'm going to go Vibin on that answer.
All right. I could agree with that. I could get on board with that. I'm going to go Forsaken. I think he's a player that has stepped in very late in the season for this Tribe roster, but has definitely filled a much-needed role. I think especially with the departure of Blur, putting him in an AR role has definitely been crucial for them. And I think he does a lot of stuff that does go unseen for them. So I am curious if we see him in the rotation. Obviously, people talking about Bolu's return in Mobile Mayhem, and that was a matchup where they took a 2-0 over Simplicity.
Yeah, good point.
That was a Simplicity that didn't have Jesus Can Save You, and we've seen them play much worse when he's not in their lineup. But regardless, for a player that's been gone for as long as he has to be able to step in, I think he had 3 minutes on OBJ if I saw the stats correctly for that hard point. So We'll see what they're bringing to the table. It is going to be Forsaken once again in the starting lineup, and it's going to be Jez in the AR role to get things started.
And the thing about the whole conversation about Bolu, for Tribe, there's no reason to sweat right now. Like, you've looked really damn good. But like you mentioned, I think the only two matchups they have left would be this matchup versus Six Kings and their final matchup, I believe, versus ARP to give Bolu an actual chance to play in the group stage. Good opening for, speaking of, towards Six Kings. Forsaken trying to play over towards open side, but ultimately not able to find too much. And with gunfights being one up top on the window, Six Kings off to a fiery start here in Hacienda.
Yeah, I think a lot of eyes have to be on Losty. A couple of their most recent performances, he has been struggling big time. Does get a strong start right there, but taken down by Raballo. And a solid feed through is going to open up the hard point for Tribe Gaming. Mago makes the read onto Space, but can't get the better of him anyway. And now it looks like Tribe starting to heat up right here as vibing to the top side. Can be able to lock in a few additional kills, but no avenue to sniff out Jez. That's going to be on the players pushing through that mid entryway. And Mago going to get shut down this time by Solo.
As a really great example of finesse from Tribe Gaming. Split all over the window side. The double slide shell comes out. They end up taking the lead back as the final couple of seconds get tallied, and Tribe Gaming do have numbers towards Lambo, but at the moment, there's going to be a big contest coming through lobby side. Jez trying to play for a bit of a pinch, but gets shut down over through Rock. Now the fight on towards the hard point itself. Solo from the front side through driveway, cleans out one. More in front of him, but the Fennec at that range, not the preferred weapon. Does have teammates nearby. Stuns and utility, gets thrown to the front door, but SK still have a chance to break this from the side.
Jez looking to lock down water side, spots one down below. That's one kill to open things up. Still has to deal with Losty, who sniffs him out right there, and Space going to do his best to keep this contested. But a solid push through for Six Kings. They're going to, it looked like they're going to find the full break, but it's going to be Solo with the final kill. Six Kings break through once again, and now Lethal looking to hold down that doorway. And maybe not the best gun to be pre-firing with as he gets shut down, but Legacy's there for the trades.
Ultimately, not the worst case scenario for Six Kings. From the front the entire time, they at least neutralize a vast majority of the time, and they're going to get a little bit of scrap time here at the end. So, yeah, it's not the most successful P2 for Six Kings, but you could say the exact same thing about Tribe Gaming, not quite able to get 40-plus seconds on a hard point that often is labeled as a money hill. Over towards fences we go, though. Tribe will have a much more comfortable setup. Only thing they're missing is spawns, and it's a bit puzzling to say that considering that there are operators at the ready, but the explosives get pulled. We've got war machines, we've got sparrows, and Tribe are finding kills both ways.
Space is going to be able to get pushed on through. Six Kings pushing through main building, so no opportunity for him to pick up those kills. Does find one to clean things up. Losty can't connect from the top side. Not the prettiest gunfight, but Space gets the better of him, and Hunter Killer has been accessed right now as he's now looking to set up the spawn trap. Nice couple of kills right there as he's now got streaks to work with. Losty has some himself, but Tribe at every turn have found a way to respond, and there's Raballo to find that final kill to lock down the objective.
15 already on the table for Space. Normally you're locked down AR, but he is getting active, getting involved. Pred missile comes down. Raballo will take down two. That will open up this rotation completely for Tribe. Running away with this one. Six Kings in trouble. They desperately need some hardpoint time.
And Raballo's going to sneak through to catch one on rotation as well. Space hopping on the objective, and your Anchor AR getting some OBJ time as well. Can't ask for much more than that. Losty should be able to sneak through, but Space maybe hears him, maybe force it back up. He's going to be able to play his life for a little bit, and Solo pops on through with a Purifier in hand, leaving things all down to Legacy, and the team play just not really looking to be there right now for Six Kings. A lot of solo pushes.
Yeah, Purifier Claw combo comes out for Six Kings, thinking they can use each to kind of block off different lanes, but it doesn't ultimately work out. War Machine is finding a little bit more value here from Losty. One kill and a lot of damage leads to Legacy trying to jump on in, but it's Forsaken who gets the double, forcing Mago to bend and counter, pull out the Sparrow. So a very heavy investment here for Six Kings, but like you mentioned, really when you tally the odds and the resources spent, not the most successful hard point for Six Kings. They look good for the scrap time here, but boy, they need to do something as we rotate back over to new.
Jez not going to be able to find the hop-up kill there, so a solid feed for Six Kings. That gives them topside control, at least early right here. Forsaken has got to be dealt with on the bottom side. And he's going to pop the Annihilator right here. Finds Legacy, angle onto Vibin as well. And that's a nice early double kill to open up some space for those objective players. He's going to continue to push out this top side as well. And right now, it's going to be Six Kings forced to flood through mid as he picks up yet another kill.
Yeah, this should lead to potential streakage here from Forsaken. Getting a lot of damage done with the Annihilator, but no, Vibin does shut him down. So even exchange does kind of lead to a very standard and moot point overall over the objective. Tribe Gaming currently on, but Solo is the last one standing as Rabalo's trying to float around to assist, but too many Six Kings members nearby. So whoa, once again, hardpoint goes contested, if not neutral for a time, but an impressive double comes out of Rabalo to continue to give Tribe the numbers, not maybe necessarily on this hardpoint, but definitely over towards the next hill, over towards Lambo.
Jez is going to find Legacy on rotation right here. He has no idea to expect that one. Players still spawning inside main, but he picks up a kill regardless, and Forsaken able to play his life right there. Beautiful communication, beautiful team play from Tribe, and just like that, they find the break on through. Early rotation does not mean a thing for Six Kings as they get shut down. Couple kills do come on through, but as long as Rabalo's got that War Machine in hand, you are not making your way through anytime soon.
Wow, the attention to detail for Tribe is out of this world. For a team that we really, again, a couple weeks ago, we weren't sure what kind of a Tribe Gaming squad we were going to get. Lots of questions after the Stage 3 qualifiers came out, but even deleting the trophy system in through this backside hallway, allowing the War Machine to come off freely, a lot of nades there for the break. I mean, it's just absolutely meticulous for Tribe Gaming. SK from the front do find a way to get back in, but it feels like a lost cause at this point with a 100+ point lead currently for Tribe.
Yeah, they've got to get multiple consecutive 60+ point hills. Couple players rotated out early. It's Losty with an opportunity to get things cleared out and create some space for those players looking to push on through, but just like that, it's all down to Legacy. He shuts down Solo, but still has multiple Tribe players to deal with. Vibin on the top side trying to get things cleared out. It is going to be Six Kings spawning closer, but this could backfire very, very quickly. Mago is going to be able to find a double kill. Hunter Killer in hand.
And Tramago
hasn't had a huge impact on this one, but he's going to be able to find yet another, and that completely clears out with the exception of Jez, and he gets traded out, so the operator is now down.
Yeah.
And Six Kings with a big opportunity right here.
And I'll say, I love the fact that they only used a single operator to make sure they got their setup underway, but now there's pressure from Tribe around the back. This would be the time for Mago to potentially pop his own, but he gets shut down. Tribe do commit for the break from the front. SK will get a couple of blessed spawns behind this, but they desperately need to fight for this back 20. And Forsaken making sure nothing comes up towards office. It allows the Sparrow to connect over towards backside 10. And yeah, Forsaken's just tee it off on 4 in a row. Tribe Gaming a little sweaty here as we rotated from 2 to 3, but still the daylight is very severe between the score of 204 to 108. And even on top of that, Space is going to get water control here with a chance to contest Rock early.
Ooh, a little flick on the lethal right there as well. Not enough for the kill, but he's able to lurk forward and right now has an angle to find that opening kill. Yeah. Communication's just not there for SK. They get picked apart by Tribe, and Solo with Purifier in hand is going to be able to completely lock down this backside. One player top, or actually rather on the backside for SK, that's Legacy trying to make the break on through. A little bit split spawns right here as players going to be together for both teams, but it's once again Tribe on the objective, and Solo beautiful turn on the lethal. Six Kings one final push to see if they can find some time right here.
The break is in. Sparrow's out here for Mago, but thing about it is SK need to use all the rest of these operators just to have a chance. Legacy in the top side corner will find 2 with the Purifier. Solo also burns down to 1 HP. Keeps alive for a while longer than you would have think. Forsaken eventually drops in with this. No longer can Tribe Gaming win here on Rock, but Six Kings still have to go a long way to go before we can start talking about a comeback.
Definitely a solid start right here. Space peeks on through, able to find one, trades out. And Forsaken once again, the early man on the objective. Velocity looking to lock down topside control for Six Kings. Nobody spotted out yet. You got to get the objective cleared out. There is not much time left to work with. Vibin able to find one. But you got to deal with the rest of the players on low ground, and that's a big double kill on the top side for Space. That might be the final step toward locking in this map number 1.
It may, again, this is going to be tricky to put over the finish line here on P1 just with how chaotic this hardpoint could be, but still, the fact of the matter is Tribe is making life super, super difficult for Six Kings. It's just going to feel super taxing every single time you come off spawn because you have to play for the hill, you have to play for the control of the power positions. Everything just has to go your way. And Tribe have lifelines on lifelines here to put this one over the finish line. Raballo currently on. Legacy trying to get through connector, but it's Mago who jumps on in for a double. Solo trying to follow up, gets the first, steps away from the second, but Legacy confirms the trade. Six Kings still on the hard point, and they will stay on it for long enough to force Tribe Gaming to have to win this on Lambo.
Lossy finds one more on the top side. Space getting any scraps that he can. But it looks like Tribe are the ones rotated out early toward next, and that should afford them the opportunity to win things here. But Legacy hops on. Final kills go the way of Tribe. And even though it looked like it was a somewhat close game, realistically, with the way that one played out, Tribe was 100% in control.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing about it is the rotations between Lambo and Fences were so clean for Tribe so many different times. I really, in both the rotations of hills that we had, they were really good at making life difficult on Six Kings. Whether they were spawning behind the hard point or not, it just never felt like Six Kings could comfortably get into a hard point that you often assume that you're going to be able to find 40 seconds plus if you get a good setup. And it's a lot of these little kind of poke and prod plays where someone steps in, gets a kill, steps away, and all of Six Kings go, well, wait a second, where did he go? How do we go get this trade? And all of a sudden, the rest of Tribe Gaming are there in numbers. I also have to say that Forsaken with this Annihilator was everywhere. Both times he popped it, I think he got 3 or 4 kills, no questions asked. So talk about efficiency when it comes to the operators. Tribe start to check all the boxes. 38 and 28 for Space, top kill leader in the lobby. 31 and 28 as well for Raballo, who gets over 2 minutes and 15 seconds in the hill. That's a hat trick if I've ever seen one.
And I think it took Mago a little bit to get going. We're looking at the scores, and he was sitting down around 6 when the rest of his team was at 15. Did start to snowball the momentum a little bit and caught up, but I think he's a player that's got to be leading the way for that squad if they're going to have a chance to go toe-to-toe with Tribe.
And I think that's another beautiful thing about talking about Space in particular for this Tribe squad is Mago never got a chance to get into close quarters because Space kept breaking him down before the SMGs could really get into the mix. So now that you start to consider map number 2 on Meltdown, you have to be able to eliminate that threat, or at least avoid that threat of Space, because if the SMGs are not active at all when we get to a Meltdown search and destroy, I assume that this map will be very comfortable for Tribe. So a lot of pressure here on the subs getting into the face of the AR line, or at least getting into any space to work with at all here for Six Kings if they want to have a chance to flex on their best statistical mode.
I will say this is the only map that Tribe has lost for the entirety of Stage 4. So if you're seeing Six Kings not feeling absolutely terrible about that, obviously Search and Destroy being your best mode, this is where you got to capitalize. I think if you look at the 100%. Control, it's a coin flip at best and maybe a steamroll at worst. So you gotta find a way to take this Search and Destroy, especially with this. Like you know, if there is any weak spot for Tribe, this is where it's likely to be. We'll see if they can come out and hit him in the face early with this one.
I still think as well, just for what it's worth, since we're zooming out to the macro, I think that map 1 was a must-win for Six Kings if they wanted to have a chance in this series. So now the extra pressure gets added onto map number 2. Opening nade does land, so Solo's out of the picture early. Losty with the KRM just waiting for contact through mid lane, but none will come, and Tribe, after a little bit of delayed utility, will actually kind of back off, and I imagine feel pretty decent about this setup for a 4v5.
Mago's got the bomb in hand. Nades go across generator room, but won't be able to connect, so that laser not going to be visible to the opposition. Lethal able to get pushed up, and definitely saw somebody peek across that window. So right now, an opportunity for Tribe to try to make a push on through. It looks like they might consider a little bit of a mid push for Space, but he's going to continue to sit back, and right now, nothing really evolving for Six Kings.
Yeah, and I think Jez throws a little bit of a shoulder through mid, doesn't see anything, and yeah, he's going to throw the same shoulder again. There's the contact as Lethal was taking shots at range, and that is just really good controlled defense coming out of Tribe. Forsaken sees the smoke get thrown by Lost, and he is on the prowl. Oh, this is so cheeky. Good trigger discipline as he scouted vibing deep. Jez is going to work with him to isolate the backside of this flank while Six Kings try to get onto site. Sure, the bomb will be planted here, but look at the isolation deep, and they know Vibin's playing on the van. Here comes the double pinch from behind. Off screen, the shot actually lands. Hell of a shot from Vibin. Now all of a sudden, Tribe in a little bit of trouble trying to retake this from the front.
I think that was actually a double kill out of him, so that leaves the 2 remaining Tribe players. Rabalo's 1 HP. Space has to push up, and Rabalo all alone in a 1v3 right here gets shut down. And a clean closeout, largely at the hands of that double kill by Vibin, who had no business escaping.
And I think that's just super heads up from Vibin as well. I mean, you have to think that your teammate in Lethal saw something through mid after that pick came out of Jez. So that's why the smoke goes down, and that's why Vibin goes all the way back into spawn. The fact that he hits that shot in the double shell is unbelievably key towards round victory. So here we go. Same setup for really both teams at the moment. Tribe getting a little bit more frisky through mid. Lossy did take a couple of shots with the KRM. Solo Solstice wants to go in with 1 HP. Oh, he's a madman. Gets in, finds the kill. There was a little bit of a help from utility from his teammates, but still, that's bold to say the least.
I almost think that was a panic push that just ended up paying off. Catches him off guard, and shotgun versus shotgun, you only got to hit 1 shot, and he does exactly that. So it is going to be Tribe now with a man advantage. Space takes down 1 in Lethal across mid. And Mago getting pushed up towards Sniper's Nest is not going to have a whole lot of opportunity to work with that angle. Forsaken watching the mid push. And 6 Kings have been forced way back into their spawn side and have no information to work with.
0 negative information. Although Mago is sneaking, maybe contact here, but no, Mago gets seen. Easy kill. And well, Vibin the whole time has been hoping someone would push through A for an early flank, but he will not get treated to an opportunity. So now it's going to have to be forcing yourself into a very, very tough situation. Legacy will be scouted. And look at Tribe. They are swarming. Solo from behind. He's going to get the first. Staken gets the second. Easy peasy, no problems. Flawless round for Tribe.
Nice bounce back right there. And I think that shows, like, it's going to take a lot of miracle plays from 6 Kings to be able to take this one. Obviously, you got Vibin going big, but I don't know if you can necessarily count on that pressure on the same players over and over again. This time, a very committed push over toward the B side. And actually, it's going to be the bomb going in toward Boiler Rooms right here. So an interesting play for Legacy, but Rabalo's going to open things up with a kill onto Mago. And with the bomb in the position that it is actually wrapping back, they are going to start to commit over toward the B side with 1 player getting pushed up. That is going to be Lossy.
Rabalo's setup is perfect for this opening as well. Space connects to the jumping Lethal on the other side, but the double stuns plus the delayed nade for Rabalo is just giving him so much space as an SMG, essentially solo defender on the B site. And then, like you were already setting up at the top of the round, the heavy defensive pressure through mid once again collapses around the back. 6 Kings, no response. And Tribe Gaming, 2 very convincing rounds back to back. And if you're 6 Kings off the rip here, you've got to do better at mid. You cannot allow Tribe to just run at you into your boiler room for free like that.
No question. And sending the bomb carrier all the way up mid into a spot where he's likely going to have an engagement. Legacy's going to be the one that actually finds the opening kill right here. But Mago doesn't check his corners. That's going to be a free kill for Forsaken. And he finds another one to go off the back of it. Trades do go through. And 6 Kings get the better of it. But once again, things looking very, very dicey in the middle of the round as they hit the rat back toward B.
The thing is, even though they're in a 3v2, 6 Kings are going to have absolutely no idea where Rabalo was at B and where Space is, who usually plays over towards mid if he's rotated over to assist. Legacy going to go for the plant. Rabalo seen it. That stops it in its tracks. And now we have a flat-out 2v2, and Rabalo's in an untradeable position. So now help has arrived, and Space can watch over the top of him. Oh, my goodness. It's beautiful.
6 Kings have just not had a response. Bomb's been dropped over on B, and Vibin once again left all alone to make the god tier play to try to get them out of the spot that they're in. I don't anticipate Rabalo and Space are going to be leaving each other's sides, knowing that he's got a sniper in hand, and should be fairly manageable for them to clutch up right here. Vibin gets pushed up. Sounded like an audio cue for the bomb getting picked up. Maybe that was just on our end, but that should be the information needed. And now Tribe look to collapse.
Yep, and this is going to be Space sniping over the top. Rabalo waiting. A couple of tags come through. Vibin does get out, though. He has no idea that both players do his right. Isolates the first. Hold on a second. 1v1 with Raballo. Vibin doesn't get off the regen, though, and Raballo collects his 5th kill, and it's 3 rounds in a row for, I was going to say the defending world champions, but only some of them are. So
a lot of people forget those are 2 players that were in Stage 5 together last year. A little team chemistry showing between Space and Raballo. Even though they didn't make it into playoffs, definitely 2 players that I feel did not get enough recognition, and they are making the most of their opportunity here on Tribe Gaming. Right now, a pretty heavy defense over toward B. Everybody full sending, utility connects, and 6 Kings forced way back off the initial push.
I love that idea from Tribe. So last round, they get beat at mid. Sure, they adjust and win the round, but Solo hits a different route this time and assists with his own nades over towards B, but oh, Mago nearly takes down both. Mid still technically won by Tribe. Losty getting frisky, though, and the timing of this is beautiful. Raballo caught off guard. Bomb could try to make a play to plant, but they know Forsaken is snuck up through mid. And you look at your minimap, both number 4s are fighting each other in the back of the offensive spawn, and now again, 6 Kings are completely trapped on site. Not sure who's going to challenge first, so it's going to be down to bunkering up and holding your lanes.
They don't clear out any type of map control, so you allow a pinch to outform for Tribe. Players on both sides of the map, they're going to take their sweet time with it, and right now it looks like it's going to be Jez and Forsaken grouping up as Space drops right there. Forsaken left to aggressively push through. No information given. Shots do connect onto Legacy, but now not a ton of time to work with. Shotgun in hand, but he has to regen, and Losty continues to hold the top side. Lethal's going to be there to take him down, and 6 Kings keeping things manageable for the time being.
Brilliant post plant from 6 Kings. As mentioned, Forsaken was at mid-map. You don't know if he's going to try to push and challenge as soon as the bomb is planted. You also, after that win by Jez, know there's someone on the flank. So 6 Kings commit to all 3 members pushing straight forward toward the defensive side of the map. It isolates your flank. You give a lot of space, a lot of cushion. Perfectly handled for 6 Kings, who now look to take an extra step towards B early. Once again, so much defensive focus through mid. And 6 Kings are going to try to sniff it out with Mago kind of hitting a route late and delayed through the mid-map.
But you got Vibin waiting on the backside. Space going to be able to take down Losty early, but at least have somebody on flank watch in an unusual position as Legacy takes down Space. So
no one has any idea.
Right here, Mago perfect flank, and that's going to be a huge one. Now Tribe in a difficult spot in the middle of the map with no real point of exit. Vibin waiting on the other side as well. Lethal's going to be able to pick up another. And right now on to Forsaken as Mago picks up yet another. And he's really just waiting to catch somebody out of position. Spots out Lethal and somehow guns him off the heady.
Beams him, bro. This guy's shooting nukes. Doesn't matter if Vibin comes over and finds the kill, but that again is, I have to say, back-to-back rounds where 6 Kings make a beautiful read. Mago sneaks through mid on a delayed hit, goes underneath the entire defense through mid for Tribe, and then as soon as he gets around the back, he gets 1 kill. The rest of the offense from the front gets another, and then everyone holds their ground to pick apart Tribe 1 by 1. Beautifully done. 3-3 half, we swap the sides. Mago looking to get aggressive through mid, but he's got a lot of help with him. Legacy with the sub and Losty with the shotgun. They want these boiler rooms.
Forsaken's going to play things passive right there, so at least get some audio to work with. Legacy could have cleaned up the kill. Can't connect. Forsaken, as a result, going to be able to take down Losty on a push on through. And just like that, 2 players now stacked up as Tribe now absolutely swarming mid-map. Nobody's there to contest over on B, so that's going to be a free plant. And it seems like 6 Kings have no idea what they need to be checking right now. But Solo taken down early is a huge start.
Long flank on the way for Mago as well, clearing out the A side of the map. The problem is it's going to take so much time for this to actually be an active part of this retake. So you have to find something from Vibin, likely from the front. Shots come through for Legacy. That's over towards number 4, Jez, who does get picked up. Legacy pushes forward, finds the kill, slips away. The thing again is it's taking so much time. Mago, you've got to get here. Legacy dealing a lot of damage again, but where is Mago? Finally comes in, gets 1, but the retake is just too slow. And Legacy will not have time to finesse the rest of this 1v2. Tribe will go up 4-3.
And he made that entire flank and still it dies without picking up a kill anyway. just way too slow and way too cautious for Mago there as Tribe retakes the lead. It definitely was not a definitive round by any means, and I think maybe a slightly different move out of Mago right there, and that could have been an easy round for Six Kings. But now Tribe's going to full send it on into A, and there is no defense here for Six Kings.
Six Kings have to find success into the pinch, but the problem is you've got snipers and shotguns watching that mid-cross. No way in. And in a game that has been 7 straight rounds of everyone fighting through mid and B, it's the first hit for Tribe towards A that sees a wide open vacant bomb site. And now Lethal and Vibe in the last 2 left would have to pop off, and it's just not going to happen. Really clean stuff from Tribe here, kind of flipping the switch. Full hard engagement right through A. Shotgun gets into place. There's no beating that.
Vibin just trying to see how many kills he can find before the end of the round. Jez peeks the top side, going to be able to shut him down there. And now Tribe with the lead extended back out to 2. Six Kings really struggling here on the defensive side. We'll see what type of counter they throw at Tribe, at least to have one person over on that A side. But Tribe showing they can do it on both bomb sites is going to kind of leave them guessing.
And the thing about that last round is Mago had been the defender over towards A, but needing to assist through mid, he gave it up. Now he's in a position to try to contest the plant, but Losty's delayed route gets completely shut down. Mago also drops because, again, the shotgun's allowed to get forward in that mid pinch. You do have one player in Legacy who's kind of snuck behind this post plant. Thing about it is his teammates from the front are not finding the kills he needs, and Forsaken just shreds him. Oh, goodness. Last one left is Vibin, and he says, again, I got a 1v5?
And at this point, once again, you're just seeing how many stats you can farm at this point, because 1v5, 20 seconds is quite literally an impossible situation. Spots out Jez and doesn't connect on the easy shot there anyway. So Forsaken's going to put him out of his misery. Tribe now 1 round away from closing this one out, as Six Kings have looked very, very lost on the defensive.
The thing about it, too, is even though we ended the first half 3-3, the rounds that Six Kings won were like really mentally taxing. Like the chess game that's going on between the brains of the IGL is still favoring Tribe Gaming. They're losing pawns while Six Kings is losing bishops and rooks. To really stretch that analogy. Quick point over towards B. Six Kings looking to full flood through mid, and there's not a lot of space for this. Once again, it's the shotgun shutting things down before it can even get off the ground.
Rabalo's going to take down a second and Losty, so they're forced to split, trying to hit a flank right here. And once again, Mago just playing this so slowly, trying to catch somebody off guard, but you're using up so much time to do it that you're putting yourself in such a difficult spot. Forsaken finds another one on the push on in. Now all down to Mago and Legacy. Legacy's gonna drop, and Mago the last man standing, 13 seconds. You've just not put yourself in a position where you can clutch it. And Tribe Gaming, 4 decisive rounds to close that one out. And they take map 2 as well.
The mental chess game, again, just to re-hit it, was just all in the favor of Tribe from start to finish. Making the proactive calls, the proactive reads. As soon as that success happened over towards A offensively, everything goes out the window, because Six Kings never had a good response for what was happening through mid, even when they're on the offensive side. But when you swap the sides of the bomb around, doesn't make much difference. That battle through Boiler is going to look very similar, whether you're on the defensive or offensive side of the bomb. The problem was, because Six Kings kept getting beat at mid, they didn't put anyone over towards A in more rounds than really we even had a chance to describe, outside of a long flank here and there from Mago, which I don't want to like really harp on it. There's not a lot of opportunities. He doesn't have many options besides helping an already 3-man push through mid. So it's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. But considering that we had some questions about Tribe and their search and destroy after their loss last week, boy, I'll tell you, that looked really, really good.
And Forsaken just having himself a map right there. Just so many solid flanks, so many good reads to be able to catch those Six Kings players out of position. And he made it really, really easy for the bomb planter to make his way out of so many of those rounds. And obviously you got to give credit there. But like you said, across the board, Tribe looking very, very strong on a meltdown map where there were definitely some question marks. So it seems like they did their research, did their VOD review, and they're looking good. Now essentially in all the maps.
Absolutely. And I think one thing, and I'd have to go back and rewatch it, but one thing I did notice from the offensive side for Tribe is that they were not just double stacking Boiler, they were putting a trophy system inside it as well to, again, help them control mid-map, which when we were watching them last time through, it did feel like they were kind of missing out on being able to come out on top of the utility game early. So small things like that, again, those attention to detail are really starting to show up here for Tribe. The thing about it is now we go to Raid, where they can really trust their ability just to be better overall as individuals over this Six Kings team, which I think both of us would agree they are. So again, it just doesn't feel like a winnable series at this point for Six Kings unless they've got something up their sleeve here for Raid, followed by a Arsenal hardpoint. Yeah, I don't like the odds there either, so.
Yeah, that's the thing for Six Kings. That the two matches they've been able to find were against bottom two teams.
Sure.
So
yeah.
To make it through, to have any type of a chance of making it past either Dice or Devious, ultimately they had to take one match against either what is likely to be Tribe or up against Luminosity, and they have to do that on top of taking down Simplicity. So the road for them to make it to Stage 4 playoffs was very, very difficult to begin with. They have got to pull off a miracle right here to be able to take this series. Looking for the reverse sweep. We'll see what they can do, but Tribe just so fundamentally sound across the board and a hot opening start for them once again.
I love that break off as well from an offensive side of things. Tribe send 3 members to focus on that mid pillars play. You smoke out backside laundry window and everyone just focuses on mid. I love that setup from Tribe. So much control early, allows you to stop the clock with a minute 18 still on. Couple of trade back kills here for Six Kings, but ultimately it's not going to matter. The B zone is just so far gone. Second tick gets locked. Third will be on the way. And yeah, at this point, oh gosh, Lethal's going to get caught. Yeah, this is not good. Not good.
Not looking great off the start. -7 lives. B already given up. 2 minutes and 18 seconds for Tribe to work with, and Rabalo's already got a pred missile.
Yep.
He's picking up another right there. Jez clears out the mid-map. Legacy shut down there, and now that's going to be the A objective wide open. Losty finally there, but he's traded out as well. And at every turn, Tribe, the teamwork, the gun skill, the tactics, just stronger at every point.
Solo just almost did it to him. Little jump quick stop, catches a toe. But 22 plays 10. What would you rather do here, Tribe? Win by kills or win by objective play? What's just more convenient? You assume it'd probably be based on kills, especially with how fast they're finding them. Last player standing tall on the A zone was Legacy, and while he's not tall at all, he's prone behind Tiki. So, yeah, it all starts with the break-off for me for Tribe. It's not just the fact that they get on to B early. They do it in a very clean and convincing way that allows for Paolo to find early streaks. He's going to end this with 8 kills, as Tribe Gaming will retain likely 17 lives on their first offense. Goodness.
And that's the thing about winning by that many lives off the start. You are going to have operators at the ready
Big time.
to continue to snowball it. So expect the next round to probably be even bigger of a blowout with Rabalo already with an operator ready to go, and many of these other players going to have them charged up very, very soon. Tribe looking like they're well on their way to yet another 3-0. And once again, it just seems like it's going to take a miracle for Six Kings to find their way out of the gap that Tribe have built so early on.
Yeah, opening A designs here for Six Kings as well. They do get a couple of key kills over the top of pool stairs, but the problem is you're still completely one-dimensional, flooding in from the front. Off spawn, Legacy looks to reclaim Art, but the problem is he's losing his teammates over towards the zone itself. So again, it's just like you're getting a little bit of success somewhere, but you're getting completely collapsed on somewhere else. And Six Kings just cannot retain and hold any sort of a setup versus this Tribe Gaming team. We saw it on the hard point, and now we're really seeing it here in the control as Rabalo will pop the War Machine out. He does take down one by way of a exploding vehicle, but, well, you can see what's happening in the kill feed. It's all yellow on the left side of it, and we've got another 16v18 with only 33 seconds on the clock here for Six Kings.
Not to mention Forsaken pops the Annihilator right there, and there are still 3 more operators at the ready. Space gets shut down, a rare kill for Six Kings, but Jez has kept them pinned back, both an AR and a sniper in hand. and nobody is getting up to that head glitch easily anytime soon. Lethal trying to get pushed forward, but Solo is completely controlling the mid-map, and any pushes over toward B have been shut down by him. Finally, players on the objective for Six Kings, but once again, seeming like it's only a matter of time as Roballo not quite there to connect for the final shots. Vibin able to shut him down, and Six Kings at least keep the round alive for now.
Bro, I feel like a flat-out idiot that we doubted this Tribe Gaming team at the beginning of this season. And again, based on how they looked at the qualifier, I think it was valid to have some concerns, but they are playing borderline perfect Call of Duty in every single match that we've seen them play. Because after this, they've got ARP and they've got LG. So there's a very strong possibility, depending on what happens with that LG game, that we're going to have a battle probably for first and second. And I mean, there is not enough praise to say about how good this Tribe team looks like right now.
And when you look at the numbers, it's all the newcomers that are doing the carrying. Like, you've got one world champion, and you've got Solo, who is second place in the world last year, and they haven't really even had to do anything. It's Forsaken, a rookie, and Roballo in space, who came from a third place NA team last year, and the team just works so well together that it seems like they've cracked the formula to at least create a solid team. Whether or not they can take down Luminosity, obviously a different question, but they look so very solid right now, and there's not much reason to believe that they won't continue to look that way.
So what you're saying is Little B was the problem on NYSLM, right?
Not the whole problem, maybe part of it, but you know.
We love you, B. 24 plays 21. Tribe having their way. As the B zone gets captured at another 60 seconds of the clock, Jez gets to work, farming over through spawn. Streaks are making life super difficult for Six Gigs, and yep, that's about right. This is only a matter of time. Wow, what a display from this Tribe team. They look so freaking good.
Once again, they just look like a different team.
Seriously.
I think the addition of Roballo was definitely a game changer for them. I know the team, as it was not practicing a ton, but this just does not even look like the same team that we saw heading into Stage 3. And you got to give so much credit to these players for the work that they have put in. Not much commentary to be done about this, because, like, realistically, Six Kings, we love the story, we love Mago, the McMago. I will order tomorrow. I don't know what that is. Probably some combination of McChickens, as I believe that was what he ordered. But it looks like they are going to have a very tough road to Stage 4 with Tribe Gaming taking them down, and they can only afford realistically one more loss with arguably
LG
four
and Devious.
Very difficult competition coming up.
Yeah, they've got LG and Devious, the last two left, so I think their only hope would be a multi-team tiebreaker situation. Solos is playing with his food.
Oh, no.
He's gonna do it to him!
Oh, no!
Broadcast, no! Not like that!
I didn't know they had put that in the esports version.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's a tough way to go out.
Mercy.
Oh, that's really disrespectful. That hurt to watch. All right. Well, Tribe seem to have gotten themselves another good COD Mobile team.
I'll say. Jeez, bro, what? It's just, like you mentioned, it is surprising to see how clean they are, considering this is essentially like a hodgepodge roster. Like, everyone looked at LG like, oh, they got the pick of the litter. We heard it from Vague. They kind of had their own choosing of the five-man roster that they wanted. They thought about reforming the old Tribe team. They said, nah, we're good. But are they? Because, holy smokes, dude. This team's filthy.
I can't wait for next week. That is going to be...
Yeah!
That is going to be like it's going to feel like a world championship when those two teams go up against each other.
Can we get a phone check? I need someone to look at these players' phones right now. And also, by the way, is there a better way than that ended?
No.
The execution goodbye, sending the opponent's pack, and Tribe does it with ridiculous numbers throughout this whole series from Roballo. Forsaken, though, look at the young man back in the lineup, another 20-plus performance, and this may have been The scariest series I have seen yet. We've watched EU, we've watched NA. Bobby, I know you've been watching all the other matches from around the world. Where does Tribe rank in your books after that one?
It feels like they've got to be top 5 in the world right now. Like this is some of the best COD Mobile that we have seen all year. Maybe in the last couple of years. They just look really, really strong. Obviously, they still have yet to go up against Luminosity, and that's the ultimate testing point. But taking down Simplicity and just absolutely wrecking everybody else in their path, they are looking like an absolute different beast.
I love what we just saw, a quick 3-0, and that is going to set up Luminosity and Simplicity taking the stage next. But let's revisit this one real quick because there wasn't a ton to talk about in that raid. Yeah. So take me through games 1 and 2, Beef Mommy. Tribe getting off to a hot start. Who impressed you most in game 1, starting with that hard point?
I mean, everyone did a phenomenal job. Obviously, Rabalo is going to be always that name on your list, but I really want to look at S&D because that's when we saw kind of signs of life coming in from this team. That Luminosity just did so much good adjustments. The comms were on, and we saw that in this team that, I don't know, Six Kings looked very lost at the very end of that S&D, but in the beginning, they were doing pretty good when it comes to those engagements. But like what Shift kept mentioning, always opening that mid up, they were not able to deal with the firepower of Tribe. And I'm going to mirror what Bobby said. Tribe looks super solid, and we've been watching Garena, we've been watching China the past few weeks, man. I don't think they're a top 5 team. I think they're probably 1 or 2 at this point.
1 or 2. Well, we've got a player from 1 or 2 joining us right now from Tribe Gaming. Please welcome Space. And Space, I need to know, how does it feel coming off that hot 3-0?
It feels pretty good. I think we're, 5-0 now in the series, which just about guarantees us our stage 4 spot.
Yep. You guys are locked in. You only have 1 map loss this entire way as well. Who so far has given you the toughest road up to this point?
I would definitely have to say Simplicity, just because they did beat us in stage 3. And although we are basically a whole new roster now with 2 different players compared to that matchup, definitely like the anticipation leading into that match was definitely the roughest team we've faced so far.
And I'm just going to steal this whole interview. Sorry, fam. I wanted to ask you a little bit, Space. Tell me about that roster move and what was the game plan for this team moving forward?
Ooh. I mean, it was a little rough. It was definitely unexpected. Like, we didn't really expect to have everything that happened. It happened really quickly. And we really were making decisions within 2 or 3 days. Like, we were literally considering players before Rabalo. Like, he was only in consideration 2 days before the roster, like, lock ended. And so we just made do with what we had right then, and we ultimately made the best decision, in my opinion.
It seems to be working out pretty well for you. Do you have a favorite teammate, though, on the squad right now? If you had to pick one duo, who's your guy?
Dude, it's rough between Rabalo and Solo. They're both just like the life of the party. They're always having fun. They're always happy, laughing. And I mean, it just really brings up the vibes for the rest of the team.
Space, you have insane fans all over the world cheering you on. The chat was going nuts throughout this one. Anything you want to say to everyone who will be cheering you on next week when you take on another perfect squad in Luminosity?
Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate y'all. It's definitely a change of pace compared to being on underdog teams last year. So I really do appreciate each and every one of y'all out here cheering me on.
You are now sitting on top of the leaderboard, 5-0 with 15-1 map count. Ridiculous stuff. Keep it going next week.
Thank you so much.
That is Space. You can find him on Twitter. And, of course, you can find Tribe back in action next show. When we come back from this break, though, Luminosity goes round 2, this time against Simplicity, who's trying to lock up their spot in the playoffs. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are here for NA Call of Duty Mobile, and we just saw one of the best teams in the game. Now, we got another team with a perfect record in Luminosity taking on a squad that is desperate for their spot in the top 4. If you get top 4, you're playing in the playoffs and give yourself a shot at making it to stage 5 with that $1 million prize pool. Let's take a look, though, at our numbers here. We got Luminosity sitting at 4-0, Simplicity 2-1. When you look across the board, though, both teams a lot of success in hard points. So we're expecting this one to maybe go deep in the series. Bobby, let's start here with Luminosity. Everyone just saw this team playing earlier against DICE. Now you got a whole new level in competition against Simplicity.
Yeah, they definitely look like they'd stepped their game up from some of the previous matches that we watched. I think especially against ARP, that's not a matchup that should have been remotely close, but they definitely asserted themselves going up against DICE. And like you mentioned, obviously some work to be done in the control, but they got to be feeling good heading into the Search and Destroy, especially given the fact that has not looked great for Simplicity, and they are undefeated in that mode.
What was the biggest strength of Luminosity in their first series? Because it's not a bad day when you're playing back-to-back series, but your first one was a 3-1.
They didn't make the same mistakes that we saw in the first 2 weeks right off the get-go in hard points, I think was the biggest thing about it. This LG team really did not overwhelm us with the expectations that we had, which were they were going to be the best in North America. Today, though, totally different situation. They came out frying. They came out playing perfectly. They were contesting tough hard points, not allowing their opponents to get more than 30, 40 seconds on hard points that you would assume they're going to get 45 plus for free, considering the setups that they had put together. So LG's looking real nasty today. Simplicity is going to be, they're going to have to, punch up their weight class here if they want to have a chance.
Let's take a look at our path to victory. Just keep vetoing Arsenal. Keep it out of the game and just keep playing your way. Keep running the S&Ds as well. You're the #1 search and destroy team, in large part due to the successful sniping that we've seen from this squad. Luminosity, the heavy favorite coming in, but Simplicity's right on their heels with a 2-1 record, and I want to talk about this roster, Beef Mommy. If you're looking at Simplicity and you missed their games last week, who was the star? Who's helping lead this team?
You're looking at Jesus, because the moment that he stepped in, when the last 2 days that he was absent, that's when things started picking up for this team. But yeah, I mean, everyone else actually stepping up in that game against 6Kims. I'm looking at Ralph trying to be that main slayer for his team, but everyone else needs to step it up today because Luminosity is just no joke.
I'm really excited to see Blur back in action. Remember, he was the player with the 8-kill spree on Raid with the sniper. Path to victory, though, Alan, what did you put together for us?
Yeah, the control is how, if this goes past 3, you had to have won the third map here if you're Simplicity. LG losing 2 straight controls is huge. Now, the second point there saying that LG's looked sloppy in the opening of the hard points may no longer be true, but Simplicity, if you want to try to make this LG team feel a little bit more unsettled, it has to be right off the get-go here. Otherwise, they could be in for a tough time.
Who's going to be the toughest player to deal with on Luminosity?
Toughest player to deal with on Luminosity? Once again, it's tough to pick. I think it goes back to Tectonic. Like, this is a player that everybody's always talking about. But I think that I think that Simplicity are well equipped to do it because you've got 2 phenomenal ARs in Kings and Blur. And I think those guys are really going to be the X factor for whether or not they're able to take down Luminosity. I think the SMGs are going to be a solid across the board. You've got Jesus, you've got Raph, you got whoever that third SMG is going to be. I think a big question mark is going to be whether or not Cartels or Pepe is on the bench. Because I think if Jesus is on the bench, then there's no question Luminosity take it 3-0.
You need to see Jesus in the roster. That was Bobby's key to success. Let's take a look at the maps, though. You mentioned they've got young stud ARs. Do they get the maps that will favor players like that? Let's take a look as it looks like.
Whoa.
Wow.
Ooh, okay. Any surprises your shift?
The Arsenal, first and foremost. I mean, this has been LG's hard veto. It is I mean, to be fair, LG has the most diverse map pool in North America when it comes to Respawn. They've played almost every single map, so you may as well get reps on it. But the Arsenal starting things off is great news for Simplicity. I also like the Express for Simplicity as well. They looked really, really good in it last week, and they also get the Raid. So honestly, these first 3 maps are not bad at all for Simplicity, but they have to win 2 of the first 3. Otherwise, I just think LG wins this in 4 or 5. You have to come out and win the first. I would say you probably have to win the 1, 2, and the 4 here if I'm looking at this from Simplicity's standpoint, which I don't love their chances at Summit, but I don't want to see them on slumps.
So you're saying they got to win 1, 2, and 4.
1, 2, and 4 is how I think they win this series.
And I just held up 3 for 4. 1, 2, and 4, and you're playing against a team that's on average winning by 100 in hard points.
Correct.
So
yeah.
Good luck with that. This series is just moments away, so Alan and Beef Mommy head over to the desk. Bobby, though, you're stuck with me, and I got to know. Can we go to a Game 5? If we do, what map is Alan wrong about?
Do we go to a map 5? Did Alan say that
Simplicity would have to do a 1, 3, 4.
I thought he said 1, 2,
1, 2,
2, 4. Oh,
2,
thank
4,
you, thank
1,
you.
2, 4.
You don't think Control Raid? I feel like, I don't know. I feel like that's got to be the one that's got to be an absolute lock for Simplicity. Maybe that's just me.
All right, that's us. But it's time for them to take over the show. Let's hand it on over to your casters to kick this baby off.
Yeah, it's one of those things that for Simplicity, this is still a mismatch. Flat out, just based on the fact that what LG has shown us today, I think kind of throws away some of the qualms that we had in the first 2 weeks of gameplay out of them. The hard point, much cleaner, much more polished. They looked really good off the rip. They're making life very difficult on tougher hard points. So it's not an easy matchup for Simplicity, especially considering the question marks that were kind of lingering from other games that were played earlier this week for Simplicity.
They're doing it little by little, like what you already mentioned. Hardpoint looking good. I think one of the reasons why is Ban just absolutely pressing W, and also in S&D. You already mentioned a while ago in the Telestrator, the fact that they were doing different plays to counter the certain play that DICE was doing a while ago, it could have easily been DICE's game. They're so good at that S&D, but they're just so good when it comes to that mid-map adjustment as well. Control, on the other hand, is something that they need to fix, and I think we'll see how good Luminosity really is in this game if they're able to get that raid control.
Yeah, it's one of those situations that I just don't see a world where Simplicity could 3-0 the series, even though it does feel like they kind of have to. Like, they have to speed run. The longer the series to go, the more difficult it ends up becoming, I think, honestly, for Simplicity. But it does start with this Arsenal, because Luminosity have not played it yet. It's been what I assume would be their hard veto until this point. But, like Puckett also said, to kind of throw the other edge of the sword in the mix, they're beating teams by 100+ points on average. So it doesn't feel like there's a map out there that they're going to feel uncomfortable on. But it will be a first test for us to see how they handle a more wide open and more dynamic map when it comes to playing for things like rotation.
I was so interested that Arsenal was part of the map. And you already mentioned that it was going to be hard veto predominantly the entire time. And it's so good to see that Luminosity is so good when it comes to picking their maps. And the fact that they do so well in every single map that they've played here in Hardpoint. We keep hyping it on. They're so good when it comes to Hardpoint. They're so good when it comes to S&D. Yes, they just need to try and polish up that control, but having this Arsenal gameplay, a lot of these teams either do a hit or a miss at this point.
Well, the thing is, after LG kind of resolved some of the issues in the first series today, I still think the resounding question that Puckett asked is, this is a different caliber of opponent that we assume will be on the other side here. And again, because of the difference in how many matches they've played, we haven't really gotten a full look at Simplicity yet, but we have seen them play up against teams like Tribe. I thought they played Tribe really, really well. So now there's an opportunity for Simplicity to kind of control their own fate, only having played 3 games until this point. You end up 3-1, you're pretty much at a point where you feel like you're a lock, considering that you've already played the top 2 teams now all of a sudden in the group. But that said, it has to happen first and foremost by taking down this LG squad. Jesus is in the game. Cartel's also in the game, so no Pepe answering Bobby's question. LG, of course, come out with the roster that you'd expect, and we're underway for Arsenal. LG taking on Simplicity. Let's get it on.
All right, let's see who's going to be taking up those power positions. So far, Jesus Saves actually getting the more favorable spot, getting a lot of those shots down. And now he does go down, though, as we do get to see Simplicity winning majority of the gunfights here in P1. Tech, on the other hand, is in a really good power position here so far.
Tech is by far one of the hardest kills on the map. This guy is a lockdown anchor, and Blur starts to realize why. So window controlled for LG, trying to re-break into the hard point. Wrath gets crossed up, looking 2 directions at the same time, and now all of a sudden LG have a chance to flood through windows and the front doors at the same time. Tech continuing to do a lot of damage. Smoke makes life a little difficult for him. A couple of the hit markers still come through, but Simplicity doing a nice job of holding on to the hard point. 32 seconds still earned, and on top of that, the contest continues forward, but Simplicity have the second hard point to their back at the moment, with more time possibly to come here on the scrap 10.
Great smoke usage coming in from Simplicity, and that was a quick response trying to get rid of Tectonic right there in that power position. Vague tries to go in there for the contest, but Raph still able to win those gunfights, and this is the guy that we kind of mentioned a while ago that could go toe-to-toe up against a guy like Vague when it comes to those close quarter combats. So far though, the setup looking really nice for LG as they do have the more favorable spawn.
Couple of kills from the front. Kings is working all the way around the back, but in the little picture-in-picture, he loses the key gunfight versus Washi, so spawn should stay okay here for LG. A little bit of a split spawn situation though because of that player on the back, but LG handled it really nicely. King still working on the back. Tectonic played top tower. Don't even come into his line of sight. He's mowing everybody down. 5 straight, or probably 3 straight on 5 total kills for Tectonic. And the first 30 seconds largely good for LG as Simplicity continue to struggle finding a way in.
And now it's just so hard to get rid of Tech in this particular spot, and even though the Jesus Saves does have a pretty favorable spawn on his name, Tech still wins these gunfights, and no one is able to take him out on the 5 spree already, getting himself a Hunter Killer drone on the way for that Freddy, but he does get taken down. It's still going to be even when it comes to the points. Scrap still going toward the side of Simplicity now when it comes to the rotation. Ban is going to be in a really good spot.
He does catch Raph, trying to play through mid-lobby. Does not see the player deep all the way around the back, though, by the look of it. Yeah, you can see it, the yellow player on the X-ray, the picture is Cartel, so there will be an opportunity here for Simplicity to lock down spawns. Hardpoint opens, though, and that will be in the name of Luminosity for now. Tech coming from the front. Has the War Machine at the ready and will send this to the back staircase. Hunter Killer drone also in the mix, and LG start to find the eliminations now from the front. The break looking really good, but actually the kills mostly coming through the middle of the map, so maybe a chance here for Blur to play through back stairs. Spawn should still be good. He'll try to sneak on in through the smoke, but Band has found everything with this claw, and Luminosity will set up their hold from the front.
Band is so pesky when it comes to the claw, just finding the right kills at the right time. Kingston, on the other hand, trades him out. LG still in control here. Have to worry about that one player. Cartels still goes down. And now for everyone else from Simplicity, they're just going in there one by one, slowly losing control. And now the rotation for P4 needs to go next.
And I have to say, after talking to Vega in the interview, and he was talking about the fact that last 2 weeks, it's kind of felt like the team just says we're better, so we're just going to run at people and just ego chow everything. But they have played a lot more composed. And these first 2 hard points, we've seen them play on the day, and it's paying off massively. Got a lot of operators that's ready for Simplicity as they try to set themselves over towards guns. They're going to pop the Annihilator plus the Sparrow, and even on top of it, the War Machine also getting spent here. But LG still find their way out on top of the kills. Cartel's the last one standing, and he will find 4 straight. He actually technically gets the full killing spree before Envy puts him to rest. But Simplicity will hold on with a chance of the Purifier to get to work.
What a way to counter the score streaks and operators coming in from Luminosity.
Wow.
Simplicity trying to hold on. But you see Envy trying to flood his way through for that contest. 28 seconds left on the clock here in P4. 101-65 is going to be your scoreline. And Washi being so pesky when it comes to playing that corner. It's still a back and forth though. 18 seconds left on the clock. And Simplicity, even though they had such a good way to get rid of all those players from Luminosity, they just keep funneling through.
Okay, now everything gets back to more neutral stances here with a lot of tools off the table for both teams. And Luminosity will be trying to break through kitchen side. Raph, picked apart before the hardpoint opens. Not good news. Jesus Saves. Tries to hold on to the setup over towards Trophy. Gets one. Teammates still trying to help out, but again, you can see in the picture, Luminosity are on the hardpoint. Tech trying to find a way to sneak around the back for a potential pinch. He should have a lockdown onto Cartels, but his teammates beat him to the punch, and now LG can focus all their guns up towards the back as Simplicity tries to flood with spawns in their name.
And now for Simplicity, they do have the more favorable spawns, but it's a matter of can they even enter? They're going to be smoked out. And so far, you need to find a way to get rid of everyone else here into F, which is Envy. But there you go. Luminosity still winning majority of the gunfights. As it is going to be opened up a little bit, they are surrounding right now the limited Simplicity players that are in the hill.
It's just the awareness for Luminosity is so high. As soon as someone spawns into a different position, the guns immediately turn to where exactly the hit's coming from for Simplicity. So even though it gets a little messy at times, Luminosity still do a really nice job here on our final hard point. Backwind towards Robo. LG will get a little bit of the scrap time. Simplicity trying to set themselves up for early control of doors, and a couple of the first kills are decent. Band will get window control. Vague stunned up, gets a little bit of assistance to keep his life, and you'll hold it. Backside of this pillar. Smoke to keep him in the hard point to contest. Looking for more. Yep, Vague, good for it. That was his 14th elimination. as LG continue to just kind of go back and forth, keeping this hard point neutral.
Kings does a very good job by getting rid of everyone else here in through window, although it's going to be a heavily contested spot. Vague tries to spot those players down, keeping the contest alive. Not able to just win it all by himself. Simplicity trying to get majority of the points here in P1, and so far, I really like their holds here.
Simplicity just having a tough time dealing with Tectonic from the window. Really been their only kind of influential factor for Luminosity, and as they get the kills, they start to have the numbers now to flood on into the hard point with 18 seconds still remaining. And Simplicity just cannot keep members alive. It's just every time they start to put together a setup, they're doing it with 2 or only 3 players. It never really feels a full concentrated hit's ever on the way, or a full concentrated setup ever gets allowed to be put into position. And a lot of that is because the operator usage has been great, but also score streaks have been earned like wildfire for Luminosity as they enjoyed 80-point lead heading over to New.
And now we do get to see the spawn a little bit more in favor of Simplicity as they went in there for the early rotation instead. Ban gets spotted, wants to go in there for the flip, and now there is just no answer whatsoever from Simplicity, and now they're going to be winning a lot of their gunfights here. Luminosity having now the spawns.
Yeah, Cartel's had to pull out the War Machine. Tectonic, what? These shells are going like through his legs by the look of it. Simplicity still collect the kills. Good reads on the setup as far as how Luminosity are making their way around the back, but still, that said, Envy in the corner. A little interesting gunfight with Blur, but ultimately LG find their way on top of the kills. Just cannot quite stay alive on the hard point. So Simplicity have clawed their way back a little bit here. Still a long way to go, but all things told, considering the chaos on the backside of the spawns, Simplicity have done well to stay in the hard point, because even this double from Tech doesn't really change the status of what's going on in the objective. So what was a 80-point game down to a 50-point game, now into right around 30 points, with a chance with streaks and operators to allow Simplicity to get an early break set up here at New.
That kill from Cartels, that was very scrappy, but definitely helped out Simplicity as everyone else from his team actually spawned beside him. But there you go. Early setup coming in from LG. Not just that, looking like Bad again with a claw in this same hill a while ago, trying to go in there for the contest, but Vegas just going to be all alone, going to be overwhelmed.
Yeah, really good pinch setup. Again, the operators being used heavily here for Simplicity. And chance for them to tie this game, if not take the lead. Envy dealing damage from the outside of the hedges. Wrath from the front. Cartels also over the top of the corner, dealing a decent amount of damage in return, but the break attempt from LG starts to find a lot of success as Vague starts to funnel on forward. You got Band also clearing off the back stairs. The only players left alive for Simplicity are at mid lobby, and they cannot stay up long enough. 20 seconds still to fight for, and Tech wants to get this as close to 250 as possible. Uses the War Machine in the last 20. Just making sure that nobody for Simplicity gets in for free. Blur contests for a moment, but ultimately speaking, this will dissuade Simplicity from spending more, and they will rotate over to New.
That's going to allow Tectonic to possibly have his operators in the more favorable hill, which is P5. That is just so smart to defend it so well to get scrap points in the favor of Luminosity. Simplicity now, again, goes in there for that early rotation there in P5, but they need to get that control into F.
Well, that Sparrow allows some window control, you'd think, but Tech is going to hit a long route through Kitchen. They're going to set up a pinch here. This is going to take a lot of time and Simplicity. In the meantime, have cleaned everything up from the front. Cartels pops the War Machine. He makes sure the follow-up hit from Luminosity doesn't find any success. And now Tech is just essentially completely out of this play. Cartels will spawn right in front of him, so that's a free kill, but the Pred missile's already being called in, and that will be essentially guaranteed his own trade. Luminosity from the front, SMGs work their way in, chaotic spawns allow Luminosity to have numbers, and Simplicity have to go quickly. Kills all over the hill go the way of our team in yellow, though only Envy getting a trade, and Simplicity still hanging around as we start to rotate over to Trophy.
They're hanging around, and also they have 3 players on the way through next, and it really is important whether or not they're going to be holding it really well. Tectonic knows very well that there's going to be players right there. Kings doing really good at trying to kill those players from Luminosity, trying to flush through here in Garden.
Oh, but LG have split spawn situations. 2 players spawn behind this old hard point. Do Simplicity get a read on this? You've got one member taking a long route around the back to kind of pinch up and maybe flip these spawns around, and Simplicity are getting their reads. Tectonic is a bit stuck. Finding one, turns him and Vague work together to essentially 2v4 the hard point. Assistance from the Purifier. LG still spawning close. Trophy System gets placed right at the front door. Simplicity finding kills from the front. Big gunfight win from Raph, but the trade comes through. LG still funneling forward with numbers. They have Washi on an Annihilator, but Smoke makes life difficult, and Simplicity are holding.
27 seconds left on the clock, and Simplicity can definitely gain majority of the points down here. Washi still denied when it comes to that Annihilator kills, trying so hard to get those.
Unreal.
Gets double, but still able to get those kills down. Jesus saves on the 24, still not able to get those points down, and Luminosity is doing a phenomenal job at breaking these hills.
LG cannot win here, but that break attempt puts them really darn close. And look at the setup. Band is in position. Operator at the ready, pops it. All getting finessed by Rap, but no, not good enough. And the focus is all the way through these choke points. Wait, they don't get a read on the window hit. Simplicity are gonna work their way back in. It stops at 244. Jesus and Cartels both have operators at the ready. Kings still holding on to the Annihilator. Gets pinched up. Tectonic now, War Machine out. Sparrow from the side door. Jesus gets 2. Can anyone from Simplicity get there? But no. LG, there's too many members nearby. That last trophy system, too hard to work through. Fireworks to finish, but Simplicity not quite able to get it done.
That was so good from Simplicity, though. They were making high impact kills in the last 2 hills, but unfortunately for them, Simplicity just didn't know what to do when it comes to the firepower of Luminosity, when it comes to those operators, man.
I think there's one moment in particular, and I don't know if we'll see it on replay. Jesus saves, gets top trophy, 3 members in front of him for Luminosity, and he deals damage to all 3 of them, but did not focus from kill to kill to kill. And I think Jesus is going to look back on that moment and say, I would like to have that time back, because he could have single-handedly stopped LG from getting another 10 to 12 points there in the final hard point. It just came down to too many members to shoot at. And LG eventually worked their way back in with the preferential setup for that final P1 setup. Oof. Tight one, though. I mean, at one point in time, Simplicity was down 80 points, and then it was 50 points, then it was 30 points. I mean, they did a nice job of hanging around and clawing their way back, considering the start that LG had.
With Simplicity, they did a phenomenal job when it comes to those gunfights, and unfortunately, it was just LG and that early points that they gathered just seemed to be the biggest difference for them later on. Envy with a minute and 21, and you don't really see this that often, Envy being that #1 player in his team, and there's a lot of really talented players here.
All right, look at the spread of the hard point time between LG. I mean, the baton passes pretty freely, it looks like, between everybody. Whether it's Lockdown AR or not, Envy, Tectonic, both finding a lot of time, finding a lot of good kills as well in terms of locking down things like spawns and setups. But honestly, it just came down, I think, at the end. The operator usage was just a little bit too clean. Washi did find a lot with the Annihilator breaking into that trophy P4. Jesus saves, he misses out on an opportunity to go 1v3, essentially. Things like that matter in the long run. But we have to transition away from that. Now we're going to Express. Missed chance in map #1 for Simplicity. But after very recent success on Express Search and Destroy, you got to still be feeling pretty positive about your chances at taking on this LG team on a map that they have not played all that often.
You got to feel good in this one, because you already know that you brought things close into a hard point where you know that LG will definitely have that upper hand. You made them sweat a little bit. And now you're taking them in a map where you had such a convincing win up against 6 Kings. You got to feel good. But now we need to have that reset coming in from both of these teams, knowing very well that Luminosity had a difficult time up against ARP here. So let's see what the setup's going to be like for Simplicity, as we are going to be resetting our lobby. But let me put that again. It's like Luminosity struggled here a little bit, brought into an OT up against ARP.
Yeah, and it felt like when we had a chance to kind of look over that game, LG just were kind of very ignorant and just very resistant to making adjustments and kind of thinking, oh, we'll be fine. Those little shortcomings, though, I think that we were using as kind of maybe a factor against the strength of this LG team, even though they were still flawless in overall win-loss count, that seems to have been relieved. It seems like it's done and dusted. They've come through, they've kind of restructured how they want to approach the game, making sure they're not just running forward and trying to outslay everybody. And that level of collection and control has allowed them to not just save games, but also today start off hot. So that I don't anticipate will be a problem this time around. This, though, I do think will be a very interesting test to see what the identity for both of these two teams are going to be in Search, because for Simplicity, they really have relied on taking map control early and forcing early gunfights on Express, where in the past, LG likes to rely on trying to find first bloods by way of their snipers. So you kind of have a methodical, slow team in LG at times going up against a very fast-paced, aggressive team in the form of what we've seen out of this Simplicity squad so far. So it'll be really interesting to see how the unstoppable force meets the unmovable object here.
I mean, that's interesting. I feel like the unstoppable force would be LG because they're so good at the attack. The last time they were in Express, majority of their round wins were on the attacking side. But take a look at this one. They're starting on the defense. And so with Simplicity, knowing very well that Luminosity might be a little bit shaky when it comes to the defensive side, might be able to utilize this. And now we do get to see a 3-2 split coming in from LG.
Wow, heavy hit right through mid, smoke to block, and it's all about the battle for ticket. Vague getting the first blood, trade is out, Raph with the shotgun turns the tides, and it will be a 4v3 favoring Simplicity after the first blood fight. Blur also catches Envy trying to cherry pick over through elevator side. And yeah, Tectonic will be held back through mid trash cans as there will be a plant here at B.
What a hot start coming in from Simplicity. I mean, those really big kills coming in from Raph with the shoddy. You really know that you have to play your angles just tight. And now we do get to see player number 2. That's Tech, trying to get that information down into arrivals, but he does get spotted by none other than Blur.
And Washi knows that this mid-ticket position is going to be under threat. Nade comes out, does not tag him though. So maybe a chance to still find somebody over the top of the staircase. Both scopes working together. Timing is decent. Washi gets wide. Oh, he misses the quick scope, but then follows up with the third shot to connect. But they don't know that Jesus Saves is playing through mid-side stairs. Yep, he will find one and King's the other.
That is so scary.
For a second there, I thought maybe there is a chance LG clear everything out and still get the read on Jesus behind, but no, not to be.
Those are insane shots, man. That's gotta be scary if you're Simplicity. But hero play coming in from Jesus Saves. And now let's see a different kind of, different kind of hit coming in from Simplicity, but Luminosity is gonna be a little bit different for them.
That's the flashes this time. Oh, so smart from Luminosity. I freaking love it. I don't know who makes that call, but that is delicious. The same smoke gets thrown for Simplicity. It's the same idea. Get your shotgun and take it, but this time they're met by flashes. Ah, I'm having a nerdgasm on broadcast right now. That is beautiful, and LG dominate the map control.
Professor Shift, seal of approval right there for you, Luminosity. And now, it's up to you how to gain that momentum back, but with a 4v2, and knowing very well that Luminosity knows where the bomb's gonna be planted, looking like a long wraparound coming in from Kings. Trying to spot off those players that are kind of astray from Luminosity, but they're gonna be keeping their heads high. And they're going to be playing those angles, but Blur gets those kills.
And this is interesting because Kings is going to sneak all the way around the back, and Luminosity are not necessarily predicting that this play could happen. And Blur, just behind the boards, Vague stays alive and concealed for that matter. Envy and Band playing kind of shoulder to shoulder. Envy taking down one, leaving Kings by himself. And now that his position is known, Vague will rotate over to try to assist. And there is still a lot of time here for Kings to finesse a little bit longer, but it would still require him to hit some impressive locust shots, and the train is on the way, so you got to start moving if you're going to get up here quickly. Band just over to his left. Will not be seen. Bomb collected. Here comes Band from behind. Shot misses. Oh, goodness. Kings had a chance, though.
That was so good from Band. I mean, Kings could have easily funneled through arrivals, but when he was looking at that particular area of the map, he was just like, you know what, maybe he wrapped around and let me put my position in another spot, and just waiting so patiently. And there you go, Luminosity finally gets that first round off, and now seems like an A hit for Simplicity.
Yeah, the first 2 rounds for LG was, all right, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. And Simplicity say, all right, fine. We won't hit you through mid this time. We are going to get a hard set up towards A. Kings gets banned for free. That is not an advised mantle, but Washi responds. That's before the smoke can completely encompass this A site. Also, is there a trophy down? We'll find out here in a moment. Double nades are in. Nope, no trophy. I wanted to say that Jesus was the one carrying trophies in the previous rounds. And if that's the case, that is a big miscue for Raph trying to still plan in the face of all those nades that were still available.
It's just so difficult if you're Simplicity. Having that hot start and now being shut down. Bomb down. Luminosity not going to be moving at all, as they're going to be stacking their team into the top side of the map. Kings, on the other hand, has a good sight line of where the bomb is, but might think that there's going to be one person right there, but Vague will get that audio cue.
Shot comes out for Tectonic. Kings is on the hunt. But all this noise is just leading to LG's availability. Good prediction for Kings, but the pistol just does not quite deal the damage of the Fennec on the other side. So Cartels, 1v4, no bomb, 32 seconds. This is the definition of good luck, have fun, and, well, it's going to be a 1v5 because the train was also on the way. So LG, 2 straight defensive rounds in a row, and Simplicity have a lot of questions now as far as how do you adjust.
I feel like that one trophy system could have changed the game because it was a good response to actually have the bomb down already, but there you go, Jesus already being taken out early on. A hit again coming in from Simplicity, and now for Luminosity had a really good response in that A hit a while ago.
Yeah, I don't know if we have the ability to go to Jesus' perspective. No trophy for him, so I'm not sure if maybe the trophy just doesn't get down or no one had one. If that was the case, that's a huge misstep. Trophy's down this time, though. Bomb making its way on for an early plant. Defense not in a spot to contest this, so it's going to have to be a retake, but keep your eye on number 4 in blue. Vague try to come through the back, but shut down. Kings picks up the pinch. Does get responded to in his own effort, and the bomb was never planted, so there must have been late staggered defensive nades to peel them off from the plant. And now all of a sudden the defense kind of holds the advantage, not just by numbers, but Simplicity don't have an angle to stay on A.
And now Simplicity trying to find a way back into spawn and possibly to plant for that Bravo flag, but it would be up to Washi to give that information to his team, but Blur is going to be in a really good spot to get rid of Tectonic if the timing allows him to. But he doesn't quite spot that, and Washi is in a really perfect spot, man. That's gotta hurt.
Washi gives him a little how do you do? Bomb makes its way over towards B. Band is the only defender nearby, but the ability to collapse on this from Luminosity's setup is pretty rapid. Washi will make sure there's no post-plant exit right into the defensive staircase. Simplicity looked to play elevator side for the most part. Cartels is holding over towards monitors. Washi gets to work trying to clear out mid. Jesus is right around the corner of Ticket. Train comes through. Jesus takes a little drop shot. That works out for a nice kill. 3v3 we go. Envy has a tough time trying to track down Jesus saves. And the clock is becoming a huge enemy now for LG. Not a lot of time remaining. They get one, but you still have Raph on the corner. Oh, he gets completely overwhelmed. Now it's just down to Jesus. Hold on a second. Someone's going to have to hop this. Jesus, how does he check this? He doesn't check it at all. And Tectonic just catches him with the pistol, and it feels like a missed chance there for Simplicity.
Yeah, could have just stopped the diffuser right there. And for Simplicity, I mean, valiant effort for trying to be on the defensive side by departures, knowing very well that Luminosity is going to be going in through that arrivals area, but Luminosity just playing numbers to their advantage and just being very patient.
Oh, here we go. A little scramble over towards B. LG sees the nades and the smokes come out. They hold back, and we get in the first blood. Jesus trying to clear out the backside. He gets one, but it's maybe a little bit too late. Band, who's worked his way over the top of the B site, has taken down 2. No rotation allowed for Kings. And it all quickly comes down to Jesus saves. This offense has not done well, I'll tell you that much.
Tries to deal some damage, but does not go in for the kill, but that also gives information to Simplicity, to Luminosity rather, that where Jesus actually is, and they're going to be going in for the hunt. That's play number 4. That's Vague, trying to go in there for that information. And now they're just going to be holding their angles, and their defense is so... How did Washi even get that kill? That nade was just amazing. This guy's timing in this game is so good.
Oh, boy. I'm going to make a bet.
Yeah.
Simplicity is going to run their round 1 and round 2 offense here through mid. Because nothing else has come close to working. Let's see. We'll have to wait.
We're going to have to wait.
Cinematic fly through. Nope, it's all 5 towards A. Okay. Good thing I didn't put anything on the line.
I was going to say, it's like, how much are you betting?
But the difference in this is that Raph has gotten train control this time. So what was problematic for them in the past was being able to get the bomb planter on because of players getting late nades through mid.
Bomb dropped.
Now they're going to try to get it early, but Vague still gets a pick. There's no trade on him. Kings does take down a long-range snipe on the Washi, but still, Vague holding this front position is not good news for Simplicity. They need to get him out of this spot on hedges.
And Luminosity is just so good at stopping the plant. Good thing that Raph does have a tight corner. Vague goes down. And now the bomb finally going to be planted right here as it brings it down to 44 seconds left. You have Tectonic with a sniper, and Envy when it comes to that LK is going to be good when it comes to those kills. They are in a really good spot, though. But everyone else from Simplicity is just hiding in a corner. Plus that train control from Raph is going to be essential.
Yeah, if they know who's left on the other side, just don't get picked. And I'll say Vague was a bullet away from stopping that plant. And if he goes 1 for 1, this whole round looks very different. But instead, has to be something incredible here from Tech and Envy. Tech gets the opener. Raph, he's been seen on the backside of this. Tech try to clear out the trains. He's going to have to hop for the defuse. Here comes the defense for the side of Simplicity. Post-plant defense, so to speak. And they will get a second round, but it was still a very punishing half in the favor of Luminosity.
And for Simplicity, just having that adjustment of putting Raph in a tight corner where he can go and defend. And even though that Vague was able to get that kill and stop the plan, was probably one of the biggest differences in winning that one. And so you do get to see a switcheroo Luminosity on the attacking side, and it's a heavy stack from Simplicity here in Bravo.
And Tech getting mid control really rapidly after the train passes by is actually going to be pretty pivotal here to how LG want to move around the map, because that's why you have a free angle through mid. Turns into an opening first blood, as it often does for Tech. Kings dropping means that there's also a scope threat off the table, and LG could play this pretty passive what they want to. Raph, I'll just throw a shoulder and see that, yep, we do indeed have some offensive members still playing on the overpass. Quick rotation from Band, tries to take down Raph quickly, but he escapes it, and we stay 4v5.
Oh my gosh, I love the comms. If you could actually physically see it, it was to Tech, then it was to play number 1, that was Band, and now to Vague. And now player number 5 from Simplicity, that's Raph, and he's going to be stuck there. No way for him to try and go in for a flank. Great comms, great defense coming in from Luminosity, but they still need to go in there for the plant.
Yeah, if Simplicity is smart, they would just let Raph solo defend B right now with a shotgun and ticket. But they're still looking to put a little bit of pressure over towards the offensive overpass. Blur's just holding on to a Holger through mid. He will eventually rotate over, as I believe Cartel's had a handful of sound cues, but him getting taken out of the picture means that this A defense is going to be real stretched. And here comes Raph, pistol in hand at the moment. Looking for him is Vague, finding him is Vague. Envy trying to get on towards the site. Blur still in a tight corner. Good help here from Jesus. There's going to be a chance that Blur could possibly take this player down and get out, but there's just too many to deal with. And Luminosity will finally get the kill and put them on 5.
Good effort coming in from Simplicity, though. They were trying to hold their corners, but Cartels, unfortunately, was a little bit too overwhelmed. They had no information whatsoever where Luminosity was actually going to push. It's because mid was wide open. It was also A going to be open. So right now, just a little bit hard if you're going up against a team like LG.
Simplicity once again predicting a lot of early aggression through B. Doesn't come, but look at the route from Raph. Look how fast he's gotten to the defensive overpass. He doesn't quite find anybody to take down, but that is a very, very aggressive position for Simplicity to hold on the defense. Band opposite corners with Jesus saves. Tech is there. Here comes the pop-up from Band. Free first blood. And now Raph has to back off as he's starting to get isolated. Yep, Vague gets him in the kill feed. And LG have dealt with Simplicity perfectly, really outside of the first round.
Simplicity was just a little bit too aggressive when it comes to those. You mean you didn't even have to like pick those angles, and there you go. Bad gets another with a second for his team right now. In a 1v3 situation, Kings, on the other hand, still gets a pick. Bomb is going to be down, needs to be collected. But they do know where everyone else is. And so Kings just a little bit careful when it comes to the flashes.
Band has committed to getting the plant down. Washi is watching this cross from the opposite angle. And the post plant will now move with Washi holding in ticket. Band playing topside info. And Kings is going to try to re-aggress this through mid-train. He may get an angle, depending on how he approaches this, towards Washi if he pops, but more so onto Band if he throws a shoulder through the staircase. Train's on the way. Kings a little bit pressured. Washi pops up, does find him on the rotation, and Luminosity get to map point.
Here we go. Beautiful response by Luminosity. I mean, Simplicity tried so hard in that round, but they were just so aggressive and not winning a lot of their gunfights early on. And now let's see what kind of push that Luminosity will have if we do see it. Again, an aggressive push coming in through mid and possibility of a B hit right now.
All but players actually run right by each other. Raph gets behind here through the smoke. Jesus through mid. Cross is able to take down another. So Vague's opening first blood, immediately countered back. But Vague's still holding on the ticket. Does provide opportunity for Luminosity to keep this play alive towards B, especially with Tectonic down towards monitors. Problem is they've lost the bomb in this play. Vague needs to make a choice. And, well, the problem is he's going to be dealing with a lot of issues towards this B site, especially losing tech. You don't have elevator control. You don't have mid-ticket control. It's going to be some special gunfights to come through, and none of them will be allowed to. Well done by Blur to find the last 2 kills.
Great response coming in from Simplicity, just using their util to their advantage, knowing very well it'll be a fast B hit from LG. And now, slowly but surely, Simplicity making those mid-round adjustments that are actually paying off for them. And now for LG, it's going to be a 2-1-2 split.
A little bit of passive approaches coming out here for LG. They will allow Simplicity to pretty much take the entirety of the map. And this is going to be a lesson in patience for Simplicity here, because you've gotten everything you could possibly want and then some. And Jesus needs to just hold this position front side train. You've got Raph with a shotgun playing through mid. He gets over ambitious, gets picked up by Band. And that all of a sudden puts a lot of pressure on the Jesus and Cartels, who no longer have the ability for a rotation out of a pivot from Raph. Jesus catches some good timing. Oh! Lassie, what did you just do to him?
The guy is... he has aimbot, dude. I swear, how do you get those shots from the back end? Blur gets a pick. But again, like what you mentioned, that just dealt so much damage already to Simplicity, where they could have had things turned around at that point. And now Luminosity still very much cautious here in this area because they haven't cleared it out quite yet.
Bro, that is tough to see. That was FREE free for Jesus, and he just got absolutely dumped on. Holy. If that doesn't take the wind out of your sails, I don't know what does. 4v3 situation. Simplicity still an opportunity to maybe pick up one through mid. They do. They find Vague, but the problem is that is just a bait to keep Simplicity's defense planted over towards B. Envy will get the bomb planted and escape back over towards Lockers. The train will also make this rotation tough for the defense. Tough 3v3 with 2 snipers on the other side for Simplicity here.
Late nade coming in from Simplicity does not get anyone whatsoever. I mean, your bomb's going to be planted. No one's going to be right there in that spot. Probably should have saved it later on for this tower attack. Kings, though, gets the upper hand, gets rid of Tectonic, and now the push coming in. We need to see player number 1 from Simplicity as well. Try to get that information. He still wins it, Blur as well. And now another sign of life coming in from Simplicity. And even though Washi had an amazing shot off of Jesus, it was a good response on their end.
Yeah, Blur and Kings say, brother, we got your back. Don't worry. Stuff happens. We get it. It's just unfortunate, Jesus, that we saw that.
I know, live.
Caught you at 8K right there, brother.
I want to see Washi's perspective, though. My goodness.
All right, Simplicity's still alive, but tested every step of the way. And now LG will come out of spawn pretty reserved. Once again, they're going to see if they can catch Simplicity getting a little bit over ambitious. But it looks like Raph has learned his lesson. He's going to play inside around Ticket. Kings does catch one deep through mid. And furthermore, Jesus Saves does get into that deep train position again. So this was never seen last time by LG. And it will be a big obstacle if they do eventually try to commit to A.
So far, Cartel is going to be that first line of defense as well as Raph, and that's going to be huge for them. Tectonic even things out. So Luminosity needs to find a way to cut through the defenses right now of Simplicity, but the more that they're taking some time, that actually just allows Simplicity to add more defense on B.
Now, they should be feeling pretty comfortable about this. It's Kings who's rotating between looking over towards Jesus's left at A, since Jesus will not have any idea if anyone pushes behind him through lockers. And maybe contact from Raph, he could just pop up and try to take a look through mid, but LG are really trying to test the patience of Simplicity. And they've been rewarded in, again, over-eagerness from Simplicity's defense. But this time, Jesus Saves will back out of train, hold top tower. This gives the ability for Kings to rotate back over towards middle. And also the defenders at B to kind of help each other out, through mid. This is very well designed by Simplicity in the 4v4. Make it 4v3. Train also going through as isolation still not fully earned. Cartels does very well to go 1-for-1, especially considering the bomb carrier is now down. Jesus also catches Band at range, although Jesus, no, not again, brother.
Is that the train?
Not like this. Smoke goes through. Band tries to plant. Raph can't find him. Raph can't find him. What's happened? Tectonic gets the first kill, but the time runs out on the play. I don't know what just happened to Raph.
Did he get the kill? No, he didn't get the kill. They just stopped the plant.
I think they got body blocked on each other, if I'm being honest. I think they both kind of bumped chests and everyone started freaking out, but the clock becomes Simplicity's biggest allies. Now they're all of a sudden a round away from getting this to OT somehow.
What a chaotic round that was. I mean, that's so hard to digest. But here we go. Fast hit towards Alpha. Only have to worry about that one player. That's Kings. But he's been hitting his shots here in this particular S&D. And now they're going to be a little bit careful, trying to check for that information down, who's going to be into that train. But is that going to be their trophy system?
I don't know if that's an offensive trophy or a defensive trophy. It'd have to be an offensive trophy. Nobody from the defense has come close unless it got thrown over the top of the mid-train. Yep, that is an offensive trophy. Okay. So LG will have the ability to execute on A if they want to based off their own nades here. But the defense has moved to try to deal with this. Raph is just making sure no one jumps over the top of the defensive side of the trains. And Envy will be able to get across in plant. Does he get out? That's the real question. Yes, he does. And in the same process, Raph gets caught trying to cross over to assist.
Band is going to be in a really great spot. Getting to his name, gets spotted though, just gets tagged and finally gets dealt with. But Jesus has to worry about that one more player down. That's going to be one player, Washi. 2v4 and now a 1v4, not going to be doable for Simplicity, and that is just amazing. Blur though gets one. 17 seconds left on the clock, not doable. Washi finishes the job. 7-5, but my goodness, did LG drop the bomb in some certain situations?
Drop the bomb, drop the ball, got
Everything's
turned on. I
spaghetti.
mean, yeah, it's wow. That is not something you characteristically see from Jesus Saves. I mean, at one point in time, I think we were all arguing this guy should be starting on a top-tier team. And as he gets picked into the Simplicity squad, he kind of helped boost them up to the top. But boy, there were some things we saw that bear not be repeated for Jesus Saves. That said, though, LG still tested after what I thought was a very convincing first half for them. I mean, Simplicity came out the gate with what looked to be a set play that LG were just not ready for. They put together the quick adjustment. They throw their stuns and flashes. Simplicity get completely bamboozled by it. But once we got over to the defensive side, Simplicity maybe not fully. You'd have to
There
do it in slow motion.
Oh,
That
no.
did him dirty.
There's so many curse moments in this Express. You got that one from Jesus, that one off the smoke. Impressive.
Production did him dirty right there.
I know, right?
It was well merited. I know that they're all smiling in the back right now. But finishing off the point, it just felt like defensively, LG, pardon me, Devious, wow, what? Simplicity, it's late here. Simplicity were getting a little overeager at times, and it looked like LG were going to get caught maybe a bit off guard by it. It just came down to the opening 5v5s didn't really punish them. It was the late chaos and the 3v3s, the 2v4s, things like that LG just weren't able to fully manage through. So it went longer than I think we would have expected considering the first half, but Simplicity still find themselves down 0-2 going into a raid control that they obviously have to win.
This is a different kind of rhythm and momentum from LG compared to that first game, because that was kind of far away. The points were pretty far, but seeing Hardpoint, how it went down, where you do get to see that Simplicity almost caught up to them here in S&D as well. Now we're seeing kind of what the old LG sort of is looking like, but also Simplicity is a very talented team. And so this is kind of a task and a test for Luminosity to finally get it, because so far I'm looking at their past matches. This is their hardest matchup so far, and they're pretty convincing at this point.
The raid control leaves something to be desired from LG. I think is my biggest reaction here. Whereas for Simplicity, that's where they've been able to collect on top teams. It's been in their control. So if there were to be an opportunity for them to get to a map number 4, it would obviously have to be right here. I still think that overall, though, they missed out on a chance on map number 1. The Arsenal would have been a map that I think Simplicity were happy to see in the pool. And then the Express, based on recent results, you would also assume that they would have been pretty clearly happy about it being in. But being down 0-2 with now having to go through the raid, a follow-up hard point that they don't necessarily look particularly great on, and then a wild card map number 5 that even gets to that point doesn't necessarily bode well for Simplicity. So it looks like all things are starting to tilt towards the advantage of LG and Tribe still staying undefeated before they meet up against each other. But I don't want to rule Simplicity out yet. It just comes down to will there be enough composure for them to step into this map number 3 with a clear and level head.
I think it's still going to be close. When it comes to Raid, we saw how badly LG actually played and how they left mid completely open. It's just a matter of how fast can they actually adjust with just how many minutes, just an hour apart from all of their games. And they're going to be ending up with a map they're very comfortable in. That's going to be Summit later on at Hardpoint, just in case Simplicity actually wins this Raid. So it's still looking really much to the favor of LG, like what you mentioned.
Yeah, this was one of those series that the way we set it up at the beginning was Simplicity would have to beat them and beat them quickly. The longer the series goes on, the worse the news gets. And obviously being down 0-2 means that they would have to win it at 5. You guys knew that. Why did we tell you?
Because
we had to fill some time. That's why.
Exactly.
Simplicity on the offense, looking to at least approach over towards B early. Band, the only player currently in through mid, but he does get pillars for free. Little 360 as he slides through, just trying to find contact. And LG's defense will come out on top. Last one to find would be Cartels over the top of the rock. Bold gunfight from Cartels, who still lucky to be alive, well, at least for a time. Nearly didn't get punished for it, but Washi's nade does land, and LG will have an opportunity here to get their defense swarmed past this B ring.
I'm pretty sure that at this point, Washi has X-ray vision, man. I mean, his nades have been superb. His snipes have been on point, and now allows his team to actually just have such a solid defensive setup here in B. Only a tick of progress for Simplicity. The clock's winding down. They head their efforts, though, here into Alpha, as everyone else from Luminosity trying to go in there for the flush, and one player, Band, applies so much pressure.
Jesus saves, playing backside spiral, also takes down 2. Good trigger to split out of him, so the play on towards A continues, and Luminosity may need to make a decision here. This second tick of progress is pretty much gone. Raph inside of money takes down 1, slides to predict the second. Tech having a little bit of issue with it. Getting multiple chances at this gunfight, but this is all delaying time.
Wow.
LG from the front will have an opportunity to contest the A zone, but Raph follows up, does get his 4th straight elimination, and this will surely be an extra 60 seconds added to the clock. Wow, off the respawn, Jesus is already at B finding kills. He will eventually drop so the defense can get into place, but a minute 45 on the clock and a huge opening from Raph has advantages already building here for Simplicity.
Mind games right now from Simplicity. The fact that it took 2 players to try to get rid of Raph, but they weren't able to do so. And now they're going to be having that information from that Hunter-Killer drone and possibly a kill as well, but no, it does not. And now we do get to see a 3 and 2 split, where they have to decide where they want to push out, but the Luminosity knows very well that the players from Simplicity, they're going to be coming from up top.
Pillar's going to be the battleground likely, as this player on the back, like you mentioned, through Laundry is just so labored. And as Vague is able to pick off 1. Band will respond with one of his own. How does Envy live through that? Hello? Blur gets a double still, and that might be the floodgates opening up. Simplicity finding the kills, and they're looking for spawn traps first and foremost. Still 60 seconds on the clock. And honestly speaking here, hold on, LG are still in a really good defensive setup around B. And this clock may be their lifeline out of what has been a very difficult first defense.
Simplicity needs to win this through gunfights, because so far they're just doing the spawn traps. They're just sending all those 3 players to try and get those kills down. 8 and 11, are you going to be able to get those 8 kills? And that just allowed Luminosity to have such a good defensive setup. And now for Simplicity, needs to find a way to catch up with just 1 tick of progress left for B. Still very doable, but Tectonic being a wall right now for them.
Raph does get over towards the side rock, but he gets shut down. 7v7, 23 seconds on the clock through the smoke. They get shut down still. Cartels pops the War Machine. Could this be the difference maker? LG have operators of their own if they need to use them. Clock will stop at 15 as the contest starts to come through. Envy deep through the ring. The shots are clean, but Raph pops the Purifier out. Washi trying to stay at range. War Machine comes through. The contest is still in. Jesus gets blown off the map. Last one left is Kings. He gets a trophy down to try to work with this. 1v2. 7 seconds on the clock. No one peeks. Here comes the play. And it's Washi who lands the final shot. Got tight near the end. But LG survived the spawn trap and bleed out the clock to take the defense.
Simplicity tried to win it via life count, and that just gave them so little time to capture that objective. There's only so much you can do when you're only killing 2 players at a time in that spawn trap. Luminosity plays that to perfection. And now we're seeing a good setup coming in from Simplicity, trying to win that gunfight in through mid, and also getting a lot of the players from Luminosity here from Pillars.
Yeah, really convincing opening here for Simplicity's defense. The Prime Missile also committed to it, so it'll be a 5-for-1 exchange in the opening lives. LG taking their time coming out of spawn, realizing that they cannot afford to make mistakes here. So it's going to be a play down over through poolside. Raph, well done. through the pool stairs, just throws a shoulder, gets the intel, follows up, and now Blur. This feels familiar. Over towards Tiki's side with a sniper rifle on the defense. You know what he can do. Envy trying to hunt him out, but he's not going to get much of a chance from that angle, and Luminosity are essentially stuck inside of Art at the moment, and, well, Simplicity will eventually wrap through, find the kills, and clear things out.
Oh, this is such a good defense from Simplicity. They are not giving any kind of breathing room for Luminosity whatsoever. Putting Blur right there by poolside is going to be the best decision that they can do because he can just be left alone there. All of the gunfights being won right now from Simplicity, and just like that, it's going to be 14 seconds left on the clock. 14 just lives for Luminosity, 25 for Simplicity, just dropping 5 lives. This is dominance right now from Simplicity.
LG's having a real tough time offensively on this map. It starts with the breakoff first and foremost, but even on top of that, following through behind it has not been comfortable in any form for LG. They will keep the clock stopped, and it looks like they very well may add an extra 60 seconds here. Careful, Simplicity, you're giving away a lot. Blur is on the flank, but he's got a sniper rifle out. So how many does he find? The answer is all of it. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry for even remotely doubting you, Blur. He's on 5 in a row, by the way. As the pistol comes through, Band will trade him through, but still, damage has been dealt. Simplicity's defense runs away with round number 2.
There you go. 4 lives to 17 and 0 seconds left, and that should be it for Simplicity. Looking like a very convincing round 1 and 2, actually, where it was a last-minute effort from Tectonic to bring out his War Machine in that first round to try and funnel out everyone else, and now they need to find a way to change up their defense at this point.
Well, the thing is, Simplicity could make a gut check call here to pop early operators since they have an advantage in the economy, and they will. Cartel's, this is his second War Machine. But everyone stayed alive through this, and hold on, Vague has a free look at the pinch. Well done, Vague doesn't step too far forward, knowing Cartel's was still a part of the play, but that's an opening operator that gets absolutely nothing, and Envy will make sure there's no follow-up, so the rest of the defenders can actually rotate down to A, and they're gonna be in a really good defensive spot as all 5 members of Simplicity try to make their way on. Tech loses the window, but Vague will have a free bedroom to try to pinch this up as the clock stops. Members on for Simplicity.
Kings just wins an essential gunfight. Gets rid of the players coming in from Staircase and also here in Bedroom. That's going to be huge for them. Everyone else from Luminosity, though, funneling in through Basketball, but Cartel's applying a little bit of pressure. First tick of progress here for Simplicity. That's the only thing that can do, but then 2 players from Simplicity are going to be rotating off into that Bravo side, and that just allows them for a free pick here.
Yeah, the 5-man stack down towards Pool just gave Luminosity way too many options when it comes to pinching up that offensive set play. But off the respawn, through driveway, and on towards B comes Simplicity, and they have battled back very nicely here in the life count. Envy, realizing that we could be in trouble from being spawn trapped, will hold his life a little while longer, while it looks like they will have to concede the 60 seconds as the B zone will come through for Simplicity's offense.
First tick of progress down for Alpha, and now they're going to be evened out when it comes to the lives, and now it could be a possible top laundry hit as they're trying to go in for that spawn trap. That's player number 3, opening things up for them. Jesus Saves, brings out the Spire. That's going to be huge for him. And able to eliminate Washi right there, and that's going to be huge for them. Not just that, Raph with the Purifier deals a lot of damage, and this is looking very nasty for Luminosity.
Oh, it's just, as soon as you see a Purifier in your spawn, you'd be thinking, well, this was a fun time. But again, LG have dealt with this pretty darn nicely, considering the circumstances. They get out of spawn, they find a couple of trade back kills, and it gives them a lifeline again. At the last second defensively, 10 plays 7, but the map has been re-earned by LG. You've got a quick route from Vague all the way through Garage. And as Tectonic pinches this through water, Cartels will give up his position, leading Vague to come around to get his trade eventually, but the whole hit for Simplicity has to find success through mid.
Here we go again.
They don't have time for this.
No, I mean, they're just, again, going in for that top laundry hit, possibility to get those players off, but then Luminosity knows that they have to go in through poolside or Basketball. They're not overextending at all. They're just playing the time to their advantage. Blur, though, gets that kill. Vague gets the trade. 7 plays 4.
A couple of kills do come out, 7 versus 3. It really comes down to number 1 in blue. Band has to stay alive. Vague will work back over towards water stairs, so that, again, that spawn trap doesn't really mean much. Blur will drop. Clock is still ticking. Clock is still ticking. Simplicity of 2 members over towards basketball side. Annihilator gets popped for Kings, but you got a touch. And there is an opportunity for number 3 to do that, but he falls. That was Jesus saves. Kings now has to be the last whoop. From the front, he's got the Annihilator out. 1v2 situation for Raph, nothing there. And there's seven lives left. You're gonna spawn trap for 2 kills when there's 18 seconds on the clock?
That's two in a row for Simplicity, where this could have been an easy 3-0 for them, but Luminosity is just taking advantage of the mistakes of Simplicity in those late rounds. And my goodness, they have to just find a way to not make it there, but Luminosity up 2. And now they're going in for that A push. Has to worry only 1 player.
Yeah, that was just Blair, who only gets 1. Follow-up, though, from the rest of the defense rotating over. Jesus saves, does clear off the zone, so no progress really being made here at A. Tectonic still trying to force the square peg into the round hole. He's got the War Machine out the whole time. Does find an opportunity for this rest of the LG offense to continue forwards. Blur off the spawn, though, has gotten into basketball, and you can see it in the kill feed. Blur is popping off. Man, this guy is different.
Raph, on the other hand, though, look at him. He's getting those kills down, but he finally gets down. And so far, player number 3 coming in from Envy does get that kill down. So far, Luminosity still trying to get those kills, but with everyone else from Simplicity having those War Machines, having those operators down, it's going to be very hard to go and infiltrate here in Bravo.
LG really needs to just sit down, look at the map, and start drawing out what our breakoffs are going to be, because they have had a real tough time on offense. Good news is, they still have another defense to play at worst. And this round isn't technically over yet. 4-man stack over towards Ring. Mid-map gonna be fought for by Ban. Well done, big double for him. And now he can assist on the play over towards Ringside. Tectonic deals with the last defender. Clock will stop at 25 seconds. 2 life advantage for Simplicity at the moment, but Band is working on it. The transfer is good. Nasty stuff from Band. Give him the extra 60. Simplicity have to concede and set up their defense for A.
He has the clout to play with. He's going to be good. He will be a really good player coming in from the spawn trap. He needs to wait for the rest of his teammates. That's play number 3, and Envy could be that defense that he needed. There you go. Claw pops in a really good spot. He does get stunned, though, but everyone else from Luminosity right there for the trades.
Yeah, okay. Kings will get farmed twice, but LG do shut down the operator. Kings is just trying to play the video game right now. He's completely stuck inside a spawn. Vague will follow up, Purifier out. He does get 2, stays alive enough to get the 3rd, and slips through. Pred missile right into the spawn, and LG have completely overwhelmed. Wow, what a turn it was, because there were some moments in there where LG were having a real tough time on the offensive side, but the last second push, getting through mid, Band saves the central offensive round by winning through mid, and then the spawn trap becomes a spawn trap. Rinse, wash, repeat. Throw operators at it, easy peasy, no problem.
That's how you do the spawn trap, and this is the early side of the game, and where we already mentioned that Simplicity could have just ended this so fast. They just had a tough time trying to end it.
Yeah.
Could have been a 3-0, dude.
Yeah, and I think you look back on it, and here's the thing about it, like, I could at least appreciate that Simplicity know when they can pull off a spawn trap, like they know how to do it, but it's just like, it's a 13 plays 10. Or in the last instance, it was like a 12v9 or 8 or something like that. Like, you're only going to get a kill or 2, and you're allowing LG's defense to get freely in towards bedroom, have full mid-map control to pinch the hard point, or pardon me, the zone, by way of like pool stairs. It's just, it's too one-dimensional. Like, you have to understand the clock is not going to be favorable to only get 2 or 3 kills before there's no longer any respawns available. It's just, that's not where you reap the reward of spawn trapping. You reap the reward of spawn trapping when you have 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock and you've got, you know, full laundry control. So misplay there for Simplicity, but it's a very easy fix for them in the future.
Simplicity comes up short. It is another dominant performance from Luminosity. Despite a few mistakes from their opponents, Luminosity looked like they were in the driver's seat of this series. Bobby plays. Can you give one player on this team an MVP?
I don't know if there's any one player I could really point to. I feel like they were pretty consistent across the board. I think obviously you got to look at Vague as one of the players that's been stepping up for them big time. So if I was going to pick one, I would say him.
Vague having another great series. Enjoy watching his gameplay, regardless of the weapon in his hands. I was a bit surprised, though. Search and Destroy got closer than I expected. Express is becoming one of my favorite maps to watch. Shift, what did you see in that map?
Yeah, I think just kind of going back to it and reflecting on it, LG just made perfect reads, perfect adjustments. We said similar things about what they were doing in their first matchup today. It just came down to these very peculiar openings when they were on the other side of the bomb, because it looked like there were going to be moments where they had a perfect setup on the offense where it's like, okay, we're going to allow Simplicity to take some of the map, and then we're going to overflow one side and force them to have to rotate when the train may be coming through or things like that. It just didn't really work out as anticipated when they got to lower numbers. 3v3 situations, 2v2 situations, a couple of miscues as far as how they were playing it together, and that led to opportunities for Simplicity to steal away a couple of rounds.
And then finally here, Beef Mommy, Simplicity, we're not done with them. We will see them in action again next week. They're still fighting for the top 4 spots. What have you seen from this squad? What can they build on from tonight against LG? You can't expect to beat the team on top of the leaderboard.
They definitely could have won this control very convincingly. They just need to polish up those, I don't know, like you mentioned it, you actually did a really good description where you don't have to challenge certain situations. You already have the advantage, right? And in that S&D as well, they gave Luminosity a very hard time. So I'm hoping that they watch this broadcast. They just do those tiny adjustments, because those adjustments will pay off tenfold later on, especially since you are backed up in a corner at this point.
We got an interview live right now. Please welcome in the coach of Luminosity to talk about their second win on a big Thursday night. First of all, what were your thoughts coming into this match after seeing the team take the victory in series number 1?
I mean, felt pretty good after winning, game number 1, and we were kind of looking forward to game number 2. We knew that both of these series tonight were going to be really difficult since, Simplicity and DICE, very respectable top-level teams, and now we're just looking forward to the last week. We got to finish it off strong.
Love to hear that. I think, obviously, looking at the control, it seems like you guys, based on your map picks, feel very comfortable playing Raid, but it seems like there's been a lot of situations over the last few times that you've played it that there have been some pretty sizable mistakes that the opponents have been able to capitalize on. What do you feel like you guys need to shore up to feel a little bit more comfortable there, or do you throw a different map into the pool and give that a try?
I think that's kind of where we just need to experiment a little bit, learn from our mistakes, and, because as you pointed out, there are things that we do need to work on, and that's something that as we play, we kind of recognize and we try to make these adjustments as we go along. I think you could kind of see that from the first series to now the second series happening as well. So we're just going to see. Time will tell, as the week plays out, as we get ready for the last week, whether we want to actually just, chalk it up and just try to aim for a new map, or are we going to, try to give this one last ride?
You guys have a really, really diverse and pretty fluent map pool across all the modes at the moment. I think the only map you guys haven't played yet is Standoff for the Control. How much of that focus goes into your planning week by week to kind of make sure you're getting reps on every single map in actual competitive environments and not just necessarily things like scrims? Because you guys have been all over the place when it comes to map picks, and you've looked really solid across pretty much every single map so far.
What I think is great is that we still have a lot of these other community tournaments that are still happening, which kind of makes it so that although they may not necessarily be majors per se, they still give us that little bit of tournament anxiety, such as Mobile Mayhem. Shout outs to them for being able to host a great tournament that helps us consistently engage with that type of mindset. But otherwise with scrims, we try to lock in. We try to make sure that everybody is still, making sure that their mindset is, just dialed in and making sure that, hey, just because it's a scrim, we don't let up easy. We want to make sure that, we scrim against the best, and, we respect all our opponents, whoever they are that, come to scrim us. And we're like, look, whoever it is, we don't care. We're just going to lock in, give it 100%. And if we lose, we learn from it. And if we're able to gain something out of it, then great. And same with them as well.
Yeah, I mean, those community tournaments definitely going to be really important for you guys, right? Shout out to Mommy Sylvia, Verdict Day, Cali. You guys are the best. But going back to you, Hippo.
Yes.
How are you and your team kind of preparing for eventually your fight up against Tribe? Because everyone has been talking about it. Everyone's looking forward to it. How are you prepping for that?
You know, we've been studying them a lot. We've been watching their games, and you know, we have some old teammates there. You know, like Solo, who's over there, and shout outs and much love to him. And you know, we have some of our ex-tribe members on our side as well. So we kind of have a somewhat of a feel for them. And obviously, though, they're still an ever-evolving, you know, constantly growing team as well. So we have to respect them. So I think one of the big things that we make sure to do is that more than anything to improve ourselves first, since we want to maintain the fact that if we can at least try to, you know, make sure that we're on top of the scene, then, you know, no matter where tribe is, as long as we can just keep getting better and better, hopefully we're able to beat them. You know, that's kind of our hopes right now. Right now, you know, and obviously, if we can get some scrims in with them, that's also great to, you know, figure things out. But as a whole, right now, I think we're pretty confident going into last week, and we're going to try to maintain that confidence. And we're just going to go for it. Whatever happens is whatever happens. We both made it to the playoffs, and I hope to see them there.
Yeah, now it's a battle to see who's going to get that top seed. And before we get to that fight, though, I want to just congratulate you on the success you've had throughout Stage 4. This is remarkable to see two teams playing at this high of a level.
So much.
But as a coach, you're kind of one of the key people to help get this team to their peak performance. What are you most proud of up to this point in your team's development?
You know, for both myself and Clout, who's the other coach for our team, I think for the two of us, what we're just the most proud of outside of just, you know, our success as a team is also just how we're growing together as a team, as individuals, you know, outside of just CODM, you know, as people, being able to connect with each other as a group. I think that helps build our team chemistry, you know, being able to talk things out and have open discussions about anything, you know, what that we have struggles with. And so I think just being able to have all these types of talks day to day and just grow together as a team, grow together as a group, I think that's what I'm the most proud of above anything. I love these guys like family. I tell them this all the time. I really do love them like family, even though I may be a little bit hard on them at times. But, you know, I really do love and care for them. And, you know, I wish them the best for whatever other personal endeavors that they always have. So
it's the role of the big brother, and you're crushing it right now with Hippo. I'll let you go celebrate with the team. Thanks for joining us live.
Thanks so much, guys.
That is Hippo, coach of Luminosity, who completes their Super Thursday with a 2-0 win record. We'll see them play against Tribe a little bit later next week. For now, though, we got to go to a break. When we come back, it is the final battle of the night. Mago and the Six Kings making their return to the stage. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I...
It is late out here in Europe, but things are just getting heated up over in the NA as we now turn our attention to two teams fighting for their spot in the playoffs. Will they get there? Well, only time will tell. It's time to break down our final series here for NA on the night. Chris Puckett alongside I Hold Shift. We got Bobby Plays and Beef Mommy in the building for this one, and we're about to see Six Kings taking on Devious. Let's take a look at these records, see how these two teams match up. Shift, what have you seen from these squads so far? Not the best day for Six Kings, who are now sitting at 2-3.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing and the broadest stroke that you can paint over the top of this matchup is that it's a must-win for both of these two teams if they want their playoff hopes to continue. For Six Kings, obviously they've played an extra match, but they've both played against the top teams for the most part until this point. So that's why those 3 losses are particularly difficult to kind of maneuver through, considering the fact that they've played a lot of the heavy hitters, and this ends up being just flat out a must-win if the playoffs want to still be in consideration for either team.
Bobby, we got the leaderboard loading up here. Any surprises for you? I know a lot of people expected Tribe and Luminosity to be at the top here of NA, but there's been a lot of shakeups here between 3 and the 6 spot.
Yeah, I would definitely say it's a little bit surprising that Six Kings have been able to do as well as they have. I think this is a very last-second pickup team that people had fairly low expectations for, so you got to give credit where credit is due. That being said, this is a Devious team that you wouldn't know it from looking at their record, but are actually starting to get hot right now. And I think especially given the fact that those 3 losses came against the top 3 teams, this is a team that has looked very solid and actually did take down Simplicity 2-0 in Mobile Mayhem a few nights ago. So I've got a feeling they're going to come out hot off the start of this one and look to start to build some momentum.
Let's take a look at our lineups here, Beef Mommy, and let's start, of course, with Six Kings, a squad that had to play against Tribe earlier today. What did they show you in that series, and what are you looking forward to from this squad once again?
It seems like they could actually pink things up when it comes to that S&D. We saw Vibin take really good shots, and that's what Shift mentioned a while ago when it comes to who is going to pick things up. I mean, Mago already is probably one of the most consistent players here, but Vibin seems to be like he's going to be a super important person when it comes to that S&D, always getting that flat 7-0 when it comes to those kills. But what I'm looking at is for everyone else to kind of step it up. I mean, it is a team effort, and if you're going up against a very motivated team like Six Kings, oh man, I mean like Devious rather, then that would be really important for them.
Let's talk about the motivated squad. Devious is 1-3, but as you said, they've played the top 3. The hard work is out of the way. From here, you have an opportunity to clear your path into the playoffs. Let's take a look at the roster. We haven't seen them in a minute. Walk me through this squad. What do you like on the screen?
I like Rayhan. I think he's played really, really well so far for this team. And in particular, he's been, I think, the biggest shining star in the matches that they've played against the top squads. I also wouldn't sleep on Zulf. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about him, but he's been a really nice, solid anchor for this squad and has had a chance to kind of, again, match up against the top teams on the other side pretty darn well. We talked about players like S-Thug in the past being kind of the sleeper and being a guy who could definitely bring a lot of slaying presence to the squad, but Rayhan and Zulf are the two that I have my eye mostly on for this particular head-to-head.
Bobby, if we go to another tight hard point, that's the way we want to close out the night, right? Who has the best chance of dropping a 40 bomb in this lobby?
It really depends on the map, but if I was to give an overall pick, I'm probably going to go Rihan. Obviously, he is a fairly streaky player, but whenever he is on, there's not much that can stop him. So I think that this is one where he's definitely going to be super locked in, knowing that it's do or die and knowing that his team realistically should have the advantage in this one. I've got a feeling he's going to be the player to watch.
All right, well, it's time to find out where Rihan is playing in that game number one as we take a look at our picks and bans. Let's load them up for everybody at home. Shift, walk me through this process. process. Do you like what you're seeing from the coaches on the band side? It looks like Summit and Apocalypse are going to be out of the running for hardpoints.
Yeah, the Apocalypse makes a little bit of sense considering I think just overall Devious has not played a lot of it, and the one time they did, they lost at the Luminosity, so I'm not surprised to see that out of the mix. Takeoff is, again, a map that I think is going to be kind of a neutral battleground for both these two teams, but the points that we were mentioning, talking about players like Vibin on one side, Zolf on the other, it's going to be a lot of the ARs controlling the tempo, so I'm really excited to see not just that possibly take place on Takeoff, but it would also exist further into Arsenal if we get there.
We got Standoff and Meltdown, two of our favorite S&D maps coming up at 2 and 5. The question is, are we going to raid for a fourth time tonight? Yes, we are. It seems to be all of the teams' most even map. Everyone choosing to leave that one in the pool. Bobby, who do you give the edge to, at least through our first 3 games?
I think you look at the Takeoff, I think way stronger ARs for Devious, so I feel like you lean that way. You look over at the Standoff, and I think that's one where Six Kings might be able to throw a wrench in things, and I think, especially with some aggressive SMGs, might be able to take off the map. But then I think you look at the next two, and there's no question in my mind that Devious are the stronger respawn team.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking at minimum, probably Devious and Ford.
All right, there we go. That is the prediction from Bobby Plays. Now he gets to call it and see if he is right. Bobby, Beef Mommy, head over to the caster desk. It's time to get into the final battle of the night. Shout out to everyone who's been here since the start of the stream. And remember, if you missed any of the action, just rewind on YouTube. Check out the Twitch VODs tomorrow. It's time to hand it on over. It's Bobby Plays and Beef Mommy at the desk.
All right, here's our last matchup of the day. And what time is it? 3:31 in the morning here in Poland. But things are still heating up. I'm alive. I'm awake. Bobby, let's freaking go.
I think I just accidentally recreated the meme from last year where my eyes were really open and I looked terrified, and I've just
You're
now
just like...
realized. It's okay. You know what? It's been a great night of COD Mobile action, and definitely a fantastic way to finish things, as it's do or die for both of these squads. It looks like they are more than ready to hop into the action. Devious up against Six Kings. The Cinderella story, I would say, for Six Kings is Mago looking to show out in this one. We'll see what they can do to get things started. No surprise seeing the AR set up in those high ground power positions.
So far, though, it is going to be yellow. Devious on the way there to hop in to get early points. So far is being shut down, though, by Six Kings. They do have an upper hand by getting that scaffolding control. You see player number 2, that's Lethal, giving that information to his team and getting the first kill for himself.
Rihan takes down Mago right there, and with that, should allow them to hit a little bit of flank right here. Nice damage to get the assist. Tura is the one that ends up picking up the kills. And Devious make their way in the hard point. Vibin still progressing up to the high ground, but Flashbang forced him back a little bit. Scott spotted out. Kill will be handed on over to Six Kings, but Devious continues to stack the hard point time. And right now it looks like they're setting up well on the opposite side to do the same on P2.
Six Kings need to find a way to win these gunfights in through the middle of Launch Center, but they will be met by that one player from Devious. That's Rihan trying to go in there for that flag control, and so far they are winning a lot of the engagements, but with Legacy getting that 2-piece, that opens things up for Six Kings on that side of the map. But Rihan, speaking of, still looking very alive when it comes to the engagements here in the back end for that pinch.
Yep, we said he was going to be one of the guys to watch if you want a 40 bomb, and honestly, Takeoff is the map to do it. They hop on in the objective and are once again in position to start moving upward. Very slow start for Vibin. Definitely had a solid performance earlier, but they need to see more out of him. Right now, Legacy and Losty doing the bulk of the work for this Six Kings squad. Zolf just like that, back on the objective. Tries to slide the corner, gets a little bit stuck right there, opens the opportunity for Six Kings to lock in some hard point time, and not the best Sparrow usage out of Scott right there.
Oh, I mean, just bringing it out there for what reason? Just for how many points here in the time left? The rotation Probably should have brought it out during that rotational gunfights or even the defense into that next kill. And now going in for that, speaking of Six Kings, 2 players already there set up, 1 in generators, trying to win those gunfights down, and so far he does. Legacy with big shots allows the rest of his team to actually spawn to the left side of the map. Devious on the other hand trying to go in for the right side, and now it's going to be a stalemate as everyone needs to find a way to have some sort of map control.
Not a ton of value on that War Machine. Definitely one that Legacy probably wishes he could have back. Losty's going to find 1 off the start of that. And Smago find the feed for Six Kings to open things up right here. Zolf trying to make his way on in. Lethal's going to be the one there to contest, and not quite enough shots to be able to keep things clear. And Six Kings staying in this one for the time being. Losty going to find 1 before getting traded out. Definitely very, very back and forth affair here as both teams in a foot race over toward P4.
But it seems like player number 2 from Devious, that's going to be 2 red, trying to get those scrap points down. It allows them to get so that's going to be really good for them because the rotation for next is going to be right there. They're not going to be winning those gunfights. And speaking of, the rotation from those 2 players from Devious coming in from mid and generator is going to be able to go in for a pinch and give them not only the scrap points from P3, but also that setup for next.
Nice shots out of Scott right there. Get shut down on the push on in. Teammates reinforcing the hard point, but it looks like Six Kings going to be spawning the opposite side. And that's where they'd like to be right now, but Rihan pops the Annihilator. That's at least 3 straight for him before he gets taken down. Somehow Devious still give up the hard point off the back of that one, and that is not something that you can afford to happen. So much value gone completely to waste, and Six Kings doing a phenomenal job of maintaining these holds.
And speaking of, Losty's doing a really good time holding the outside of the map and just getting so many kills, not allowing Devious to actually go into the point. They finally get rid of him, and they're finally going in there. 2 versus 1 here in this hard point. Vibin still winning that gunfight, and it took Estug to bring out, again, the Sparrow in the late few seconds of this hard point. Again, kind of questionable when it comes to like the timing of that, but able to finally get through, and now they're trying to go in for those rotational gunfights here in P1.
Well, Zolf's going to go ahead, hop on, able to find a trade onto Vibin right there, and players spawning behind for him. Smago, the lone man there to contest. Rihan shut down. Devious continue to move upward right here. Would love to see some better map control and better capitalization whenever they're able to find that control of the objective. They really have not been able to do a ton with it so far. And Six Kings showing that this is a much closer matchup than at least I had expected coming into this.
And so far, I think it just is down to your operator usage. And for Six Kings, doing a pretty good job at winning those rotational gunfights, especially back in P4. Now Devious, though, able to get majority of the points, and Self just brings out it out at the worst type of angle and the worst time, and we've seen so many misplays when it comes to the operators in this game.
I feel like we've seen that multiple times already as well. I'm just a little bit confused at what a number of these players are doing. Not only the positioning of it, well, not only the timing of it, but the positioning of it, like the Sparrow call-in when you're in no man's land, or the Sparrow call-in when you're in a hard point that's not going to find any value. War Machine at the end of P2, like so many odd decisions out of these guys. Devious somehow maintaining the lead right here. But you gotta wonder, like, where's the communication, the IGL, whatever it is, to say, hey, let's slow things down, think about the situation at hand, and make the most of what we've got right now.
And now the pinch coming in from Rihan, not able to get it as they do see Legacy getting those kills. And now 30 seconds on the clock, and Devious still able to get majority of the points here, but the pinch coming in from Six Kings finally coming through, and that should be the last of it as the scrap point's gonna come into their favor, and that is gonna be probably one of the better pinches that we've seen here so far from Six Kings. Devious already in there for the setup for next, so they have a pretty good control here so far, trying to stop that rotation from Six Kings on that left side of the map.
Not terrible spawns right now if you're Devious. You got 3 players that just spawned right next to the hard point, but players spawn on the back side right now for Six Kings. Rihan gonna be there to shut them down. And now reinforcements from the back side will be there for Devious. Claw pops for Lethal. Able to find 1, make it 2. Somebody hopped out that doorway, but they do not want any of the smoke. He's gonna be forced back. Pred Missile has been earned. but Devious picking up the kills now on the inside of the objective, and S-Doug is cooking. 31 kills to his name. We're only maybe 50% of the way through. This guy is on a burner.
I mean, when it comes to the operator usage, way better now compared to what we saw a while ago. At 6 Kings, though, able to go inside with just one player, still trying to solo hold, not able to win it. Rihan does the job. Rotation for next is going to be for 6 Kings. Scrap points yet again for Devious. But right now for 6 Kings, you need to find a way to step on the contest, because with 177 and 106 going to be your scoreline, every point counts. But it's a good thing they also have that one person, Legacy, trying to go and cut that rotation through Generator, but unfortunately he does go down.
Well, Devious, we're playing things close, have now built this up to an 80-point lead as they look to transition over toward P4. No real setup right now, but Scott's going to peek on through. Finds kill onto one. S-Thug still looking for an angle that he can work with, and that's going to be the exact angle that he wanted. Deagle comes out, nearly finds one onto Lethal as well, but opens up space for his teammates to work with. But Lethal goes big with the boxing gloves in hand, and 6 Kings able to maintain for the time being.
And not just that, Legacy also has a Purifier to play with, so that will not allow Devious to try and go in. And they also know that there's going to be a Purifier in hand, and you're just going to be seeing a lot of frying happening. And so far, though, Devious still able to go in there for the break as player number 1. That's going to be applying that pressure. Zulf doing a phenomenal job at cutting that rotation onto the left side of the map, and also allows player number 5, Scott, in there to get multi-kills as well. And now Devious getting those scrap points at 6 Kings, looking like they're having a difficult time here when it comes to solidly holding a hard point.
And Scott has done a phenomenal job of controlling those lanes and not giving 6 Kings an easy entry into the hard point. Mago gonna go ahead and push on through, looking to clear out Rihan. They'll find the kills, but Zulf already on the objective toward P1. And right now, 5 operators charged up and ready to go. I'm not entirely sure what Devious are saving them for. Probably not gonna need it for a rainy day. You gotta win the map here. 6 Kings break on through, and still the operators all remain at the ready.
Probably saving it for that next hill for P2 so far. Devious trying to get that hold off, but it is going to be a back and forth here. 6 Kings still get the best of P1 as 2 Red does go down. So far, though, they're saving the operators, 5 already. And for 6 Kings, they're going to have 4 of their own. Looking like it's going to be absolute chaos later on in P2. But as I said that, the rotation coming in from Devious already early on into the next hill.
We'll see what they can muster on the push right here. 6 Kings get very nearly a full 60 on this one, and Rihan finally opts to pop the Annihilator in the top side. Zulf Purifier out and ready to go as well. They're very, very much indeed trying to get the win here on P2. Sparrow comes out for S-Thug as well. Rihan's been shut down. And a tough push for the SK boys to try to make, but a couple of those operators now out of the equation. War Machine's coming out as well, and Devious doing everything they can to try to win it right here, but they still give up the break to 6 Kings. 2 Red hops on up, but it's War Machine for War Machine on that trade, and now all the operators have been wiped off for both teams as it's a coin flip and Devious come out on top.
We finally get to see player number 3 from 6 Kings to try and go and board the pinch. Does get big kills though, but Mago goes down. Lethal. And only one person, Losty, able to try to contest this point, and they're trying to struggle. Just 9 seconds left from Devious to try and get this point down, and 2 Red getting those big kills, and now they're going to be flipping those spawns down. They can definitely go and win this, but Losty wins an essential gunfight, stops the clock, but Scott gets that kill, and enough for them to end things here in P2. Both of these teams having such sketchy operator usage, but still, it's Devious that comes out on top.
Yeah, that's kind of what we expected. To be honest, they had way more mistakes when it comes to the operators as well. It seemed like they started to become a little bit more calculated toward the end of that one. But that's not the type of adjustment you should be making mid-game. Like, that's something that you should have planned way, way ahead of time. Those are mistakes that you do not want to see. Might be able to get away with them up against 6 Kings, but the rest of the competition is not going to make it so easy. So Devious lock in the win on map number 1. pretty much what we expected. Now heading into the search and destroy, really the biggest opportunity for Six Kings. The S&D has been their strongest mode, and they have got to go big in this one to have a chance in this series.
My goodness, look at that score line. S-Thug having 43 and a minute 42 on the hill. On the other side of things, Legacy with 32. I mean, everyone else is going to be negative for the side of SK. I mean, that's going to be very difficult because you're going into a team on the right side where, yeah, you see Zulf with like 41 deaths and the KDA is not really pretty, but 2 minutes on the hill is absolutely essential.
Yeah, no question. To be honest, there wasn't like a massive gap between the two, but overall, it definitely seemed like the map control, especially, I think it was largely dictated by the ARs. I think you look at S-Thug especially, who is definitely cooking for the entirety of that one, and that told a big portion of the story. So heading into the search and destroy, obviously standoff going to play a little bit more differently, more opportunity for the SMGs to shine as you're packed in a little bit tighter. So we'll see what the boys over on SK can do. I think especially eyes on Mago as always. He was the big story last week and looking to step up once again. Keeping an eye on the shotties too. Zulf pulling out the R9. And it looks like Losty doing the same for SK.
Now, it really is interesting to see how the split is going to pull through, and now it's for Devious, 2-1-2 split for them, as they only just leave one player right there, 2 red, able to get rid of Losty, but Mago goes in there for the trade, but another gunfight being ensued as Mago, unfortunately, does get spotted out.
R9 is lethal as can be, 2 for 2 trades. Legacy, I don't know if that's the angle that you want to be playing with Fennec in hand. He's going to be forced back, lethal hoping for a wall bang, nothing to connect right there. And now into a bit of a waiting game is S-Thug actually rocking the Rytech, something we've seen a little bit in Europe, but not so much in NA. He doesn't realize Scott's tucked away in the corner right there. Legacy's going to be there to take him out, but trades once again, and now it's going to be a 2v2 as the bomb goes down from lethal.
Bomb going to be planted for boxes, and that just gives Viben a good sign of sight line. And we'll be able to try to go for that flank, but he needs to give that information off to Lethal that there's not going to be anybody else on the left side of the map. Player number 3, though, Rihan, trying to get the control in through Broken with another player. So they're going to be stacking together. Rihan opens things up. It's all going to be that one player left, Viben, but he is in a good spot to try to spot Rihan, though does not connect when it comes to the shots. Finally comes through, but the defuse finally happening. Will he be there on time? Unfortunately not, and that is just an amazing side for Devious to try to not just get the kill, but also get the defuse.
Viben was way out of position there if he wanted to be able to defend that bomb, and maybe it looked like he had an angle to play through the tires of the tank, but didn't really take advantage to do that. As a result, Six Kings give away round number 1. And it's going to be Devious taking the lead. Legacy picks up bomb again. One player gets pushed way up right here. And that's going to be Losty. Huge opening kill as Legacy finds one as well to give SK the man advantage. Mago's gotten worked up all the way into mid-street too. And Rihan just continues to lurk back alley. So no major points of information right now for Devious. Should be an easy opportunity for SK to make their way up to bomb.
And now they're trying to get that space off of Alpha. So far, Scott, S-Thug will be the first point of contact. They do get spotted, so that will stop the plant. Legacy will just be careful right there, and he does go in there for the plant finally. S-Thug, though, with a kill off of Mago, and there is no flank whatsoever. And speaking of that, one more person left, Rihan right there, gets it. Legacy goes down.
Legacy, what are we looking at right there? Just giving away kills as free as can be. Viben tucked away behind boxes and Losty on the bomb site. Gets spotted out, but Rihan can't connect on the first shot. He gives him the second one anyway. Knows Viben's around the corner. Should be an easy trade to find. And Viben's just going to play the side angle, and he catches Rihan on the hard scope. Big round for Six Kings.
I mean, he was just standing right there trying to wait for that pick, but well played from Viben to try and apply that pressure off, and it was planted for him really well. 3 kills for him. And now let's see what kind of push that we're seeing from Devious. S-Thug's going to be pushing right there, information down, but also not really applying that any kind of presence from Alpha whatsoever, but we do get to see Zolf pushing right there.
Rihan lurks all the way around back alley, but his teammates are getting picked apart. Losty, Vibe, and Lethal each finding kills right there. Vibin did get spotted out by Rihan, so should be at least one free kill. And the vehicle explodes to take out Losty as well. That's the freebie he was looking for, but now trying to find himself a 1v3. And Lethal will put him out of his misery quickly. So Devious off to a little bit of a slow start here in the standoff.
It's just a matter of Devious didn't know where to go. Like, they had the good idea of putting Zolf right there in that corner, but he changed his mind. And after that, changing his mind, he didn't realize the Six Kings were already going to be pushed up like that. And there you go. Let's see if it's going to be the same case for Six Kings, if they're going to be a little bit aggressive. But speaking of aggressive, Devious going to be pushing up. Those two players are right there for Cubby control. And it looks like for Six Kings, they're just trying to gather that information in through back alley. But so far, I'm liking this Devious defense.
A little bit of a slower setup on the flip side. Mago not trying to go for that aggressive mid-map push. This time around, he's going to go ahead and sit back and let the game come to him. Lethal not able to connect for the first shot. Maybe an attempt at a wallbang. Zolf going to continue to sit back with the R9 in hand as well. And looks like very much a waiting game for both sides as nobody wants to commit to the first move. It is going to be Rihan getting lurked up a little bit on back alley, but right now neither team in position to make a play.
Could either be the first contact going to be Rihan that will get that player number 5. That's Losty, but it's not much of a high impact play, but he does get spotted. There you go. Now both of them are going to be readjusting. 50 seconds on the clock, and if you're Six Kings, you need to find a way to get any kind of information. You already know that one person's going to be by back alley, and now two players already by statue. Still no movement whatsoever, and at this point, you kind of need to step on it because Devious already trying to get that map control.
You got to deal with Zolf on the inside of Cubby right here. Rihan spotted out. Cubby has been cleared. Just like that, you're able to apply some pressure, but two players there on the opposite side didn't realize Devious were still playing the inside of the A-bomb site. Now all down to Losty. R9 in hand. This is very doable for him as he takes down one. Looking to hunt out Esta. Can't connect on the shots. Both players only need one, but Losty comes out on top.
What a round from both of these teams, and Six Kings still comes out on top. And even though Devious kind of had win condition there, Six Kings just able to win it by just pure gunfights. And Losty just winning those two with the shotgun, definitely going to be impressive for them. Right now, though, Devious, just one player right there, the usual Zolf, going to be there. But I think at this point, Rihan needs to be in a position where he needs to get those kills down. My goodness, what a play coming in from both of these teams.
Okay. Legacy.
Everything's falling apart in the studio right now.
Yeah, we're good. We're chilling. All right, Scott spotted out right there. Losty. Crucial kill over on that B side. Mago's gonna drop another. And Devious seeming like they're falling apart at the seams right now. All down to Rihan once again, but not in position to make a play onto that bomb. And right now looking for some information. Losty's gonna put him out of his misery. Six Kings looking strong here in the search and destroy.
Loving it. I love how Six Kings just adjusted. I totally saw the gameplay for sure. I'm not stressing over here. Me and Bobby are sharing screens right now. We're getting real close when it comes to the gameplay here. So far, Devious has not have an answer here for on the defensive side. And now looking like Zol finally going in for a different play. Tura gets a pick off, and that opened things up for their team.
Yep. Devious in desperate need of an opening right here as they have just had so little success on these setups. One aggressive setup over on A to find them around, but outside that, have not been able to find much. 1-for-1 trades off the start. Zolf, Losty out of the equation. Vibin looking for the angle. Can't connect on the first shot, but I think he saw Rihan slide through. A little bit of a risky play with him having a sniper on the opposite side, and he's going to be forced all the way back. That should be a wide open bomb site as Rihan not likely to peek this angle again.
And now for Devious, just waiting for that plant, going in for the retake, but Rihan able to kind of get lethal, but not able to stop the plant. And now we do need to see Devious try to go and push for it. So far, numbers to their advantage, but they're going to be a little bit careful. So far, they don't have the utility to play with. Legacy gets one, and that just evens things out, and possibility to get the second, but Rehan gets the pistol.
So close, less than 1 HP, and now all down to Vibe, and he gets shut down. And what looked like a manageable round for Six Kings will end up going the way of Devious. We get ready to flip sides. We'll see what Devious have to throw at it. Not a whole lot of success for them on the defense. We'll see what they can do in offense.
I mean, the thing with a while ago is the fact that Devious always added that pressure on the backside where no one was actually met. And so now we do get to see full-on pressure coming in from both of these teams. Play number one, that's Zulf going in there pretty deep and through mid without any kind of information whatsoever. And we do get to see that player number 3, Mago, trying to get the information as well. But so far, no map control from both of these teams.
Very tradable kills, but this is chaos if I've ever seen it in Search and Destroy. Scott going to be left 20 HP right there. Devious, Two Red and Rehan both making their way through back alley, and Lethal has absolutely no idea. Not going to spot the one player that goes down below. Might be able to catch Scott out, but this should be a free kill, but nobody's going to play. There we go. One player making the wrap in, and that's the freebie for Two Red. Now all down to Vibin. And with him isolated over on the A bomb site, the 3 remaining players should be able to collapse right here as he does not have an angle to work with. Sees him behind. Rehan says, I'll challenge you on that one, buddy.
And Rehan still wins the gunfight, and that apparently isn't wall bangable. Doesn't go through glass, but goes through walls. All right, here we go. Devious looking pretty good when it comes to the attack. It was kind of scruff in the beginning, but able to win those gunfights hand in hand, and looking like that Bravo site's going to be good for you. And now, trying to get that information down. Play number 5. That's going to be really good pressure coming in from S-Thug. Just getting those shots down through the smoke.
Not going to be able to find any opening picks. There's a couple players in mid that have to be dealt with for Devious. And they're roaming free right now, but S-Thug finds one through the smoke. Legacy on the flip side to find a couple of his own. Chaos once again as Legacy finds one more in the inside of courtyard. Now all left down to Scott. Bomb is in hand, so he can make a play here if he wants to, but looks like the 2 remaining Six Kings player just gonna sit back and hold hands.
They're playing their numbers to the advantage and also just trying to wait for any kind of sound cue here in through Alpha. That could be Legacy, but they are gonna regroup, gonna try to be in a safer spot. Now Scott, the biggest question is, where is he going to be planting? At this point, he is trying to go in for the kill, that information. Okay, this side is clear. So far, he can go plant for safe. But the problem with this particular side is everyone else from Six Kings rather, is going to be hitting this right side.
They feel very confident for the 1v2 retake. Nades go over top, and he gets spotted out immediately. Legacy picks up the kill right there. Extends a lead back out for Six Kings. And he doesn't want to get the defuse yet. There it is. 5-3 will be the lead as Six Kings find their first on the defensive side.
I mean, the thing was with Devious, they're trying to go in for that mid control, but they're going in there so blindly and just trying to get Zulf to get those kills, but low impact kills to not give you any kind of space into the map. And it's just like fast raids in the beginning of the map. And so right now, let's see if it's going to be a different play from Devious. A fast hit yet again in through mid. It's Zulf yet again. He lost his life again. He goes in there with the R9. Space created now by Six Kings.
Yeah, they have had a really tough time countering him on those pushes through mid. Right now, he can sit back behind that statue as long as he wants to. Should have cover from his teammates. And Scott, your one job is to take him off of that push outside. Let him get away with his life and now into a 4v4 once again. One player pushed up. Legacy, he has been so pesky for the Six King squad. And especially with him in this spot and also Losty pushed way up toward boxes. Not a whole lot for Devious to work with.
And Six Kings has all lanes covered. And an essential 1v1 possibly being fought right now by player number 4, that's S-Thugs. And also player 5 from the other side, Six Kings, that's Losty. Now with 55 seconds left on the clock and Legacy having that pick off of S-Thug, definitely going to be tricky now for Devious to try and make a pick, especially with the bomb carrier isolated.
Rihan saw shot sail overhead. 2 reds spotted out right there. 1 HP, not much of a chance up against Legacy. For some reason, Scott does not re-chow, but fortunately, Rihan is there to pick up the kill anyway. 2v2 right here. Lethal wants the chows, and he's going to be able to sneak his way up with CBR. Saw him cross back toward blue as well. And this should be the angle that he needs to pick up the kill. Losty trying to force his way forward. Somehow Lethal wins it, and Losty does too. And 6 Kings now around away from taking the game.
I mean, they're just pushing mid, man. I mean, whoever wins mid in whatever blind fight that they win, that's the team that's going to be winning it. Right now, we're at match point. Devious still doing the same case. Zolf, instead of going through mid, goes in through A instead. Now, that's going to be a great start for them, and that allows 6 Kings to be pushed up in the corner. Fast plant should be in order.
It will be a fast plant indeed, but Mago's still lurking toward broken wall right there. I don't know that he knew the bomb was going down. Rihan picks up one on the Legacy, but Losty continues to be pesky as he is constantly in unexpected positions for this Devious squad. And I think that should be an angle that Vibin can work with, but doesn't quite take the shot in time. Losty's going to be there to take down S-Thug anyway. 2 players remain for Devious, trying to stay in this one right now. Zolf going to get sniffed out on the inside, but the R9 comes out on top, and Devious might be able to sneak away with the round with Scott picking up that kill, doing the damage as well. Should be in position to hold off that defuse, and Devious stay alive a little longer.
Let's go, Scott. You win those. And now, slowly but surely, Devious are trying to climb their way. 6 Kings, on the other hand, just not able to deal with the firepower that Zolf had in those close quarters with the R9. And so far, though, see, Zolf didn't die in that first blood, and that was the case. So far, though, he's trying to go straight into Alpha. The same case for him, trying to get that information, and also possibility for that first blood on his side.
Well, Scott makes his way on up. Once again, not really a traditional LMG map, but he's making it work. Unfortunately for him, teammates dying off the start already. Getting aggressive, takes down Mago, but time and time again, 6 Kings have been there to fire back as Lethal takes down yet another. Losty's still alive, and that's been one of the peskiest players that you've had to deal with. Now 12 kills on the board for him. Should be easy wallbang material for Scott, but he doesn't really want to peek it. Rihan's going to be there to take down Lethal, but Losty leaking on through, gets shut down by Rihan with the sniper in hand, and just like that, it's all down to Vibin as Devious trying to sneak their way back into this one.
That Bravo plan, gonna push through. Rihan also has eyes, and now Vibin gonna be in a really tough spot as he only has that sniper to play with, but he does have a Fennec. You picked it up. But it's a good read from Rihan right now. Looking at the right side of the map, they both know he's going to be coming in from this area. And there you go, Rihan does the job with the R9. Slowly but surely, still 5 and 6. Whew, it's closer than I expected.
Devious take back-to-back rounds off of that one, and it seems like the momentum is starting to swing in their favor. Right now, a lot of pressure on. Lethal finds yet another first blood. Rihan has been absolutely phenomenal for Devious, but there's only so much one player can do. 2 red and S-Thug not too terribly far behind. And Zolf gets pushed up into A early. I don't know Losty's going to expect this. He most definitely does not. Shotgun connects. And just like that, the R9 out of the equation for 6 Kings.
So far, 6 Kings going to be pushed back in through spawn. We'll probably likely go in for that retake situation instead. And now we need to see player number 3. We've already seen Rihan do phenomenal when it comes to those snipes, but they do know that information. Bomb is going to be down, and he's going to try to go and defend from far away. And so far, though, 6 Kings looking like their defense is not that solid. As player number 2 coming in from Devious, that's 2 red. Will go up against player number 3. It's Mago.
Clock is ticking. 6 Kings have got to make a move right here. Zolf just sitting there, happy to wait with R9 in hand. Tured playing distraction right now, and you got Rihan watching the cross. He makes his way up top. 1-for-1 trades right here, but Mago catches one out of position. Players hop the bomb. You got to take him off, and Rihan does exactly that. Pushed up is Mago, but is there anybody in position to get the defuse? You got to chow there, Scott. Does he find the kill? No, he does not. And Six Kings close out the map.
He just left it so open. There was only one player there to try and defend the bomb side. They had two long-range players that don't have that much of an angle to defend it. What an SND, man.
That was just chaos at every turn. It was definitely one of the least calculated games of S&D. It just felt everything was reactionary.
Yep.
And sometimes that's what you got to do. But oof, that was a tough one to predict.
You brought it up really well. I mean, it seems like a reactionary type of play. You need to be more calculated, especially that you're going to be going up against really good teams. And for Devious, they already went up against Tribe, they went up against Luminosity, and I'm thinking they should be a little bit more calculated when it comes to their gameplay here. And now it seems like they're struggling when it comes to a lot of the things that are actually kind of elementary and that should be basic knowledge when it comes to that S&D. Not pushing in through mid, just super duper open. And now let's see what is going to go through with Rihan leading the pack with 14, but he's always going to be in that back end, especially on that defense, and it wouldn't really be high impact for his team.
Yeah, I mean, Legacy was just so pesky. He was able to get into Courtyard anytime that he wanted to, and was just an absolute menace. You had Lossy, who was dominating with the R9 in hand, and Devious just got going a little bit too late. Definitely a winnable final round there as well, but either the bomb wasn't planted in the right spot or the LMG wasn't playing in the right spot, and that ends up giving away the game to Six Kings.
Yeah, I mean, now we're heading on over into Control Raid. Again, this is our 4th raid of the day, where Devious has a little bit of an upper hand, won it up against Luminosity, the only team to actually do so. And now for them, they did also pull up a 2-3 up against Simplicity, so they're looking like they're very solid here in this team, and honestly, I think they might bag this.
Yep. Slow Rytek play from up top. One player make it 2 here to defend for Devious. Lethal making his way up, should be able to lock in the kill right there. Solid start as he takes down one with the sniper in hand as well. And there's the angle onto Scott, just like that. A wide open A push and a solid start to this for Six Kings.
Zilf and S-Thug able to get rid of those players that tried to push through, and so far no progress anymore as they weren't able to lock in that first tick of progress. And now the battle for mid, there's only going to be one player from Six Kings, that's Mago, try to go in there for the defense. Kitchen gonna be way open, so that might be a little bit dangerous for Devious.
Right now, Vibin looking to clear out that last one. That opens up the push up onto B, and Mago clearing out top laundry gives them a little bit of space to work with. You gotta watch inside pillars on the push right here. Tured does not have the angle to make his way on through, but you gotta stop this capture at some point or another. Mago does get shut down right here. Tured making his way all the way on past. Should be able to get that kill, and that wipes off some of the progress.
Tured gets essential kills. He does have 5 to his name. Almost a pretty in hand. And also, you take a look at play number 1. That's Solve trying to be pesky over here in top modern, trying to get those kills down in through that spawn. But we do get to see Legacy winning a lot of these kills as well. So that allows Six Kings to try and unlock that 3rd tick of progress.
Well, right now, B capture goes through. And a serious life advantage for Devious should allow them to be able to take the round if they can play it properly right here. What the beams with the switchblade across the map. Rihan is not messing around right now. And it looks like the flashes over top should give Six Kings some information, but they don't realize there's 2 players, and Rihan's there to fire back.
Beautiful cross coming in from Devious, and now they're just planning on putting more of that pressure here. He's still on a combo, and he's still being pesky, but finally, Mago able to get that kill. That frees things up coming in from Six Kings, but 5 and 10 with 55 seconds left on the clock. They must tread carefully, and so far, they want to go in for that mid push, but they need to find a way to go in through Kitchen just to pinch those 2 players from Devious.
Right now, Mago trying to make his way through Kitchen, but not a whole lot of lives to work with. Right now, they're going to sit back, play the waiting game once again. Six Kings cannot afford to give away any lives. A couple players are going to pick up kills right there, but they've yet to deal with Rihan. And another one spotted out right there, 1v7. It looks like it should be enough for Devious to take the round.
Here we go, and Devious, that is how you play it so far, going in through mid, trying to win those gunfights, getting that cross down, not allowing Kings to have any kind of breathing room whatsoever. And now, Six Kings on the defensive side this time. They need to be convincing. They need to be as convincing, if not more, compared to Devious. So far, though, the battle through mid, Devious still getting those. And so far, 2 Red getting that information, gets down Lossy, and also extends over into top laundry. Good thing, though, that SK very much knowledgeable that there's going to be one player that overextends. Trying to apply that pressure, but so far, they're not doing a pretty good job of trying to get rid of these players, and it should be a fast capture coming in from Devious. Third tick of progress already locked down. Only possible for that one player left, but Legacy gets 3. Possibility to get that 4th down. It's still going to be a ring around the rosy as Scott finally pushes the job and Legacy goes down. And a solo defense coming in from Six Kings, but 16 lives versus 24, going to be very dangerous. 2 minutes on the clock, that is a lot of time to play with 23 lives on your side, definitely going to be impressive. Zolf, on the other hand, tries to go in there, solo holding Kitchen. Everyone else from his team trying to flush out Kitchen as well. Speaking of, they're winning those gunfights so far. Now, as they're trying to establish any kind of anchoring spot, which you need here for that alpha control, 2 Red brings out that War Machine. So far, gets 2, gets 3. And so far, so good for Devious. 10 lives in between them with a minute to play with. They can definitely play for that spawn trap. And now Lethal, able to get rid of S-Thug, establishing that connection here in through Kitchen as well. And now, so far, though, it is going to be Scott trying to get that double, trying to establish any kind of information to his team as well, but with the lives just dwindling right now for Six Kings, it's just looking very bleak for them. Mago tries to go in there for those kills, and now a 1v15, and Bobby, it's just looking like it's not good right now for Six Kings.
Yep, the difference in the respawn ability definitely starting to show itself a little bit between these two teams. We knew if there was a chance for Six Kings, they had to capitalize whenever it came to the search and destroy, and they did that, but have got to find a way to bounce back. Only 2 kills on the board for Lossy.
Well, 2 kills on the board, that's just very much unlike him. But they do have operators to play with this time around. And now let's see how Devious will close this thing out. So far, they've had more of that mid presence. And now Six Kings going there for that really fast Bravo push. And Scott with the EMP, not just that Predator missile in hand, but not quite sure if I like that play because no one else from Six Kings actually had their operators out.
Definitely it seemed like more of a flex than anything else, but you know, letting them know he's on a streak right there. He's still rocking with the Swordfish right now and absolutely cooking. Right now, it looks like Six Kings finally in position to capture an objective, and they're going to go ahead and get B locked in right here. We got some operators ready to go, so it's not over by any means. Honestly, Six Kings have way more to work with, and right now, if they can hit a nice wrap up toward top laundry right now, they should be in position to make something happen.
And now, so far, that defense in mid, again, Devious trying to win those, but Legacy has been really good for Six Kings, but unfortunately his kills are just not being met with a lot of momentum for his teammates. Vibin tries to go in there for the Preddy, does not connect with anyone, but does give information for the rest of his team that there's only one player from Devious right there.
Looks like Devious gonna do a good job. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen any operators committed from Six Kings right now. You're sitting down 2-0, you're down in lives. You lose this round, the map is over. What are you saving those for? Lethal's gonna drop, and they're trying to make their way through right now. Obviously, you've got some time to work with, but eventually you're going to reach a point where you've given up too many lives, and they're reaching that point very, very quickly. The operators are still not being spent right now. 4 that have been sitting in their pockets, and now down to only 7 lives, very close to having 0 respawns remaining.
Operators,
what?
Wasted.
What?
No reason why you just kept them, and now you're just gonna be giving it away, and now they're still not using it. You're in a position where you have to flood through, and now it's just going to be a 2 and 9. So many question marks. And now Legacy and Mago are left. They're trying to get any kind of information and kills as possible. And Legacy finally brings out the Purifier, but it's just not enough. Devious takes this too convincingly. A 3-0, and just look at the face of this man.
3 operators just left sitting in their pockets. They had him for so long, like that. I can't even remember. I'm pretty sure it was the beginning of the round. And they just like, yeah. What happens if I randomly come back to life? You know, what if I need it in that scenario?
Someone please screenshot and meme that.
I don't.
Do it for me, man. Thank you, chat. I love you.
That was that is like the most frustrating thing, because it seems like it should be the most baseline, like, hey, we're about to lose the game, we have this thing that allows us to get kills, let's use it. And they're just like, no.
And it's insane, because we've seen this already in the previous matchup in LG, where they were losing the match, but they brought out their operators and changed the tide, and eventually, even though it wasn't on their side, they still won it because they used the operators. And now for Six Kings, just dropped the ball and looking like they're not using the gifts that they have here.
I don't know any way to explain that. I mean, I will say Rihan was beaming from every angle possible with that Switchblade. Made that thing look like an assault rifle. That was ridiculous. And that gets gets Devious. Sorry, it's very late here. It's 4:15 in the morning, so excuse me. That gives Devious the lead in the series. And with the way the respawns have gone, I think it's tough to imagine a scenario where Six Kings bounce back. I would definitely love to see it. And if we do, I mean, I think you look at the search and destroy, and they've looked so solid, but especially on an Arsenal map that is very long-range oriented. You had S-Thug and Scott dominating the first time around on takeoff. This is going to be very, very difficult for Six Kings.
Oh, I can already tell this is going to be frustrating, but so far we already started a good spot. Lassie accidentally puts that nade, bounces off himself, but getting essential kills, also dealing a lot of damage through the smoke. So far though, Six Kings having a solid hold where so far, so good. Losty still winning majority of the gunfights. Down, unfortunately, not able to turn and burn onto S-Thug.
Big kills come through for Devious. Open an opportunity for them to make their way on the hard point. Rihan wraps the outer, but doesn't hit the shots on that one. Fortunately, Zulf's there. S-Thug hopping on the objective, and this dude just shoots lasers at times. No question, he is a talented AR. Vibing on the outside, looking to, it looks like set up early off of this one. And right now, Devious will gladly take the rest of this scrap time as the rest of SK gonna rotate toward next.
Six Kings not able to actually contest till the very last second. Just wanted to go in there for that early control here. But so far, Six Kings actually doesn't have control of those spawns down. As we slowly get to see it unlocked, it's still Devious that has the more favorable side. And now Six Kings need to find a way to push through. They do have objective control, yes, but for how long, since Devious already has the more favorable spawn here?
Tured makes his way on toward the objective. Able to get the contest time for right now. Mago up above, shots on. Able to find the opening kill. Trying to contest right here, but Devious have things locked in. The ARs continue to reign dominant. Rihan starting to streak out a little bit. He's on 9 kills right now. Devious currently doubling up on this Six Kings squad who need to get something going.
Rihan's Pretty was just such good timing to control and stop that push off of that battery's area, and now he does go down. 16 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be Six Kings that will have that rotation, but also having those scrap points down, rather. Lethal, though, on the other hand, Speaking of, he is going to be having just 1 kill, but that rotation is definitely going to be important as Vibin is going to be right there beside him.
Not sure I love this play. Honestly, from multiple players, I think we saw Losty and Lethal push toward ult, and then we saw Rihan play for the break. When you have one of the longest rotations in all of COD Mobile Hardpoint, just misplays on misplays right now, as this is a very messy game of Hardpoint. 2Red finds a couple as it allows him to make a push on through. Operators being invested on all sides. Explosions galore. Mago still with the Sparrow in hand. Same for the Annihilator for Rihan, and he's going to go operator for operator as they get traded out right there, but Six Kings find their way back into this one.
Thug able to get a lot of these kills with the LK-24 in hand, also has a Sparrow to play with, and so far they're trying to figure out where everyone else from Six Kings is actually spawning off to. So far though, they have no idea. They do have to worry about Losty on the back end. 13 seconds after the clock, Devious still has that control, but that rotation into artillery is going to be next, and so far Six Kings is going to beat them to it. So far though, Six Kings has been rotating early on, so that is good signs for them.
One thing they need is for Lethal to get going. 1 kill this far in the map is not going to make the cut. Devious are locked in here, I think, especially looking at 2Red and Rihan combined for nearly 30. Rihan's waiting for the reinforcements from his teammates, but he doesn't need them. Nice little 2-piece for him. Mago Sparrow out. Not gonna last as Estha gets the better of him right there. Shuts down another one on the push up too. They are still spawning lower and gonna be forced to make a tough push up through him.
And Devious is just so good. They're so well connected, and the fact that they spawned there first, able to wait for their teammates and push, and eventually that push made Six Kings spawn off in the same side, but Devious was still knowledgeable that everyone else from Six Kings actually spawning off into Subway. So they're controlling it really well. They're bringing out a lot of their operators here, and which is an otherwise very open hardpoint, is now managed very well by Devious, and now rotation for next as they get the scrap points.
I'm not sure if Lethal is playing. He's still a 1 kill, and I'm pretty sure he just got his first operator charge. I'm not entirely sure what's going on with him, but Six Kings in desperate need of him to show up in this one. Zolf peeks around the corner, sees 2 people, says, I'm not interested. At least not quite yet. Waits for the teammates to arrive, but the slide peek is clean. Operator finally popped. Okay, Lethal is indeed playing. Gets 1 kill off the operator before dropping, and once again, Devious back in the driver's seat. Mago looking to push in through this backside doorway, but no avenue to do so as Scott pops a claw of his own. And once again, Devious make their way upwards.
Split spawn situation, and now from Devious, they're trying to go and clean up, but big kills from Vibin though, that allows him to possibly go and fall through, but 2Red able to take him out. But that kill coming in from Vibin just gives Six Kings the ability to get these scrap points down. It's still not over yet. They need to step on. They lost the gunfight. Dang it. Rihan.
To be fair, it's Rihan.
Yeah.
You know, he's on 25 kills right now. I think he has more than 3 of the SK players combined, if my math is correct. Yes, it is. He's just on a different level, no question. Right now we got I believe, an EMP system for S-Thug as well, just across the board. The gun skill seems to be so superior for Devious. And to be honest, I think if you combine the gun skill of Devious with maybe some of the discipline of Six Kings, you might have a phenomenal team, but it seems like the gun skill reigning on top in this one so far.
It's still going to be yellow here all throughout P1. And so far, Rihan trying to wait for reinforcement yet again. The patience of this dude is just amazing. You saw it a while ago in P4. Now you're seeing the same thing here in P1. And now it's going to be contested, yes, but also S-Thug bringing out that Sparrow might be able to lock things out for them. But Vibin going in for more of that control in vent will be able to kind of just flood out. No one's going to be touching the point so far. It's a back and forth. It is P1. It's going to be really messy. And it's going to be important for that rotation for next. The setup for that more favorable spawn on that left side is going to be key.
Rihan continues to cook, has an operator to work with if he wants to. Zolf hops up, able to find yet another as the lead for Devious is built up to about 90 points right here. And if you can get your AR set up in some of those high ground positions, could be very nearly another full 60 as 2Red's there to clean things out. You get Scott up in top tower. And that is not a good sign for Six Kings, who desperately need to find a way to turn this one around. Rihan is farming with the Annihilator in hand. 31 kills on the board. Lethal's gonna drop yet again. He started to get going a little bit more, but seems maybe too little too late, as now the score streaks start to build for Devious as well. And it seems like this may be the end of the line for Six Kings. They need a god tier hold heading over to P3.
Zolf can just hold this on his own. He has a Purifier in hand. It's fine. He's going to be doing it, but I'm surprised that 2-red actually is still going to be right there for the defense. Should probably go in for that rotation instead, but that probably should allow him to just spawn off closer into P3 area, so that's still very much good. Zolf, on the other hand, gets rid of Legacy with just one more piece of equipment there. It's still going to be SK, though, with that hold, and I'm surprised that Devious didn't really go in for the early rotation.
Well, Rihan gets shut down. Solid early rotation for Losty. Operator's gonna start coming into play here. Claw out. Couple still available. Sparrow is going to pop as well for SK. That's gonna be Maga doing everything he can, but he unloads the entire thing. Vibin's got a Annihilator to work with this time around. Scott does everything he can to break the hard point. And it looks like the gunfights will go the way of Devious once again. Mago sliding through, trying to be the hero right now. He's got 31 kills on the board. He has two teammates that have only combined for 25 right now. Just trying to give his team some hope in this one. But Rihan, 40 on the board right now, and he continues to put on a masterclass.
Yeah, he's so good. His presence of mind is on point. He's just right there. And now rotation. Coming in from Devious, not there, but they're so good at breaking the hill, and Six Kings just struggling when it comes to the gunfight. So far, though, the rotational gunfights are being won by Six Kings. So far, so good, but with just 8 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be hard for them. Legacy and Lethal, the only people there left to go and defend, and everyone else going to be outside of the hill.
2-red Scott looking to push up. S-Thug hops through window as well. Lethal's the last one. Only 7 seconds remain. Losty's the last hope for Six Kings in this competition. He gets shut down. Devious find the break on through, and it's Rihan. Who else to find the final kill? Devious come out on top. They take the series, and they keep their hopes alive for North America Stage 4.
And Rihan is cracked, man. He's so consistent when it comes to everything in this game mode. I mean, it's not just in the respawns, but also in those S&Ds, man. He's just on point. And so far for Six Kings, they really tried in that S&D, I mean, able to get that map off, but we kind of expected that for a team like Devious, they kind of have a hard time when it comes to S&D, so not surprising there, but it seems like the disparity when it comes to the respawns, Devious is just so good.
Devious gets the job done. Living up to that hype. Bobby Plays, I want to start with you. You said Rihan was going to be the guy to watch. Potential 40 bombs. Gets it in that game number 4. Do they look stronger or a little weaker than you expected in this series?
I would say they looked less disciplined than I would have liked. They definitely had some glaring mistakes. I think come to the control. I think even the first hard point, it just didn't look like Devious were super locked in, and they were very much getting by on pure gun skill, which, like we talked about, it might work up against Six Kings, but it's not going to work in those later matches in the competition.
Six Kings now with back-to-back losses on the day. We'll be looking from the outside towards playoffs next week as everyone else is still sorting things out. And we've got to talk a little bit about these matches moving forward. Going to you, Shift, what did you see in this series?
Yeah, I think that the biggest overarching fact of the matter was the Six Kings team just got flat out outplayed. It just didn't ever look like they were able to get settled. Even in the Search and Destroy, the rounds were just all over the place, where they were letting Reeve even get through the sniper rifle that you thought may cause more problems than it ended up being. But I think it's just, generally speaking, there's an understanding difference between these two squads. Devious is the more complete, more veteran squad. Six Kings is still kind of picking up where they, are lacking in the experience department. And I think just kind of generally speaking, we saw that earlier today. Right. We're seeing that again kind of come into a factor here in a very tough and very winnable match, I think, for either side.
Devious is now going to pick up their second win, 2-3. You still got a lot of work to do, but you are not done yet. That's going to put them right in the middle of the pack, and we're going to see what's going to happen on the final day. 27th will be the next day here for NA. Beef Mommy, though, you've now seen EU. You've seen NA. Same question I asked at the start of the show. Where's stronger, EU or NA right now?
NA.
NA?
I mean, when you're casting, right, and it's a really hard job when things don't really get played well. If it's not good caught, it's so much harder to cast. But here for NA, probably from top to probably until the 6th team, it's so good. Every single time that we're casting it, it's so easy because there's so many good plays here. And I think Shift could actually kind of give the same detail that every time we're casting, it's just so nice. NA's being really good. But for EU, I'm seeing probably 2 teams that are really good right now.
Still got a lot of time before Stage 5. A lot of things could change before then, but right now, NA is looking on top of their game, and we got to talk to our 4th and final winner on the night. It's a member of Devious. Welcome to the show. How are we feeling after you get the job done?
I mean, it feels good, but obviously there's more work to be done for us. Like you guys mentioned, we are sitting at 2-3, and we did have a really challenging schedule to start the season, playing Tribe, Luminosity, and Simplicity in a row. So we got to pick it up on that. It feels good to get the 3-1 win, but we still have ARP tonight, so it's going to be a late night. And then next week we got DICE, so a lot of decisive games left still.
I'm going to let my whole team ask you questions here, but I want to start off. What are you most proud of in your team's performance this evening?
I think the way we rallied back in the control after the S&D, we didn't really lose our heads. That's something that has been a problem in the past, but we were able to come back in the control, play really strong, and then as you guys said, again, we really dominated the gunfights in the Arsenal, so I felt good that we were able to come back and not let one loss kind of determine the night.
It's Scott, I think it may even, you could probably go deeper than just one loss, because in every single one of the hard points you guys have opened up against some of the top teams in North America, you guys have been in it pretty much until the last couple of rotations. So, I mean, what has been kind of the spark to get you guys kind of in tune to continue to forward when it comes to having to get wins against tough opponents like Six Kings, ARP, and then eventually DICE?
I mean, I think the biggest thing has just been practicing against those teams and seeing what they do, maybe learning from that. Because like we said early on, it was those 3 games in the first 3 of the first 4. So it was like stage 4 is just getting in and we're just getting used to it. It was learning how they play, seeing from that, and then implementing it, obviously. And hopefully we can make it to the final round, but we still have some way to go. But it was really just learning from what they were doing and implementing that on our side.
Yeah, you guys look really, really strong, I think, especially in the respawns. Obviously, you took LG down to the wire whenever it came to the hard point, and then you took the control off of them. But I would say the S&D has definitely been the shakiest mode for you guys. What's your game plan heading into next week, knowing that DICE are a very solid S&D team, and how do you plan to prep for that?
Yeah, like I said, I think going back and looking at the stuff, because we played that Tunisia versus LG and we had a pretty embarrassing performance, 7-0, and we ended up playing DICE in Mobile Mayhem last week. Obviously, that's not stage 4, but we were able to beat them on the same map. So I think learning from what we did against, or well, didn't do against LG, and putting that against DICE, that competitor we're going to have to face next week, is really gave us some confidence that we can make that change and beat an opponent of that level. So I think that helped us out a lot.
So congratulations for your win today. And I just want to ask you guys, like, who is going to be that player in your team that's kind of like the glue in your team, that's kind of calling the shots, calming everyone down? Is that you, or do you think it's another teammate of yours?
I think I would like to say it's me. I definitely do that in some capacity. I think Rayhan is a good leader as well. But we do have a tendency maybe to get a little worked up, or like if I lose a gunfight that I feel like maybe I shouldn't, I get a little angry. But for the most part, I would say it's me and Rayhan really kind of running that. This is a team that they had this core for a while, and I was the more recent addition. So I don't want to say I can take credit for that. I think Rayhan does a great job leading the team, and I just do whatever I can to help us win. But
Scott, you're crushing the interview. My final question for you is, where can fans watch you guys moving forward? You mentioned you've been playing in some online cups. You've, of course, got stage 4 going on right now, but this is just the middle of a very long year for COD-M.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Mobile Mayhem's the big one, and I'm really appreciative for everything they do. I mean, it's something that I've worked my way up from being really a last place team. Like, I played on a team that got 0 wins in a season when I first started, so taking that long road and not being someone that was maybe on the top team to begin with, and finally getting some wins like this on the big stage feels really good. So I'd say shout out to Mobile Mayhem for everything they do. They've been a great just supporter of the game. So that would be probably the next best place to watch us. We have, I think, Simplicity tomorrow. So a lot of good COD Mobile to be played still.
Love it. Scott, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you go celebrate with the team.
Yeah, no problem.
Devious is going to pick up another win tonight, and that is going to keep them in the hunt for a top 4 spot. We got to keep you up to date with everything that's gone on today. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and, of course, what went down in the 4 matches tonight. Luminosity with a doubleheader. 6-1 map count. Not bad, but Tribe right there with them, Bobby. Tribe still with a slightly better map count, but we have a clear 1 and 2.
Oh, yeah, no question about it. I think the matchup next week is ultimately going to be the proving point. And even that matchup might not be the 100% determining factor this team's going to win Stage 5, because so much of it can come down to map picks. It can come down to who's having a better day. But it is going to be the best indicator that we're going to get prior to playoffs. And for NA, playoffs are still a good bit of ways away, as we're going to be on LAN at PAX West. So we'll probably have a lot of improvements for these teams as well. And ultimately, next week is the best taste that you're going to get for a while.
2 teams at 5-0, but then you look from 3 to 6. A lot of shakeups could still occur. Shift, who do you think has the best chance of locking up a top 3 spot?
Oh, it's tough to say. I mean, Devious is looking like they will have a shot to play in for that 4th spot. It will likely be a head-to-head matchup for DICE to determine that 4th and final spot. Simplicity, they've gotten through a lot of the difficulty of their schedule. I believe they still have to play at least one of the 2 bottom teams, so they should be good for at least a top 4 spot in some regard. Obviously, the loss from Six Kings kind of puts them out of the running, since the only 2 games they have left to play, or the only 2 games that they have won, rather, I should say, have been versus the bottom side of the group. So it's going to be some combination of that middle 3 to be 3 and 4 as we finish out the season.
Mark your calendar. These matches are going down on the 27th. Luminosity versus Tribe, the battle for the top spot, and of course, Devious versus DICE and more. Lock in, because it is going to be a party. This, of course, just NA. We also have the EU region continuing. Bobby, this is my final day, and I have to give a big shout out to everyone behind the scenes here. Late nights in Poland, but some spicy action. You've been here for about a month now. What has been the best part of this experience?
I mean, for me, it's just the upgrade of Stage 4. Like, this is not anything that we've ever had before. It's always been like 2 days. Okay, you had a bad day. Sorry, you're gone. This is like an actual proving ground and opportunity, not for these teams to just prove themselves, but also to get that practice against the top competition. And I think this is something that the COD Mobile competitive scene has been waiting for a really long time. So I think myself and the players are definitely grateful for that.
I love that. Keep growing. That's what we love to see. Thank you all for tuning in from around the world. We will see you next time as EU takes the stage here for Call of Duty Mobile. It's the Snapdragon Pro Series. Thanks for watching.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win.